In a room, dozens of zombies lay motionless on the floor. They had fallen into a deep slumber due to the prolonged absence of fresh blood and flesh. Tonight, a team of survivors slowly descended from the roof of a building. They landed carefully in the gap, afraid to make a sound. The visitors were none other than the crowd from Alexandria's safe zone, and the purpose of their visit was the food in the warehouse next to them. Luckily, the zombies were all asleep, making their mission less difficult. This was a situation they had never encountered before, and as long as they didn't disturb these zombies, their mission would go smoothly. Approaching the door, Maggie and the group realized that it was locked. Magna took out her knife. She had been in prison for stealing before the end of the world. Opening locks was a piece of cake for her. Meanwhile, Carol noticed that most of the zombies on the ground were armed. Gathering these weapons could provide an additional layer of security for their community. However, Maggie shook her head, emphasizing that their priority was to find food. Just then, a noise sent shivers down their spines, but luckily, the zombies on the ground remained motionless. They cautiously opened the door and stepped outside. Entering a quiet hallway with no immediate signs of danger, they proceeded carefully to the end of the corridor and opened the door to the warehouse. Inside, two zombies lay dormant on the floor. Magna crouched in front of one of the zombies, exchanged a knowing glance with Kelly, and silently dispatched them. Only then did they focus on the shelves. Carefully removing the lid of one of the crates, they discovered military-grade compressed food bags, mostly containing beef, which was perfect for long-term storage. It seemed like their trip was indeed a success. They began packing these supplies and transported the loaded bags back to the rooftop. Daryl and the others, due to their heavier weight, remained on the rooftop to assist. Everyone was extremely cautious, trying not to make any noise while hoisting the bags. Any disturbance could potentially awaken the zombies below. Everything was going smoothly until an unexpected mishap occurred. The rope holding one of the bags snapped just as it was about to reach the rooftop. Fortunately, Daryl acted quickly and managed to grab it in time, preventing it from falling and alerting the zombies below. However, in the process, Daryl aggravated his injured arm, causing blood to flow down and drip onto a zombie's face below. The scent of blood stirred this particular zombie, showing signs of awakening. Gradually, more zombies began to react, and the group realized the situation was dire. Magna, inside the warehouse, also heard the growling and rushed out to investigate. Despite the urgency, the experienced survivors didn't panic. They picked up their weapons and fought off the awakened zombies, buying time because there was still some food left to be taken from the warehouse. Soon Magna has packed the last two bags. They quickly make their way to the room, but they're greeted by countless zombies. Luckily, Daryl and the others were up there covering them with their bows and arrows. Carol also picked up a rifle from the ground, but unfortunately, it was empty. Maggie found a handgun with a few bullets inside. Carol finally found a gun with bullets and handed a magazine to Maggie as well. With the cover of two rifles, the pressure on the group was greatly reduced. Kelly and Magna quickly retreated as well. When they got up there, the hook was lowered. Rosita and her two companions immediately tied the rope around their waists without hesitation. Carol stayed behind to provide cover fire with her rifle. Soon, the rope was lowered once again. Carol's rifle was out of bullets, so she was ready to secure the rope and prepare to retreat. But at that moment, Carol noticed a box of food in the corner and ran over to grab it. Daryl, who was above, understood Carol's intention and used his crossbow to cover her. Carol stuffed the food into her backpack without paying any attention to the zombies behind her. She trusted Daryl to watch her back, and he didn't disappoint. After securing the food, Carol finally tied herself to the rope and retreated, leaving behind the zombies waving at her in place. After Carol came up, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Overall, this mission had its share of surprises but was ultimately uneventful. Carol also brought Daryl's twin knives up with her. In the early morning, they returned to the Alexandria safe zone with their harvest. Since it was already autumn, the community appeared particularly desolate. Coupled with the previous destruction of food crops by the Whisperer's fire, recovery was going to take some time. These supplies were crucial. Furthermore, with the growing population in the Alexandria safe zone, food shortages were becoming a major concern. Negan, upon seeing everyone return, eagerly stepped forward to take the bags. Maggie, however, didn't look pleased. She held deep resentment towards Negan. Suddenly Maggie's son came over and said he had some good news for her. Maggie looked up, and three people approached her. They were part of Maggie's group from before but had gotten separated and had now found their way here. They had been like family to Maggie over the years and were well aware of Negan's presence. They all cast unfriendly glances at Negan. Of course, that was just a minor incident. After a while, Gabriel called for a meeting. Due to the influx of new people into the community, their food supply would only last for a week at most, so preparations were essential. The community's walls were also in constant danger of collapsing, requiring reinforcement by manpower. As everyone looked at each other, uncertain about what to do, Maggie spoke with a somber expression. "I know where there's still food. That's where I was before. At Meridian, we had to flee with the rest of our people because the Reapers had slaughtered so many of us, but there are still plenty of supplies and water storage there. The area also has wild game. We don't know much about the people who attacked us. They invaded our camp at night, and anyone they saw got killed, so we've named them the Reapers. However, one thing is clear, they aren't numerous, otherwise, they wouldn't have sent just a sniper after us. So, we can go there, bring back the food, and have enough to last until Alexandria's safe zone gets back on its feet." When this plan was proposed, Aaron was the first to object. He thinks that running so far away is too risky, and there's also a group of crazy people whose intentions are unknown. Moreover, the walls need reinforcement right now. Eventually, they had to resort to a vote. The majority supported Maggie's proposal, leaving Aaron with no choice but to accept it. That evening, they set out, but the weather took a turn for the worse, with heavy rain forcing them to press on through the storm. Negan was also required to participate in the mission because he was familiar with the route. He initially wanted to suggest waiting until the storm passed, but all he received in response were insults. No one was nice to Negan because of Maggie. As they continued, they spotted a subway station ahead and decided to enter, realizing that taking the tunnel route would provide shelter from the rain. Negan again suggests waiting until the storm stops. The tunnels could be dangerous. Negan had no choice but to say that we could just go north through the tunnel and change to another route at the airport station. Maggie doesn't dawdle and leads the group forward. Negan called out to Daryl to persuade Maggie. It's a bit of a tragedy for Negan, who's basically been ostracized from the group. There was nothing he could do. These people just wouldn't listen to his advice. So, the group proceeded along the tunnel, encountering some eerie situations along the way. However, every time Negan spoke up, suggesting they turn back, he was met with a barrage of mocking remarks, as if everyone had taken Maggie's side. Half an hour later, Daryl's dog suddenly stopped in its tracks, sensing something ominous ahead. The group also caught a whiff of a foul, rotting odor. As they approached, they saw body bags strewn across the corridor, extending as far as the eye could see. Everyone gasped in horror at the chilling scene. Daryl bent down to examine the situation, wanting to determine whether the bags contained corpses or zombies. A sudden movement startles them. Daryl swiftly dispatched it with his knife. Someone noticed that this zombie didn't seem to make any groaning sounds. Daryl opened the bag and found 2 fatal wounds on the neck of the corpse, almost decapitated, and it seemed like it had died not too long ago. They couldn't fathom who could be so cruel to kill so many people like this. A chill ran down their spines. Negan, in particular, questioned, "Are we really going to continue through a large graveyard?" Others turned their gaze towards the overall commander, Maggie. After a moment of silence, Maggie looked ahead at the writhing corpses and decided to press on. She ordered them to move the bodies aside to clear a path. Maggie led the way, and her followers didn't complain. As they walked, they killed zombies, then moved the bodies to the side. One of the young men, however, felt reluctant. He had lived under the protection of others before and was not willing to do such things. Distracted, he even missed a bag, and a zombie stood up and lunged at him. Negan rushed to his aid, pushing the zombie against the wall and smashing its head with a shovel. The crisis was averted, but no one thanked him. Maggie simply warned everyone to be more careful. Negan heard this and couldn't hold back his temper, questioning, "How should we be careful? Is this your great plan? Maggie, please tell me, what is there to be careful about?" Negan's point was simple. He believed that Maggie didn't know if this tunnel had an exit or if those killers were still around. He thought it was reckless to lead everyone into danger like this. After saying that, Negan prepared to leave. He didn't want to recklessly move forward, knowing there could be significant dangers ahead. The teenager also had the courage to speak out against it. He was also scared by the zombies. The others supported Maggie unconditionally, saying that if Negan wanted to go, let him go. But Maggie thinks Negan is familiar with Washington, and that having him as a guide will save him a lot of time. Suddenly, Negan mocked, "That's a nice thing to say. All these people, and you still need me to lead the way. Can't any of you read a map?" you've called me out here just for one thing. Maggie, you want a chance to kill me. Even if we complete this mission in the end, you won't let me walk away alive. Will you? If you want closure, why don't we settle this right here, right now? But I won't go out the way you want me to. Dying in this filthy tunnel is out of the question, just like Glenn. Speaking of Glenn, Daryl couldn't hold back and punched Negan because Glenn was a pain in his heart too. Maggie was infuriated by Negan's words and stepped forward, glaring at the bastard. After this brief episode, the group continued to move forward, still clearing the path as they went. At this moment, Negan noticed something ahead. When they heard Negan's voice, they all shone their flashlights forward. In front of them, a train was blocking the tunnel, and the corpses were piling up at its end. Alden's torch had run out of batteries and needed to be replaced. Their supplies were kept by 2 people, but they were not here. Everyone looked around and saw that the 2 were really gone, and one of them was the teenager. Looks like they should have run away in fear. One person began blaming Negan for scaring them away with his earlier comments. Just then, Daryl seemed to hear something and gestured for everyone to be quiet. All heads turned towards the darkness behind them, where more zombies were emerging, and they were not in small numbers. They stopped arguing. This was not the time for disputes. Daryl and a few others stayed behind to fend off the zombies, while Gabriel and the rest continued clearing the path ahead. They soon reached the back of the train. However, Negan, looking into the crevice, saw that it was blocked by rubble, making it impossible to pass through. Alden, checking the situation on the other side, found the same problem. Their only option was to try to pry open the train doors and see if they could pass through from the inside. They made several attempts, but the doors remained stubbornly sealed shut. Meanwhile, the number of zombies on Daryl's side continued to grow. If things continue like this, they won't be able to withstand it at all. He can only shout for a few people to retreat to the rear. Duncan, seeing that Alden's group couldn't open the door, signaled for them to move aside and took a running start, slamming his shoulder against it. Daryl made a quick decision, telling everyone to climb up onto the train's roof. There was no time to break open the doors now. They climbed up in an orderly manner. Daryl tried to evacuate with the dog in his arms, but the dog went straight through a gap in the side. The dog had become Daryl's companion, so he and Maggie agreed to meet at the next platform. With that, Daryl followed suit, chasing after the dog. The dog had vanished, probably having crawled out from under the train. The zombies from behind were closing in gradually. Maggie glanced back, realizing it was just her and Negan left. Negan wasted no time and quickly climbed up onto the train. Once Negan made space for her, Maggie followed suit. At this point, one zombie was dangerously close to Maggie, ready to grab her at any moment. Just as Maggie managed to grab the edge of the train's roof, the zombie seized her leg. Negan observed Maggie's dire situation and noticed the approaching zombies behind her. An evil thought crossed his mind. In that moment, Maggie felt hopeless. With so many zombies below, there was no way she could survive a fall. Fortunately, Maggie didn't tumble down but landed steadily on the ground. However, as she tried to climb back up, another zombie beneath the train pulled her down. The zombies from behind were getting closer. Maggie could only use her pistol to kill them, and after firing 3 shots in a row, the pistol finally ran out of bullets. Maggie was overwhelmed by the horde of undead in the tunnel. Meanwhile, the rest of the group had climbed to the top of a train car. The lid here was conveniently removable, and Gabriel led the way. Jumping inside, there were only 3 zombies, all of which Gabriel dispatched. 3 minutes later, everyone had jumped down from the train car. They attempted to open the door between the train cars, but the handle had rusted shut and was impossible to open. It was only at this moment that Alden noticed there was no one on the train roof. He asked if anyone had seen Maggie. Negan's expression looked a bit unnatural as he pretended to look back and spoke. The others also looked around but didn't seem to doubt Negan's words. Alden considered going back to search for Maggie, but the others discouraged him. Maggie had told them not to go back and look for her if she fell off during the operation, but to keep going and finish the job. Gabriel also adjusted his mindset. Now that the squad needed him to command it, he believed their current task was to pry open the door and proceed to the first train car. So, with their tools in hand, several people began working on the door. After 5 minutes of concerted effort, they finally managed to open the door. The group entered the train car in an orderly fashion. There were no zombies inside this car, and they headed straight for the door, ready to open the next one in the same manner. But at that moment, they heard a pounding sound, like it was coming from the train's roof. Negan suggested it might be zombies banging against the car, and just as he finished speaking, the sound became louder and more distinct. This time, it seemed to be originating from under their feet. Negan was uneasy. He had a guess he didn't want to admit. Negan's guess turned out to be correct. It was Maggie. She had somehow survived and was down there. The first thing Maggie did when she came up was to look at Negan. Negan wiped away some nosebleed and admitted it outright. Faced with the accusations, Negan said, "I didn't actively try to kill her. She was in trouble, and I didn't go to help." There's a big difference. Negan's behavior may not have been immoral, but what he said made sense. The crowd couldn't refute it for a moment. At that moment, they heard a cry for help from the other side of the train car. They grabbed their weapons and rushed to the door, but when they saw what was inside, they froze. Trapped inside was the young man who had taken their supplies. He explained that they had opened a door in the tunnel, and many zombies had poured out, chasing them. It turns out the sudden influx of zombies in the tunnel was due to the actions of these two individuals who had fled. Negan wanted to go and help open the door, but Maggie stopped him. Opening the door now would mean facing a horde of zombies unprepared. Maggie's intention was to abandon the young man. With no other choice, Maggie sent Duncan to stop him. Alden was extremely displeased with Maggie's decision not to save him. He went up to help.
Help! Gage?
Alden?
Maggie! Open the door!
The boy was trapped in the carriage and the zombies were getting closer behind him. Gage is in a panic. He now realizes that he made a mistake and should not have run off with everyone's supplies. Desperately, Gage pleaded with Maggie to give him a chance to redeem himself. Maggie shook her head, refusing, stating that there simply wasn't enough ammunition to deal with the zombies.
Maggie, listen to me. We have time. We can get that door open.
Alden wants to save Gage. He doesn't want to watch a life fade away. However, this time, even Gabriel stepped in to prevent Alden from interfering. In truth, Gage had brought this fate upon himself.
Sorry. I can't.
Maggie's words felt like a death sentence to Gage. His eyes grew resentful, and as the zombies closed in from behind, Gage drew the knife he always carried with him. Everyone thought he was going to make a desperate last stand, but to their surprise, Gage took a deep breath and plunged the knife into his own chest. In fact, none of them could bear to do so, but not because of a deserter to bring all of us into danger. In the end, Gage was swarmed by the zombies, and he didn't cry out in pain but simply gazed silently at Maggie. The reason Gage had taken his own life was to leave Maggie burdened with guilt. After a while, Duncan tries to open the door on the other side of the carriage, but it's really rusty and his efforts don't help. Meanwhile, Gabriel and the others sat in their seats, trying to rest. It was at this moment that Gage rose again, but he had become one of the zombies. They glanced at him and then averted their eyes, all feeling a sense of guilt.
You guys don't want to look at him. Why? Why won't you look at him?
All that is the shell of a man who died a coward.
It's a hot take, Father. Who's scared. They didn't deserve to die like that. In the worst way imaginable.
Maggie approached. Understanding that Alden blamed her for being too heartless, she explained, "This way of dying isn't that bad. I've faced far worse challenges in the years I've been away. The world outside is 1,000 times crueler. So, I won't feel guilty about this, and I don't believe I've done wrong." Maggie had indeed changed a lot. The Maggie of old would never have turned her back on someone in need, but this was the apocalypse, and people grew in the face of one perilous situation after another. Indecisive people don't make it to the end. At a certain point in the tunnel, the wall had been chiseled open, and a man and a dog emerged. It's Daryl, who's been separated from the group to look for the dog. Daryl had no idea of his current location and was even more uncertain about the whereabouts of his companions. The tunnel was cluttered with various household items, indicating that survivors had once lived here. At that moment, the dog stopped at the corner of the wall. There seems to be something inside. Daryl got closer to see what turned out to be zombies, presumably the people who had lived here before, either frozen alive or starved to death. Just as Daryl was about to give this stranger a final farewell, distant screams echoed through the tunnel. The dog immediately began barking furiously and darted into a nearby corridor. With no other option, Daryl followed, crawling through the pipes for about 10 minutes until he reached the end. As soon as Daryl landed on the ground, 2 zombies surrounded him, and he took them out with a few swipes of his meteor hammer. Daryl proceeded forward, following the source of the screams he had heard earlier. There were bloodstains on the ground, and he couldn't discern whether they belonged to his comrades or the zombies. Suddenly, He heard the dog barking in the darkness. Daryl called out softly, but a trembling figure emerged. At first, Daryl thought it was a zombie and prepared to defend himself. However, as he got a clearer view, he realized it was one of the teammates who had fled with Gage. The person, Roy, was covered in blood and appeared to be severely wounded. Zombies were still in pursuit. Daryl couldn't stand by and watch. He immediately assisted the dog in eliminating the pursuing zombies. Afterward, Daryl quickly set down his backpack and examined Roy's injuries. Despite Roy's severe appearance, the wounds weren't caused by zombies and could be managed with proper first aid. Roy admits that they initially tried to sneak back to the surface, but they unexpectedly encountered a zombie horde, which led to his separation from Gage. Daryl inquired about the supplies they had with them, especially the ammunition. Roy looked guilty as he confessed that the backpack had been lost during their escape. Daryl didn't press further and began using cotton to help stop Roy's bleeding.
Stop. Don't waste that on me.
Feeling guilty about his earlier escape, Roy handed Daryl the only remaining grenade and a pistol.
Tell my kids I didn't die a coward.
Inside the carriage, Duncan and the others were still struggling to open the door. After their efforts, the door finally opened, which was good news. Everyone's eyes turned toward it, but there was another door inside. A man stepped forward to try and open it, but after a few attempts, he noticed that it was blocked from the inside with a chair. It's too difficult to open. They exchanged helpless glances. Then, their gazes turned to Maggie, expecting her to make a decision on what to do next. It was at this moment that they noticed the other door on the opposite side of the carriage was starting to loosen, likely from the continuous pounding of the zombies. They readied their weapons, prepared for a fight because they had no other option. Duncan grew increasingly anxious, vigorously trying to break open the door at the rear. If there's too many zombies coming in, they won't be able to clear it. Gabriel, holding a shotgun, stood at the forefront, and the others were ready, waiting for the zombies to breach. Soon, the carriage door could no longer hold, and it collapsed under the pressure. Gunshots rang out, and Daryl, in the tunnel, heard them distinctly. His comrades were undoubtedly in trouble. He hurriedly rushed forward with the dog. Gabriel's shotgun had devastating power, taking down 2 or 3 zombies with each shot. When he ran out of shotgun shells, he switched to an AK rifle, exhibiting a one-against-many attitude. However, their ammunition was limited, and for the remaining zombies, they had to rely on bows and hand-to-hand combat. Over the years, Maggie had already taught her subordinates Rick's combat tactics. In this narrow space, they worked in pairs, taking turns to kill zombies to avoid chaos and friendly fire. Duncan finally managed to smash the door open slightly, enough for a hand to reach through, but when he looked inside, he was surprised to see that zombies had also entered this section of the carriage. He hesitated for a moment and then ran over to inform Maggie. Maggie loaded her pistol with ammunition and handed it to Negan, who was standing nearby. Negan was also surprised that this woman still trusted him. Holding the pistol, he ran toward the rear of the carriage. If they didn't break through this door in time, it was likely that everyone would perish here. The zombies pouring in from the other side were simply overwhelming. Despite Maggie and her group's valiant efforts to take down the zombies, they just kept coming endlessly from behind. Meanwhile, Daryl had crawled into the carriage, drawn by the sounds of gunshots, and the zombies were now converging toward the noise. Daryl is positioned just behind the zombies, so he's ready to sneak up on them. The pistol Roy gave him came in handy. Daryl didn't think of any strategy. He just went straight for it with his pistol in hand. Maggie and the others were fighting to kill the zombies, but the number of zombies behind them continued to grow. Daryl eventually ran out of bullets and had to rely on his knife to clear the remaining zombies. He quickly dispatched them, then noticed the carriage door blocked by a chair. Understanding the urgency of the situation, he swiftly removed the obstacle. Maggie and the others retreated quickly. There were too many zombies there. Once everyone was inside, Daryl pulled out the hand grenade Roy had given him, pulled the pin, and shoved it into a zombie's mouth. Then he kicked the zombies out with all his might. The grenade blew the zombies to a bloody pulp. They all breathed a sigh of relief as the crisis had finally been averted. Daryl had cleared the rear carriages, making it easier for them to reach the next platform. Of course, Daryl hadn't truly given up on Roy. He had also helped treat Roy's injuries. They walked to the exit and found places to sit down and rest. Everyone was exhausted after the events of the night, and Negan gave Maggie her gun back. There's no telling how their feud will end. After a brief rest, Maggie decided they should continue on. Their people had previously established a supply station nearby with backup food and water, a place to rest for a while. As they approached the supply station on the surface, the sight ahead put them on high alert. There were bodies hanging upside down on both sides of the road, and it looked weird as hell. Negan, who was leading the way, suggested going back the way they came and finding another way round. Before Negan could finish speaking, an arrow pierced Roy, followed by a throwing knife that severed Elijah's arm. Everyone quickly took cover, realizing they were under attack. The assailants were none other than the group they had mentioned before, the Reapers. There's about a dozen of them, masked and armed, coming towards them. The aura they emitted instilled an intangible sense of oppression. The survivor squad arrived at a crossroads, and the scene before them left them utterly shocked. They saw lifeless bodies hanging upside down on both sides, as if the end of this road was a gateway to hell. Negan had intended to suggest going around this place, but before he could finish his sentence, Roy was struck by an arrow through the head. Elijah's hand was severed by a flying dagger, and there were arrows coming at them from the air. They had no choice but to seek cover and hide. Daryl cautiously peeked out and saw a dozen masked figures armed and approaching them. They were the Reapers, the very ones Maggie had warned them about. And these people moved through the woods like ghosts. Alden hadn't even spotted the enemy when a throwing knife found its mark in his shoulder. Elijah, who had lost his hand, was slow to run, and one of the Reapers wiped his neck from behind. Duncan, who was sprinting, couldn't escape his fate either, as several throwing knives embedded themselves in his body. These Reapers didn't engage in direct combat. They moved like specters, waiting for the perfect moment to deliver a deadly blow. Daryl saw one of the Reapers disappear into the woods and immediately called his dog to chase after them, with several Reapers following suit. Maggie tries to sneak up on them, but a rope catches her around the neck, and Cole sees it and rushes over to back her up. When Maggie managed to break free and stand up, the surroundings had fallen eerily silent. Maggie picked up Cole's scythe, sensing someone watching her from behind. The Reaper seemed surprised, but by the time he turned to look, Maggie had disappeared. The following morning, Maggie followed the trail of blood on the ground. Most of the group had scattered. They were being hunted by the Reapers. Maggie was seething with anger. This organization had previously destroyed their home, and now they were mercilessly slaughtering her group once again. She refused to believe that all her friends had been killed. Finding them was her top priority now. Maggie kept a vigilant eye on her surroundings, confident that she had shaken off the Reaper who had been tailing her. After a while, Maggie arrived at the side of a building. She had intended to open the door and take shelter for a while before searching for the others. But just as Maggie was about to open the door, the Reapers caught up to her. Maggie quickly ran behind an obstacle and hid, but she didn't see her attackers. Luckily, the door wasn't locked, and Maggie easily slipped inside. This seemed to be a staircase leading to the basement. At the very bottom, there was a door that Maggie opened and stepped inside. She then placed a glass bottle behind the door, a precaution in case the Reapers were to follow, giving her an early warning. After these actions, Maggie fumbled her way into the basement. The place appeared deserted and hadn't seen human activity in quite some time, she guessed. Following the signs on the wall, Maggie made her way to the stairs on the other side. This building had multiple floors, and she was determined to reach the top for better visibility of her surroundings. 5 minutes later, Maggie had lost count of how many floors she had climbed. Maggie was looking down with her torch when suddenly a zombie jumped at her from behind. Fortunately, her quick reflexes prevented her from getting bitten, and after a struggle, she dispatched the zombie with a knife to its head. Unfortunately, her flashlight had fallen as well, probably due to the severely decayed railing. Now, Maggie had no choice but to ascend the remaining stairs in darkness. 15 years in the post-apocalyptic world had made Maggie remarkably resilient. Upon reaching the top floor, Maggie prepared to use her lighter for illumination, unaware that a figure was lurking behind her. Maggie kicked the Reapers straight down. Maggie breathed a sigh of relief, realizing she might have died if she hadn't heard the noise from inside. But at that moment, footsteps echoed in the darkness once more. Maggie had no choice but to rush into the room ahead. This floor appeared spacious. In the pre-apocalyptic days, it might have been under construction for a shopping center or something similar. Maggie cautiously explored the room, as the noise had emanated from here earlier. Suddenly, Maggie noticed movement behind the wall. Maggie used all her strength to hold onto the scythe. If she couldn't hold on, she would die. She wanted to get the bottle next to her to fight back, so she used her foot to support the man's arm, and then freed one hand to get the bottle. That's when Negan appeared behind the man and he slammed his stick down. They exchanged a quick glance but didn't have time to speak. Maggie picked up a knife from the floor and thrust it into the Reaper's back. However, the man managed to retrieve 2 items from his waist and tossed them in their direction. Negan pulled Maggie out of the way. When the smoke cleared, the Reaper who had just died was nowhere to be found, leaving only a pool of blood on the floor. They moved over to Alden, who was lucky to be alive but had sustained serious abdominal injuries. There were 4 wounds on his stomach, but judging by Alden's condition they shouldn't be deep, but walking might be a struggle. Even in his condition, Alden insisted on heading to the supply station, believing that their comrades could survive and catch up with them. This left Negan quite puzzled. Maggie reiterated her determination that the plan wouldn't change, and they would continue on to the supply station. After all, the people of Alexandria's safe zone were counting on them to bring back food. This woman was truly stubborn, and in the end, Negan gave in. Since he can't change her mind, he's in. They continued, supporting Alden, but progress was slow due to his severe injuries. It had taken them half an hour, and they still had 16 miles to go. Suddenly, they heard a woman's voice up ahead. Maggie didn't hesitate. She assisted Alden and walked in the direction of the voice. It could very well be their comrades in trouble. Facing the Reapers, following the sound, they arrived at a house where a woman was fighting off zombies. It was their companion, Agatha. Upon seeing Maggie approach, Agatha's voice trembled as she said, "Duncan is in bad shape." Maggie followed Agatha inside and saw Duncan leaning against the wall. Duncan had been struck by several throwing knives the previous night, and now he was close to the end. Maggie found it hard to accept. Over the past few years, Duncan had become like family to her. He had not only supported her unconditionally but had also been exceptionally kind to Herschel.
Duncan. For all of it. I'm so sorry.
Why? We were lucky. We were good.
For a little while.
Promise. Make sure she gets home.
With a heavy heart, Maggie bid Duncan a final farewell, and they resumed their journey. Only they were followed by zombies, and not a few of them. As they walked, Alden and Maggie began to chat, reminiscing about everything that had happened at the hilltop, and he was convinced that Maggie had the power to keep everyone alive. As they continued, Alden was about to suggest that they leave him behind if the zombies got too close, realizing that his injuries were slowing them down significantly. But before he could voice his thoughts, Maggie interrupted him. She reassured Alden not to entertain such thoughts, as they would never abandon him. After a while, they noticed a body hanging from a tree up ahead, seemingly burned alive by someone. A sign above read "Hell," likely some kind of warning. As they paused in bewilderment, a large group of zombies began to surround them. Maggie yells at everyone to get out of there. Negan and Agatha covered them with their weapons. Just a few meters out, Alden accidentally fell to the ground and Negan quickly ran up to take over from Maggie. Negan instructed Maggie to cover from the side. Agatha had just killed a zombie but had her hand grabbed by another. Maggie was very anxious. She fought to kill the zombies and tried to pull Agatha out. Negan rushed up and hugged Maggie, telling her not to do anything rash. Agatha can't be saved. Maggie, in a fit of hysteria, demanded that Negan let go. She had just promised Duncan that she would bring Agatha back home, but now it had come to this. An hour passed, and Maggie finally regained her composure. This time, they were walking on a road, which was faster. After a while, a house appeared in front of them. Maggie decided to go inside and take a rest. While she and Negan could endure, Alden's injuries were severe. Inside, they were surprised to find an abandoned church. They sat on pews to catch their breath. Alden turned to Maggie and said, "You should leave me behind. At this rate, when will we ever reach the supply station? I'm just a burden now, and you both know it." Seeing that Maggie remained unmoved, Alden continued, "Do you know why I left Negan to join you? Because you always do the right thing, leading everyone to survive. So now, you have to do the same. Food is our mission. The children at Alexandria Safe Zone are waiting for you, including my son, Adam. If this plan fails, everything we've done, and our future, will be meaningless. Everyone will starve." In the end, Maggie was swayed, and they decided to leave Alden behind temporarily, promising to return for him after completing the mission. They could only hope that the Reapers wouldn't find him in the meantime. And so, Maggie and Negan continued their journey together. It remained uncertain whether this arch-rival pair would be able to harmoniously complete their mission. Meanwhile, in a wooded area, Gabriel sat on the ground, resting. Last night, he was slashed on the neck by the Reapers. Fortunately, the wound was not deep and located on the side. Although he had survived, he was now being hunted by the Reapers. There was a struggle and the awl is still stuck in his thigh, but Gabriel was also more ruthless. The Reapers were seriously injured and were now fleeing in the distance. Gabriel glanced in that direction, gritting his teeth and catching his breath. He intended to catch up and finish that bastard off. The apocalypse had driven people to madness. Even a priest could become a butcher. 10 minutes later, Gabriel reached a wooded area where the man's shoes were discarded on the ground. The wounded Reaper lay beside a tree, gasping for breath.
You moved slower than I thought you would. Why does you always come for me?
You tried to kill my friends.
Pray for me. I thought you were a man of God.
God isn't here anymore.
In the previous episode, the Survivor team ventured out in search of food but fell into an ambush by the Reapers. Amidst the chaos, Daryl spotted one of the Reapers entering a dense forest and immediately pursued. Guided by his loyal dog, Daryl arrived at an abandoned house, where the Reaper was scouring the hallway, seemingly searching for him. Daryl picked up a stone from the ground and threw it in the distance to divert the Reaper's attention. The man was indeed drawn to the sound and moved in that direction. Daryl silently circled around from behind, planning to ambush the Reapers. However, just as Daryl closed in, the Reaper seemed to vanish into thin air. Daryl became wary, scanning his surroundings, and at that moment, he sensed faint footsteps behind him. The Reapers were slowly closing in on him, and so, they engaged in a fierce struggle. Daryl seized the opportunity and firmly held onto the man's hand, preventing him from using his knife. The Reaper was equally strong, locking Daryl down and relentlessly attacking his back with elbow strikes. They grappled without either gaining the upper hand, refusing to release their grips. In their tussle, they rolled down a slope, finally separating. Daryl's dog also took advantage of the chaos and rushed in, biting the man's thigh, causing him to scream in agony. Meanwhile, two more Reapers approached from behind as Daryl stood with his back to them. The middle Reaper seemed to anticipate something. After hurling a throwing knife, Daryl wasted no time and sprinted away. It wasn't the moment for a protracted fight. The next morning, the Reapers were still in the vicinity, searching for Daryl but unable to locate him. Instead, they found his loyal dog. Daryl hadn't gone far. He used zombie blood and flesh to camouflage his face before embarking on a search for his canine companion. This faithful dog had been his closest companion for many years. Suddenly, he heard the distant barking of his dog and immediately rushed towards the source. 3 minutes later, Daryl crossed a grassy field to reach the sound's origin. His dog was indeed there, but the situation was somewhat precarious because there was a Reaper nearby. Strangely, the dog appeared obedient beside this individual.
Said let him go.
The Reapers didn't reply but took off their masks. It was a blonde woman and she was quite good looking. The moment Daryl laid eyes on her, his mind went blank, and his stern expression softened. This woman turned out to be his girlfriend.
I never thought I'd see you again.
Yeah, I thought the same.
Let's rewind time 7 years ago. Does everyone remember this river? Rick blew up that bridge and hasn't been heard from since. Daryl couldn't believe his best friend was really gone, so he kept searching relentlessly. 2 years passed, and still, there was no sign of Rick. Then one day, as Daryl was about to return to his makeshift shelter, he heard the distant barking of a dog. A cute little pup emerged from the woods, not afraid of Daryl but rather happily bounding towards him. Daryl picked up the puppy, and they played for a while.
Where'd you come from, huh?
When the puppy seemed tired, it wriggled out of Daryl's arms and headed back in the direction it came from. Clearly having an owner, Daryl didn't force the puppy to stay and return to his shelter. He resumed studying the map of the river, marking X's on places he had already searched. Today, he had eliminated another location. Daryl couldn't help but sigh in wonder. Rick, my best friend, where are you? Daryl is the most emotional person on the show. There's no one like him who can wander around alone to find his brother. He wandered alone, using the sky as his roof, the earth as his bed, and enduring hunger as a daily companion. Worse still, he had to endure harsh storms, his flimsy shelter feeling like paper. Every time he faced such conditions, he gritted his teeth and persevered. 1 year later, Daryl encountered the same dog on the road, but now it had grown significantly. The dog seemed anxious, as if it needed help. Daryl suspected that its owner might be in trouble. Following the dog, he arrived at a residential area. 2 zombies lurked outside one of the houses, and there was commotion inside. Armed with his crossbow, Daryl burst into the house and found a zombie. Suddenly, a woman rushed out.
I asked you a question.
I'm leaving.
By nightfall, Daryl found himself bound to a chair. The woman tossed the zombie's body outside and continued to interrogate Daryl about why he had come here. Daryl reluctantly says, "Your dog found me. I just wanted to come and help." The woman, however, sneered, "You're tied up here now. Your life is in my hands. Do you really think I need your help?" Daryl fell silent, not wanting to explain further, but women are so strange. She puts the gun down when she sees Daryl's indifference. Then she cut the rope with a knife and told him to get out of there. 6 months later, Daryl still hadn't found Rick, and a scar adorned his face. The dog would occasionally seek him out, like an old friend reuniting after a long absence. Each time, Daryl would escort the dog back home. As a result, he became increasingly familiar with the woman. Another 8 months passed, and Daryl was still without any sign of Rick. At times, when he caught fish, he would secretly leave them at the woman's doorstep. Upon discovering this, she came to his temporary shelter to express her gratitude and noticed Daryl's frostbitten hands. With winter approaching and temperatures dropping, she extended an invitation for Daryl to spend the night at her house. It was on this evening that the woman finally let her guard down and shared her past. Her name was Leah, and she had secluded herself here for a year, devastated by the loss of her son. Daryl's arrival had disrupted the tranquility of her life. As the days passed, their relationship became extraordinary. They fished together and lay on rocks, studying maps together. The hearts of 2 wanderers gradually came together, and they even took the final step. However, 10 months later, Daryl expressed his desire to venture farther in search of Rick. He assured Leah that he would return in a few days, but Leah was very upset. It's not that she's preventing Daryl from going out, but rather that this man's heart seems to have no place for her. His mind is consumed with thoughts of finding his brother, whom Leah believes is already dead. She wonders where she stands in all of this. In the end, Leah left the decision to Daryl. Ultimately, Daryl set out on his mission to find Rick, as it had become his unwavering duty. After 5 days of looking outside, Daryl still hadn't found any sign of Rick. However, when he returned to the cabin, he found it in disarray, and there was no sign of Leah. The framed photograph of Leah and her son had been taken. Daryl couldn't help but understand that Leah had likely left. At that moment, the dog emerged, indicating that Leah hadn't taken it with her. Intending it to be a companion for Daryl, Daryl suddenly felt a sense of emptiness in his heart, uncertain whether Leah would ever return. So, in a place known only to the 2 of them, he hid some food and left a note with a map leading to the Alexandria safe zone. The message read, "You are my ultimate destination. If you come back, come find me." After that, Daryl took the dog and left. People are indeed strange. Often, it's only after losing something that they truly appreciate its value. Daryl never saw Leah again.
Oh boy, we won't get her back.
Then it was Carol who found him and asked Daryl to look after Henry as he studied medicine at the hilltop, only to run into the Whisperers.
Watch this.
After dealing with the threat of the Whisperers, Daryl returned to the small cabin with Carol, but it was deserted and there was no sign of human habitation. The dog seemed to catch a scent, becoming visibly agitated as it focused on a wooden board. Carol had to pry the boards open, and this was where Daryl had put the note. The dog retrieved one of its former toys and ran outside. Carol found the note, bearing only Daryl's handwriting, indicating that Leah hadn't returned. Daryl felt a sense of regret, realizing that he might never see Leah again in his lifetime. He just didn't realize that after 3 years, they would be meeting in such a situation. Leah had become a member of the Reapers, seemingly holding a significant position within the group. It explained why the dog hadn't run away but sat obediently by her side.
What are you doing out here? You alone?
See anybody with me?
Leah appeared more distant now, wanting to know the origins of the people Daryl had been with. She even aimed a gun at her former lover, just like their initial encounter. Naturally, Daryl couldn't reveal that Alexandria's safe zone existed, as it would jeopardize the community. He stated that he was still a loner.
Wanna go? Come on, boy. Come on.
Facing Daryl's call, the dog remained motionless on the ground.
Well, that's funny.
What's funny?
I always thought he liked you better.
Look, I don't know who you're fighting, but I am not part of it. We're going. Come on!
Suddenly, 2 more members of the Reapers emerged from the surrounding woods. Daryl was captured by this mysterious organization and taken to the Reapers' headquarters. Through the slit in the hood he wore over his head, Daryl could see Leah and the dog following. Along with the body hanging in the air, the Reapers patrolling the neighborhood also looked over, because Leah's rank in the Reapers is very high. Why did Leah suddenly bring back a dog today? In the end, Daryl was brought to a shipping container and tied to a chair, seemingly prepared for a harsh interrogation. In the last episode, the Reapers captured Daryl and brought him back to base camp. They were trying to get information out of him about where Maggie and the others came from. Leah walked up to Daryl and removed the hood, and they shared an awkward glance. Considering they had been a loving couple 3 years ago, Daryl apologized, saying, "I went back to find you, but you were gone. I'm sorry to have let you get mixed up with these people." However, Leah retorted, "There's no need to apologize. These people found and accepted me. They're my family now." Hearing this, Daryl understood that they could never go back to how things were. Leah still held some affection for their past, which is why she wanted to talk to Daryl alone, hoping to gather information in a gentler way. But there was no way Daryl would betray Alexandria's safe zone, so he lied and said, "The family I told you about fought a war against a group called the Whisperers a long time ago, and they were all wiped out. I'm just wandering around on my own now." Leah was quiet about the answer and wondered if she believed it.
You're filthy.
Later, Leah brought a damp cloth and gently wiped Daryl's face, as if their relationship had regressed to 3 years ago. But then, by the time Daryl was conscious again, cold water was pouring in through his mouth and nose. The Reaper on the right, named Brandon, held a strong grudge against Daryl because he liked Leah.
Again! The others. Are they still out there?
I don't know.
Who's the leader? Is it the woman?
I ain't one of them.
Since he didn't believe Daryl's answer, they resorted to more torture. This time, the torture lasted a long while, and Leah began to feel uneasy.
I said stop. I'll handle it. I said up.
Brandon was not convinced, but he did what he was told. After all, Leah was second only to the boss. Leah removed the hood from Daryl's head and said sternly, "I need you to cooperate and tell us everything you know. Our leader won't be as lenient." Leah's words carried a threat, but it was also an attempt to get Daryl to cooperate and suffer less. After some contemplation, Daryl responded, "I encountered those people on the road, made a trade with them for some food and supplies. I've known them for less than a week." Leah shook her head, clearly not buying into the story at all.
Go ahead, kill me if you want. I got nothing else to say.
Following that, Daryl was locked in a cell, and it was unrealistic to escape with armed guards patrolling nearby. At this moment, a cough came from the cage across from Daryl. To his surprise, it was one of his former squad members, the one who often accused Negan. Daryl quickly turned away, not wanting this guy to recognize him. He was worried that talking to him might reveal something. But, as fate would have it, the worst-case scenario unfolded.
Daryl, is that you? The others, are they okay?
I don't know where your friends are. Understand? I want no part of it. Leave me alone. Got it?
The man first appeared confused but then understood Daryl's intentions. There must be someone outside listening to their conversation. He nodded his head in cooperation. However, just as they finished their conversation, 2 members of the Reapers entered, intending to take the man from the opposite cage away. 5 minutes later, Leah arrived at the cell door. She criticized Daryl for being as stubborn as ever and not willing to tell the truth. But Daryl replied,
I've never lied to you. Never, Leah.
The look on his face is as sincere as it gets. It's true that men are all born liars. Upon hearing that, Leah was also somewhat moved. Nonetheless, she persisted and asked again, how much do you really know about those people? Daryl remained steadfast, claiming he knew nothing. He added, if I can help you in any way, I'm willing to do it. You know me. Give me the dog and let me leave this place. I promise you won't see me again. While they were conversing, the two Reapers returned with the man they had taken away, indicating that they hadn't had a chance to interrogate him. Leah expressed her confusion and asked what had happened.
Found Bossy.
And Turner?
They proceeded to the leader's room, and upon entering, they heard cries of grief. They went straight to the house. Leah pulled back the curtain and there stood their leader, while seated was their returning comrade in arms, Bossy. Bossy was the Reaper who had been hit by Maggie's throwing knife. Inside the room, a priest was praying for the deceased. The dead man was also killed by Maggie and Negan, and his body was carried back by Bossy. This Reaper organization not only possessed formidable combat skills but also shared a deep bond of friendship among its members. Leah looked at her dead family with a look of sadness on her face. At that moment a slim figure stepped out, with his elegant demeanor and gold glasses. Who would have thought he was the boss of the Reapers? His subordinates referred to him as Pope. Pope was furious. The pursuit of Maggie's team had resulted in heavy losses this time, except for Bossy, who brought back the body of one of his mates. There's still one unaccounted for, the one Gabriel killed. So Pope is furious, and he's going to make these people pay, especially Maggie. Meanwhile, in the cell, Daryl was attempting to break free from his bindings. Just then, Leah returned to the cell, and Daryl quickly noticed that she seemed sad. He couldn't help but inquire about what had happened. Leah, with sadness in her voice, replied, "One of our brothers has died." She then began to talk about the pre-apocalyptic times. These Reapers had once been Special Forces soldiers, but after retiring, they became mercenaries. They had fought in various parts of the world and had formed deep bonds of brotherhood among themselves. A few years ago, Pope had found them and established the current organization. Talking and talking, they brought up the time when they were in love, which was a good memory. Leah adjusted her emotions and continued, "I can help you because no matter what, I still care about you. I don't want anything bad to happen to you, but you need to tell me some information. Anything you can. I can try to convince Pope to let you join us. Otherwise, death awaits you." After some contemplation, Daryl decided to reveal some information. He said, "The woman you mentioned is the leader because I'm an outsider. They usually communicate using codes. In the team, there's a tall, skinny guy who never stops talking, and there's also a priest carrying a shotgun. These three are the leadership. Their purpose on this mission is to rendezvous with a larger force, probably consisting of over 30 warriors. More than your people, that's all I know." Armed with this information, Leah stood up, preparing to go to Pope and secure Daryl's release. Later, she went to Pope's room and discussed the idea of bringing Daryl on board. The reasoning is that they need more men now, and Daryl fits perfectly with the idea of the Reapers who never shies away from danger and isn't afraid to die. Initially, Pope was hesitant, but Leah and Pope shared a unique bond, sometimes resembling that of a father and daughter. Furthermore, Leah assured Pope that Daryl would not disappoint. Pope finally relented but insisted on meeting Daryl in person. A while later, Daryl was once again brought to a container, waiting for Pope to arrive. Leah instructed the others to leave and then proceeded to untie Daryl. Suddenly, they heard a loud noise at the door. Leah sensed that something was amiss and tried to open the door, but it had been locked from the outside. As Leah struggled to understand the situation, liquid began to seep in under the door, and the scent in the air suggested it was gasoline. The lights inside the room went out, and a trail of fire started spreading from the doorway. Pope was attempting to burn them alive. Daryl sprang into action, trying to remove the wooden boards from the window, but they were securely nailed in place and proved difficult to remove. Leah, on the other hand, tried smashing the window with a chair, but her efforts were in vain, and the thick smoke began to affect her ability to move. Daryl decided to dismantle the metal pipe support near the wall to use as a tool. However, the pipe was scalding hot from the fire. Leah pointed out that the pipe support had iron bars, which could be used as a tool. With this newfound tool, they managed to break open the window quickly. Daryl smashed the glass with his hand and then pulled Leah out through the window before leaping out himself. They gasped for fresh air, narrowly escaping the life-threatening blaze. Leah lifted her head and realized that their fellow Reapers were watching them. She couldn't help but understand that Pope had put Daryl to the test with her life. Leah wasn't angry. Instead, she walked over to join her comrades. Daryl faced them without fear, as he had never been one to back down.
Forged by fire. Ordained by God. Welcome him!
In this way, Daryl successfully passed the test and was accepted into the Reapers. Daryl was then called into a room alone by Pope to ask questions. Pope may have had a friendly appearance, but he saw himself as a godlike figure, and judging by the fact that he's prepared to sacrifice Leah to the test, there's just something sinister and scary about this guy. During the questioning, Daryl didn't adopt a submissive attitude. Instead, he remained defiant, not hiding his rebellious nature. Daryl understood that if he simply flattered Pope, he would meet a quick demise. Once the questioning was over, Pope invited Daryl to dine with him. After the test and conversation, Pope felt that Daryl was a good fit for the Reapers. He instructed his followers to treat Daryl as one of their own. Pope went on to introduce Daryl to Bossy. Speaking highly of him, Pope mentioned how Bossy had walked 16 kilometers back home, carrying a fallen comrade while injured. Pope admired him for this and expressed his gratitude. Bossy modestly downplayed his actions, saying he had only done what anyone else would have done. Pope nodded and then signaled for Bossy to turn around, asking if his back wound still hurt.
You made anything?
I just have one question.
Sure.
Something's been bothering me.
Where were you when Turner was being attacked?
I was right there just like I told you.
Uh-huh. Facing the enemy.
Yeah.
He's been through enough.
The implication behind Pope's question was clear. He didn't trust his men's words and believed that Bossy had abandoned his comrades during the battle, as fleeing was a natural human instinct. Bossy is freaking out. This sudden turn of events startled everyone, and Bossy was pinned down in the fire pit, burning alive. This incident served as a warning for Daryl to never display any suspicious behavior, otherwise, death would await him. It was clear that this old man was incredibly paranoid. In the forest, a woman grasped a dagger, and a man held a pry bar, cooperating to take down zombies. It was none other than Maggie and Negan on their way to a supply station.
We should get moving. The others could already be at the satellite post.
Or it could just be us.
It's interesting that they have a blood feud and now they're working together. Negan remained wary of Maggie, fearing that she might not resist the urge to kill him. So, he suggested, "I think we should trust each other to survive together." Maggie, unapologetically, responded, "Why should I trust you if I want to survive? The only way is for me to disregard you." Negan shook his head helplessly.
If that's how you feel, I don't understand why you haven't put me down yet.
As soon as Negan finished speaking, his face turned horrified. Though Maggie's strike was aimed at the zombies, she didn't care about his life or death. Negan reminded himself to stay extremely vigilant for their future actions. An hour later, they finally reached the supply station, a town that had long been abandoned and in disrepair. They carefully surveyed the surroundings, wary that the Reapers might be monitoring nearby. The beige house was where their team had left the supplies. Maggie found the food, all of it hidden in the basement. Negan checked the house and concluded that no one had been here before, possibly meaning that their companions had been killed by the Reapers. Maggie, however, was convinced that someone had survived and would come here eventually. All they had to do was wait. Negan tried to persuade her. The longer we wait, the higher the chance those lunatics find us. And what good does it do to take this food back? How long will this little bit last? He advised waiting until sunset. If no one came by then, it would mean that the others were most likely dead. Maggie wanted to argue, but Negan was stating the uncomfortable truth she didn't want to accept. So, they waited until the sun went down, and still, no one came. Negan stood up to pack the supplies. He was leaving to take the food back to the Alexandria safe zone. He told Maggie that this mission was over, and the others wouldn't be coming. Negan didn't want to clash with Maggie. He simply believed that they needed to keep a clear head and not let sibling bonds cloud their judgment. It was at this moment that they heard footsteps outside, followed by the door opening. They immediately went on guard. It was Gabriel and Cole. Thank the heavens they were still alive. Though Gabriel had sustained a leg injury, Cole helped Gabriel sit against the wall as they reunited in the forest. They had assumed that if Maggie was alive, she would come here. Then Gabriel asked how the others were doing. Maggie, with a heavy heart, replied, "Duncan and Agatha, they're both gone. Alden got hurt, so we left him at a church by the roadside. Daryl and Frost are missing." After Maggie spoke, she glanced at Negan. Negan didn't bring up leaving anymore. He simply sat down with them, waiting. Little did they know that the people they were waiting for had been captured and taken to the Reaper's camp. Frost was being tortured just to get him to tell them where the others were. Pope was looking at Daryl with a cozy smile on his face.
This bother you? Done worse. Why don't you take a turn then?
Daryl understands that these people don't fully trust him and want to test him. As Daryl witnessed his comrade being tortured and mangled, anger surged within him. Tears welled up in his eyes, but he dared not show it. Daryl stepped forward, his forearm clasping Frost's neck. This ordeal lasted for a grueling dozen seconds. Then, he released Frost and retorted, "I know what I'm doing. Don't need your damn interference." Daryl locked eyes with Frost.
Just give them a location where your friends are hiding. You do that, this all goes away.
Yeah, that's a good offer. Or, and hear me out, you all could go eat shit instead. Just a thought.
Brandon, growing impatient, quipped, "Is this all you've got? I have used these methods." Daryl understood that Frost was trying to play along. Daryl shed his jacket and turned to take a knife from Leah. At this point, both the Reapers had their weapons ready, wary of Daryl's intentions.
I don't think you understand. I'm the best shot you got.
Why? We friends now?
No, not because we're friends. Because I'm the one holding the knife.
Daryl's words carried the unspoken message that he was prepared to use the knife to eliminate these Reapers and rescue Frost. But Frost looked at Brandon and Leah's hands. That was also a warning to Daryl not to do anything rash.
I know you're close to her. The leader. Close enough to know where they're hiding.
Daryl then pressed the knife against Frost's index finger. Pope nodded and Brandon had his gun out and ready. If Daryl truly belonged to their group, he might turn against them now.
Just say a location so we can all walk away happy.
Frost naturally understood that Daryl was imploring him to reveal the location, and that Maggie and the others would deal with it themselves when the time came. Daryl's cut was so strong that even Leah was moved.
Location!
Tunnel of the 23. Yellow house!
Daryl let out a sigh of relief. If this guy didn't talk soon, he wasn't sure whether he should continue or resist. Pope was satisfied. He had both tested Daryl and learned the location of those people. Leah volunteered to scout ahead, but Pope insisted she take a small team and bring Daryl along to investigate. After this incident, Daryl had gained their initial trust, and he was allowed to keep his weapons. Half an hour later, a group of 6 arrived at the small town and quickly spotted the yellow house that Frost had mentioned. They immediately went on high alert, taking cover behind their vehicles to observe. The area around the house was eerily quiet, showing no signs of recent human activity. There were 2 entrances, one in the front and one in the back. Leah issued orders, instructing her team to split into pairs and attempt to flank the house from behind. They then proceeded cautiously toward the direction of the house. Daryl trailed behind Leah. Feeling uneasy, he contemplated what to do if Maggie and the others were indeed inside. He hadn't been assigned a specific task. He was simply told to support from behind. Soon the Reapers were approaching the house. They were all special forces before the end of the world, and they were very good at these things. Daryl was in a hurry, and instead of following first, he looked at the wires on the roof of the car and shook it vigorously. He hoped that if there were people inside, they could see what was going on outside and take precautions in time. Fortunately, Maggie did indeed notice through a crack in the door. The wires couldn't shake on their own. Someone had to be out there. 3 minutes later, Brandon broke down the door and they rushed in to check, but it was empty. Daryl also breathed a sigh of relief. Maggie and the others weren't inside. Leah, on the other hand, noticed bloodstains on a bandage on the table that were still fresh, suggesting that those people had been here not long ago. Daryl paid no attention to them and proceeded upstairs to search. 3 minutes later, they had scoured the entire house and found no one. However, as Daryl descended the stairs, he noticed that the carpet had been shifted, and the patterns on the floor were different, indicating a hidden compartment below. Daryl's heart raced. Maggie and the others were likely hiding down there. It's important that the Reapers don't see this. So, while no one was looking, Daryl quickly adjusted the position of the carpet. Brandon came over to report that there was no one in the upstairs rooms. Daryl promptly suggested, maybe they escaped from the back. We should go after them. Negan and the others did hide in the dark compartment and they could hear Daryl clearly. Leah realized that they were both hostile and that it was normal for them to argue and that they would be fine as long as they were separated. So Leah orders Brandon to go upstairs and double-check to make sure he's not missing anything. Then, Leah advised Daryl that since they were all part of the same team, he shouldn't provoke Brandon any further, or it wouldn't end well. After Leah left, Daryl stepped onto the carpet, making sure that the people below wouldn't be discovered.
They ran. They ain't coming back here. I didn't think about it. You hit them hard. Even if they got more people, they wouldn't come back here. It's a bad move. You'd see them coming from a mile away. Trust me, they ran.
Brandon was quite puzzled by Daryl's sudden change in attitude. In reality, Daryl's brief comments had already given away the Reaper's position and approximate numbers to Maggie and the others. Later, Daryl pretended to have a dispute with Brandon to divert attention. Brandon was pissed. He wanted to teach the guy he thought was a rookie a lesson, and Brandon advised Leah that Daryl was in cahoots with the group. As we all saw, however, Leah stood by her judgment and Daryl saved her from the roaring fire.
If you think this guy is ever gonna give a shit about any of us, you're gonna fail.
No, he's right. I don't give a shit about any of you. Except you. I'm here for you. It's no secret I made mistakes. But I'm here right now. Maybe I'd be better at it this time, if you'd let me.
Daryl's words moved Leah once again. Leah decided not to dwell on the conflict and instructed them to search immediately. Realizing that they had already wasted too much time, Brandon wanted to say more but was interrupted by Leah, who directed them to focus on the task at hand. That's when Brandon noticed the mat on the floor. Daryl had his knife drawn and was ready to strike. But to Brandon's dismay, there was no one down there. In reality, while Daryl and Brandon argued, Maggie had already led her group out through the hidden door. That night, Leah and her team returned to their base, where Pope approached. Ready to hear their report, Brandon apologized, saying, "When we got there, everyone had already left. This operation was a failure." Upon hearing this news, Pope didn't react with anger as he usually did. Instead, he chuckled and informed them, "While you were away, I had a nice little chat with our guest. He may not have said much, but I got everything I needed." He looked at Daryl with a smile, sending a chill down Daryl's spine. Could it be that Frost had spilled everything? Pope continued to smile and then turned to gaze at the distant trees. Frost had already turned into a zombie. Daryl stood there, expressionless, overwhelmed with sorrow and anger, but from the looks of it, Pope shouldn't have known he was undercover, otherwise he would have been arrested as soon as they met. In the previous episode, with Daryl's assistance, Maggie and her group cleverly escaped from the pursuing Reapers. Instead of returning home after leaving the small town, they decided to head towards the Reapers' stronghold. Maggie believed that it was better to deal with these fanatics now that they knew the location of the Reapers' base and their strength. This way, they could seek revenge and acquire their resources. Negan was the first to oppose this plan, as he didn't agree with risking their lives for a few supplies. He even asked Gabriel to try and reason with Maggie, but Gabriel echoed Maggie's sentiments. Negan sighed in exasperation, finding these people single-minded. Maggie told Negan, "You're only concerned about saving yourself, not defending our fellow survivors. If you want to leave, go ahead." After some contemplation, Negan eventually compromised. But he had one condition. He wanted Maggie to make a promise that once this was over, they would put their past grievances behind them. Negan held out his hand and Maggie shook it with her own, signaling her agreement. Negan finally smiled, unable to help but marvel at the prospect of finally being able to live a peaceful life. At that moment, a zombie approached them, and Maggie stepped forward to dispatch it. But Maggie didn't look so good because this zombie was one of her team, Cole's sister's best friend and just a kid. They were once like family, but the heartless Reapers had mercilessly attacked their community, slaughtering them without reason. Maggie swore to make these monsters pay. As the group was feeling low, 3 more zombies appeared, with the lead zombie having a black beard. He was also a former comrade of Maggie. Cole was about to approach them with weapons in hand when Maggie stopped him, because Maggie suddenly thought of a way to use the zombies against the Reapers. Maggie then looked at Negan, then they tied the 3 zombies to a tree and buried the body, and Gabriel said his last prayer for her. After completing the farewell ceremony, Maggie handed a pair of binoculars to Gabriel, because they had just agreed that Gabriel would go to the Reapers' camp 5 kilometers away to reconnoiter. Maggie urged Gabriel to be careful. After all, his leg is not yet healed. If you come across a single the Reapers, kill them if you can. After Gabriel left, Maggie approached Negan. The idea she had come up with was to have Negan teach her how to mimic zombies and use the Whisperer's methods to gather a horde of zombies for an attack on the Reapers. Meanwhile, Daryl wasn't idle. He was familiarizing himself with the camp's layout. He stumbled upon the storage area for food, and it was filled with valuable supplies. To build rapport, Daryl took out a cigarette and offered it to a man nearby, hoping to gradually lower his guard. But before he could even take a couple of puffs, they heard commotion from the direction of the main gate, as if something significant had happened. It turned out to be a patrol team returning, sent out to track down Maggie's group. Unfortunately, after searching 3 different routes, they hadn't found any traces of them. Unbeknownst to them, Maggie and her group were hiding nearby in the woods, making no attempt to escape. Pope was furious upon hearing that they had found nothing during their search. He launched into a barrage of curses, a display of his typical temper. Only Leah would step up to defend her brothers. She genuinely considered these people as family, but Pope's temper was just like that. He was like a strict father. Half an hour later, Gabriel arrived near the camp. Daryl had mentioned that sentinels could observe activity within a 1-kilometer radius, so Gabriel deliberately hid in the trees. His main objective was to ascertain the camp's basic layout and the distribution of firepower, so the zombie attack could be more purposeful. Suddenly, Gabriel spotted a lone figure approaching. Walking in his direction, the person appeared to be another priest. After a few minutes, he reached a cemetery. Gabriel happened to be concealed in a tree directly above him. The man knelt in front of a grave and began to pray. However, he abruptly stood up, looking warily towards the woods, as if he had sensed something. Gabriel had his long knife drawn, ready to strike, but the man didn't make any further moves. Instead, he gazed at the sky, seeking guidance from God. After completing his ritual, he turned and walked away. Gabriel breathed a sigh of relief. He wanted to do it, but the wound in his leg made him unsure. In the woods, Maggie donned a mask and began to mimic zombies. Following Negan's instructions, she initially faced some difficulties, but gradually mastered the technique and blended in with the zombies. Now, she could move among them without being recognized. Soon Gabriel returned and gave a general description of the camp. Now they can take action. Maggie charted a course of attack based on the camp's terrain. Their immediate goal was to gather more zombies. Wearing masks, they mingled with the zombies, gradually increasing the size of the zombie horde. This survival of the Whisperers is really unique. The house they came to is the one Gabriel came across on the road, and it's full of zombies. Negan and Maggie quickly arrived at the front door and began to remove the boards that secured it. As soon as the door was opened, they mimicked the zombies and led them out to meet up with the zombies. 2 hours later, the zombie horde had grown to a significant size, which surprised Maggie. Maggie had never seen the Whisperers. Cole, who was walking in the front, turned his head and saw a familiar face, which was his lost sister, who had turned into a zombie. Cole's emotions began to spiral out of control. His sister was his only family in this world. Originally still hoped that his sister is still alive. Did not expect to meet in such an occasion. Maggie noticed that Cole's mood was abnormal, and reached out to hold his hand to give him some comfort. And so the zombies marched on under their leadership. Early the next morning, Pope and his group stood on the wall, as something unusual was happening in the distance. A group of zombies had appeared at the gate, but strangely, they did not approach. Instead, they circled around the house. This behavior was perplexing and unprecedented. Pope sensed that this abnormality was not a coincidence. There had to be a reason behind it. He turned to Daryl, inquiring about his thoughts and whether he had ever seen zombies behave this way before. Daryl calmly replied, "I've seen it before, but I don't know why they're doing this." He then suggested that he could lead the zombies away and return safely, reducing the risk involved. To Daryl's surprise, Pope agreed with his proposal, but he assigned another man, Paul, to carry it out. Confidently, Paul declared that he could handle such a simple task without any worries. How could Daryl not see that this was the site of the Whisperers controlling the zombies? It had to be Maggie and the gang. Paul ran to the open space near the gate to lure the zombies away. thinking it was an easy mission. Little did they know that this played right into Maggie's scheme. The Reapers, with their larger numbers, are well equipped to eliminate those who operate alone. Leah kept in touch with Paul on the walkie-talkie, telling him to be careful and not to get careless. Paul said flirtatiously, "Don't worry, it's just a simple mission. I'm a delicacy in the eyes of the zombies." Paul didn't listen to his teammates' advice. Just as Paul was getting complacent, another group of zombies appeared behind him. This guy turned his head and his face finally changed. Dozens of zombies were closing in on Paul from all directions.
We have a situation here.
After speaking, Paul began to eliminate the approaching zombies. After all, Paul, with his special forces background, had unquestionable combat skills. In no time, several bodies were lying on the ground. Just when Paul was on the verge of killing, Paul was blinded by how the zombies could dodge the attack and still use the dagger. Paul was hit by 2 daggers in a row. The combat power was greatly reduced and soon surrounded by zombies, and finally was pounced on the ground. What awaited Paul was watching his own body torn apart. And so, under Negan's guidance, Maggie had mastered the Whisperer's techniques perfectly. At night, the Reapers gathered together. Leah was very anxious. She had been constantly calling out to Paul, but there was no response from the radio. Immediately, Leah thought about going out to search for him, but Pope spoke up to stop her. Leah, with a shocked expression on her face, looked at her respected leader, then in disbelief, asked, "Did you suspect during the day that those zombies were the enemy's doing? Then you sent Paul out. Did you use him as bait?" Pope looked calm and didn't feel guilty about his behavior, but said it was God's will. Pope was a little annoyed by Leah's questioning. Leah had contradicted him more than once in the past few days, and if she hadn't been the one he valued, she'd be dead already. After a while, one of his subordinates came to report that the zombies had returned. They had come back to the walls once more. Sure enough, the zombies didn't hover in the distance this time, but came straight towards the camp. Pope couldn't help but marvel at how that woman had managed to command the zombies. Something unheard of since the apocalypse began. It was truly impressive. Daryl pretended to inquire if the walls could hold up against the zombies. Pope assured him that there was no need to worry. On one hand, the walls were very sturdy, and on the other hand, it wasn't easy for the zombie horde to approach this place. As soon as he finished speaking, explosions could be heard in the distance. Daryl was somewhat concerned. He hadn't expected this old man to have planted landmines outside. Explosions continued to occur within the zombie horde, each one shattering several zombies. Daryl seemed to have noticed something as he looked through binoculars into the distance. Maggie and Gabriel were in the middle of it. They were slowly getting away from the zombies and heading towards the other side of the fence. Daryl looked at the people around him, relieved that they hadn't noticed anything unusual. Then again, these people had no dealings with the Whisperers, so naturally they wouldn't know that there were living people mixed in with the zombie horde. Maggie and Gabriel stumbled their way to an unguarded section of the perimeter fence and removed their headgear. They were looking for a gap to sneak in unnoticed. However, as they glanced up, they spotted another person on patrol. This caught them off guard. It was something they hadn't anticipated. Just when they were wondering what to do next, a familiar voice echoed in the distance. Daryl sauntered over casually, explaining that Pope had ordered him to patrol the area and check for any irregularities. The man didn't think much of it, considering they had been smoking together earlier in the day. Daryl took out another cigarette and handed it over to the man, who accepted it with satisfaction. Daryl then took out a matchstick to light the cigarette, but he pretended to burn his fingers. The man bent over to pick up the dropped matchstick, but in that moment, Maggie and Gabriel heard Daryl's voice, followed by a body dropping from above. It was clear that this wasn't the time for conversation. They quickly moved the body to the edge of the fence to avoid being seen by others. He motioned for Maggie to head to the unguarded area he had scouted earlier. Next, Daryl made his way to the food storage room. Daryl tried to get the door open early, and after picking the lock he quickly turned around and left. Meanwhile, explosions rang out at the main gate. Negan and Cole were guiding the zombies inside, but now there are mines everywhere, so they have to follow the zombies. Suddenly, a nearby zombie triggers a mine. Shrapnel hit Cole's thigh, and Negan's arm was also injured, but they both gritted their teeth to hide the pain. After a short adjustment, they support each other and continue to lead the zombie forward. It was their job to get the zombies under the wall. By now Daryl was back on the wall. Leah notices his absence and asks where he's been. Daryl raised his hand and said, "I went to get a weapon." Leah found it strange that the zombies below seemed to be congregating again. Little did she know that the 2 lead zombies were actually living people in disguise. Negan and Cole endured the pain and continued to disguise the fence is getting closer. Pope's face is also grave at this point. The enemy is tougher than he thought. So, he instructed Leah to prepare a secret weapon. Daryl has a bad feeling they're hiding something else. He couldn't help but worry that Maggie's plan might encounter a sudden twist. Meanwhile, in the rear of the camp, Maggie emerged from a corner. She knew about this gap because this had once been their home. Before it was ruthlessly taken over by the Reapers, the air was thick with the stench of decay, likely a dumping ground for the Reapers, which meant no one was guarding this area. They were ready to split up for their respective tasks. Maggie was in charge of heading to the storage room, with their primary objective today being food. Gabriel was going to sneak into the building to get a goodie that Maggie had hidden in there. Once he had it, he was to wait on the rooftop for further instructions. Maggie instructed him to follow the hallway until it ended, then take a right, and the item would be hidden in the innermost room. Gabriel surveyed his surroundings and spotted the drainage well Maggie had mentioned. He removed the surface cover and reached inside. After a brief search, a smile crept onto his face. The item was still there. At the main gate, the zombies were closing in on the perimeter fence. Daryl followed Leah to the roof of the building. Wrapped in canvas was what they called their secret weapon. If the fire is launched, the zombies will be wiped out in no time. But Daryl was more concerned about their comrades hidden among the zombies. He thought quickly about the countermeasure to stop the Reaper Scythocar from firing. Then Daryl walked up to Leah and tried to find a way out of her. Then Daryl started talking about the past, about what had happened at the cabin. Leah, too, was drawn into the memories. She even asked Daryl, if you had chosen me, would we have lived happily ever after there? Before Leah could finish speaking, Pope's voice came over the intercom asking Leah how ready the Reaper Scythocar was. Watch Daryl's expression closely. He hesitated to decide whether to act and eliminate Leah. Before Leah could answer, Pope made his way to the roof. He was impatient to eliminate the horde of zombies below. Daryl's mind was filled with complex thoughts. On one hand, he contemplated how to eliminate Pope, and on the other, he worried that Leah might betray him. Fortunately, Leah chose to hide it. Pope approached Daryl and said, I hope that after all of this is over, you can help me find that woman and bring her to me. After speaking, Pope moved to the edge to assess the situation below. Daryl was itching to act. Now was the perfect time. However, just as they were conversing, Maggie quietly made her way towards the food storage room. To her surprise, she found a car parked there and quickly hopped into it. Hoping to see if she could start it and possibly use the vehicle to ram the gate open, she searched for keys inside the car but couldn't find any. Maggie pried open the keyhole to reveal the wires inside, and then cut the wires with a knife, hoping to start the fire by bumping the two wires together. At that moment, there was the sound of a walkie-talkie from outside. A man rushed over, as it seemed they had discovered that the lock on the storage room had been tampered with. Maggie quickly lowered her head but continued her work. His attention was on the door. It was precisely at that moment that the car finally started. Maggie shook off the man and took control of the vehicle, slamming the accelerator to the floor as she charged toward the entrance. Maggie saw that the distance is almost ready, directly opened the door and jumped down. The impact and subsequent roll left her with several bruises, but her eyes remained fixed on the car. Fortunately, the gate had been rammed open. The noise of the collision attracted the attention of the nearby zombie horde. The Reapers on the roof were also taken aback and wondered what had happened. Maggie, having achieved her objective, limped her way into the building. Slowly, more and more zombies are arriving. The Reapers may be strong, but they're too few to stop the zombies. Pope immediately instructed his men to fire up the Reaper Scythocar. The man hesitated, realizing that launching it now would result in casualties among their own ranks. The man can't bear to do it, but he doesn't want to piss off the boss, so he has no choice but to light the fuse. Daryl had no choice but to act now, otherwise, it would be too late. To get the zombies inside the camp, the woman drove the car at full speed toward the gate. Maggie suffered multiple bruises from the fall, but kept her eyes fixed on the car. She wasn't disappointed the gate was successfully breached. Soon, the horde of zombies entered the camp. Despite the efforts of a few Reapers at the entrance to resist the zombies, they couldn't halt the horde's advance. Pope, witnessing this, was infuriated and immediately ordered his men to launch the secret weapon. Leah rushes forward to stop them, because once fired, it will be an indiscriminate attack, and his own people will also die. But the old man had gone completely mad. believing that their sacrifice would be glorious. The men don't want to piss off the boss, so they have to light the fuse. Daryl had no intention of hiding any longer. This thing should never be lit. He has family members disguised as zombies mixed in. The sudden turn of events has left him in a state of panic. Daryl's knife pierces the man's chest, and he immediately rushes up and pulls up the man's knife and cuts the fuse. Meanwhile, Maggie, who had crashed through the door, was hiding. Fortunately, the Reapers were too preoccupied with killing zombies to notice her. Suddenly, one of the Reapers spotted Maggie. She made the first move but was blocked by the Reaper and knocked to the ground by the man. Gabriel saves Maggie, and the valuables he finds are a sniper rifle. Maggie smiled appreciatively and stood up. The Reapers try to come after them but are dissuaded by the sniper rifle. On the rooftop, Pope was now on the brink of death. Leah walks over and crushes Pope under her feet. After giving Pope his final farewell, Leah glanced at the bodies of her fallen comrades. Lost in thought, to outsiders, the Reapers might seem evil, but Leah had long regarded them as family. She saw them as brothers and sisters. Leah killed Pope to protect the innocent members below, and Daryl just killed a fellow man she considered family in a light-hearted manner, so she's not going back with this man. Leah told Daryl solemnly, "You'd do anything for your family, and so would I." At this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard echoing in the stairwell. Daryl understood that staying behind meant certain death. He took one last reluctant look at Leia and tumbled off the roof. Daryl had just left when Brandon and the other guy came up, and it was too late to catch up. Downstairs, Megan and Cole had brought more zombies inside the compound. Maggie once again rushed out to lend a hand. These individuals were truly remarkable, boasting extensive combat experience as former Special Forces operatives. At this moment, Leah's voice came through the walkie-talkie, ordering them to retreat immediately. The Reaper scythe is about to be launched. Several of the Reapers quickly departed from the area. Megan was somewhat surprised by their sudden departure. Maggie, on the other hand, felt uneasy and sensed that something was amiss. She looked up and saw the woman watching them coldly. Meanwhile, the fuse on the Reaper Scythicar was rapidly burning down. They finally realized that something was terribly wrong. The Reaper Scythicar was flickering with fire and smoke. It was made on the same principle as a skyrocket. Maggie, they split up and took cover. It's a horrible thing, but if you're hit, you'll be blown to bits. One of the Reapers, who hadn't managed to retreat in time, found himself on the opposite side of Maggie. The enemies were extraordinarily angry at each other and a fierce fight immediately ensued. The man's strength was overwhelming. He effortlessly lifted Maggie with one hand and slammed her against the wall several times. Then, he pushed Maggie outside. Maggie fought desperately to break free. If this continued, she would be hit by the flames. She then focused her attacks on the man's weak points and gained the upper hand, ultimately pushing the Reaper outside. Immediately after, risking being hit by the flames, Maggie ran toward the direction of the main building because someone was chasing her. Once she reached the second floor, Maggie looked down and realized that the pursuer hadn't followed. She breathed a sigh of relief and gently closed the door, but then the sound of footsteps came from the corridor. Maggie was immediately on guard and ready to fight to the death, but she didn't realize that Negan and Cole were also hiding here. Maggie also noticed that Cole had an injured leg, and they needed to find a place to tend to his wounds. Shortly after, Maggie led the two of them to a room, which turned out to be a medical bay equipped with supplies like alcohol swabs. Maggie grabbed some supplies and then led them into a secret passage. This was all designed by them before. Even the Reapers didn't know about it. After securing the door, Negan inquired about their next steps. Just then, Brandon, who had been tracking Maggie, also arrived at their location.
Carver, report.
In the infirmary. The leader slipped me, but I'll get her.
Just find her. Not one of them's getting out of here alive.
Copy that.
The day was gradually breaking, and the Reapers had cleared up the zombies, reclaiming the upper hand. Some of the Reapers were patrolling the rooftop with their guns. Gabriel perceived he as a significant threat and decided to eliminate the one on the roof first. Taking advantage of the Reapers' diverted attention, Gabriel attempted to stealthily cross the courtyard and approach the main building. Unbeknownst to Gabriel, he had already been spotted. Just as Austin was about to pull the trigger, Daryl charged in from the side, tackling him to the ground and using his fingers to block Austin from firing. After a brief struggle, the handgun was knocked out of their hands. they both instinctively drew their waist-mounted knives. It had to be said that despite their smaller numbers, the Reapers were undoubtedly not to be underestimated when it came to hand-to-hand combat. Daryl was overwhelmed in melee for a while, and even almost got killed a few times. Austin's knifed Daryl with experience to barely block, and finally found an opportunity under the bitter support. Austin, in disbelief, stared at the blade in his abdomen. He desperately wanted to escape. Knowing that staying meant certain death, Daryl wasn't about to let him get away. He charged forward, pulling Austin back and wrapping his arm tightly around Austin's neck. Austin tried to struggle, but the wound in his abdomen made it difficult for him to exert force. At that moment, a nearby zombie was drawn to the commotion, banging on the door incessantly, but suddenly the zombies were shot in the head from the outside. It must be the Reapers who were attracted by the zombies. Daryl tightened his grip on Austin's mouth. Daryl's upping the ante again as he tries to make quick work of Austin. Daryl gently placed Austin on the ground before quickly grabbing his weapon. Just then, outside, someone shattered the glass and reached in, opening the door. Leah was devastated. Too many of her friends had died in the last 2 days and she was furious. Leah then left the room. She wanted to kill those bastards. As they departed, Daryl pushed aside a blackboard. He hadn't had time to escape earlier, so he had to hide here. Meanwhile, Gabriel had finally made it inside the building. He intended to reach the top floor and take out the patrolling guard, or else none of them would make it out alive. However, as Gabriel entered a series of interconnected rooms on one floor, someone had been waiting for him all along. It's Father Mansaya from the Reapers. Their encounter would lead to a very intriguing conversation. Gabriel was very surprised that the man actually put away his weapon. Gabriel bowed his head in shame. He was really getting far away from God, so he hesitated. However, moments later, Gabriel glanced towards the stairwell, gritting his teeth as if making a decision. Mansaya was greatly taken aback. He had assumed that Gabriel had been swayed by his influence, but he never expected this man to ignore the guidance of God.
I don't believe that.
On the other side, Maggie was fleeing frantically down the corridor with Brandon in hot pursuit. After running for a while, the corridor had come to an end, and to her despair, there was not a single door that could be opened. Brandon, wearing a smug expression, taunted her. "Took a wrong turn, didn't you? You've run out of places to escape." No sooner had Brandon finished speaking than the door inside opened and Cole stepped out. Much to Brandon's surprise, at the same time, Negan emerged from behind Brandon, wielding a steel pipe as a weapon. It turns out that Maggie was intentionally discovered by Brandon, in order to lure him here and prepare to behead him here, but Brandon didn't panic at all. He even said it's good that I don't have to look for them one by one. Negan couldn't stand his arrogance and took the initiative to attack, swinging the pipe at Brandon, but to their surprise, Brandon easily tossed Negan aside with just a few moves. Cole also confronted Brandon, but he was quickly knocked to the ground in just 3 moves. Maggie even got a kick in the gut from Brandon. Seizing an opportunity, Negan struck Brandon in the abdomen with the pipe, but it only seemed to further ignite Brandon's fighting spirit. Brandon grabbed the pipe and gave them another lecture. Negan looked up at the sand in the room and had a plan. A direct confrontation with Brandon proved futile. Brandon was too powerful to be defeated head-on. Brandon's blow left Maggie bleeding from her face, and her injuries were so severe that she couldn't fight back. At the critical moment, Negan managed to turn the game around by using his plan. Otherwise they would all be accounted for here today. Maggie stood up with difficulty. Just now that hit directly to her confused. She looked at Negan and although she said nothing, there was a sense of recognition that wasn't there before. Maggie then handed her weapon to Cole, indicating that he should avenge his sister, but Cole handed the weapon back to Maggie. He wanted Maggie to do it for him. Meanwhile, Brandon was showing signs of regaining consciousness. Maggie steps closer to Brandon and raises her scythe to Brandon's head. Daryl tells them that now is not the time to kill Brandon. If we want to make it out of here alive, we need this guy as a hostage, he said.
Do what we want and go home.
I promise.
Leah. It's me. We need to talk.
Last episode, Maggie and the 3 of them used a ruse to surround Brandon. However, they underestimated Brandon's incredible strength, leaving them powerless against him. In a critical moment, Negan used his cunning to finally incapacitate Brandon.
Well, ding ding.
But Brandon quickly showed signs of recovery. With a sickle in hand, Maggie slowly approached to avenge their fallen comrade.
Stop!
Daryl's reason for preventing them was because the Reapers now controlled their camp. To ensure their safe exit, they had to use Brandon as a hostage. Cole was reluctant, as this jerk was the one who had killed his sister. However, he had to consider the bigger picture, so Daryl picks up Brandon's walkie-talkie.
Leah. It's me. We need to talk.
After a while, the two sides agreed to meet in the courtyard, and they carefully walked out with Brandon in tow. Anything could happen during negotiations. To be safe, Daryl handed his gun to Maggie. As soon as Daryl said that, Leah came out of the door. Daryl held a knife to Brandon's neck and walked into the courtyard. Leah came out with two men when she saw that her partner was okay. After this unexpected turn of events, the Reapers suffered heavy losses, and only a few of them remained. Daryl firmly said, "Drop your weapons and head north without looking back. I'll kill him if anyone disobeys. We'll let Brandon go when we're far away." Leah seemed torn, having been deceived by this man once before. After a moment's thought, Leah spoke.
No more lies. Jensen? Everybody out!
The Reapers had someone else on the roof with a gun, and the tide had turned. Maggie and Negan had no choice but to help Cole out into the yard.
The last one! Lower the knife, cut the rope! Jensen, the woman.
Fine.
Daryl reluctantly released Brandon and cut his ropes. Brandon taunted them, making a mocking kissing gesture. Cole couldn't contain his anger any longer. Brandon's mocking look intensified when he saw how weak Cole was. This perplexed everyone. Leah, too, was puzzled and questioned her subordinates over the radio. However, an unfamiliar male voice responded.
No Jensen here. Call me Gabriel.
It turned out that Gabriel had killed Mansaya and successfully made it to the rooftop. After a fierce battle, he took down the sniper. Negan smiled, appreciating Gabriel's behavior in that moment. Leah sighed knowing that the die had been cast and softly asked Maggie if the deal she had just made was still valid. Maggie responded mockingly, "I gave you all a chance. You wanted to take us down one by one just now, didn't you? Well, now Gabriel will do the same to you." Leah stood up and retorted forcefully, "Your friend does have a gun, but I bet we can take out all of you before he kills us. The camp is yours, and we'll leave." Daryl agreed, and Maggie didn't object. Leah stood there in contemplation for several tense moments before finally giving in. She told her men to drop their weapons and said goodbye to Brandon. Leah couldn't let her people die for the sake of one man. With that, the matter was finally resolved. Maggie knelt down, looking at the suffering Cole.
For all of them.
After hearing Cole's words, her eyes grew stern. She then turned her gaze toward the departing trio. The deep-seated hatred from the past couldn't be easily forgotten. So, Maggie followed them and slowly pulled out the gun Daryl had given her earlier. Negan stood by, watching with a detached demeanor, knowing he might have done the same. In truth, when Maggie infiltrated the camp from the beginning, her primary goal was not food, but revenge. After the Reapers killed so many of their people, how could Maggie easily let go of this hatred? Maggie then approached Brandon and raised the gun, only to find it empty of bullets. Brandon saw an opportunity to resist and escape using the nearby dagger, but Maggie wasn't about to give him that chance. Negan couldn't help but marvel at how much this woman had changed. Meanwhile, Daryl had been trailing the bloodstains left by Leah, who had been hit in the shoulder and fled in disarray. Daryl surveyed the area and noticed the blood trail disappeared at a particular spot, indicating that Leah was hiding nearby, possibly just behind an obstacle. Rather than searching further, Daryl spoke from where he stood. "This isn't the ending I wanted. We both had a chance to start over, but it's happened now. So go away, before I change my mind." With that, Daryl left. Leah breathed a sigh of relief. No one wants to die like that if they're alive. The Reapers are over. After tending to Cole's injuries, they loaded all the supplies from the warehouse onto the carriage, preparing to take them back to the Alexandria safe zone. This outing had finally yielded some rewards, but Daryl was angry and he didn't want to talk to Maggie for a while. Then she thought of something, so she told Gabriel and Cole to take the food and get going. She'd catch up with them soon. Negan watched her as she walked away and seemed to guess what she was going to do. Half an hour later, Maggie arrived at an abandoned church. They left Alden behind here earlier, and it has been 2 days now. They have no idea how he's doing. Maggie softly called out Alden's name at the entrance. Inside, There was no response in words, but there was movement. Maggie sensed something was amiss and cautiously pushed the door open with a knife in hand. As soon as she entered, a zombie lunged at her, clearly once a member of the Reapers. Maggie got a bad feeling in her heart and looked deeper into the church. However, when she reached a pillar, she fell silent. Alden had turned into a zombie, crawling on the ground. This result was hard for Maggie to accept. She could imagine what had transpired. Undoubtedly, the Reapers had tracked them here after they had left. Despite his grievous injuries, Alden had managed to eliminate the threat but paid with his own life. Maggie crouched down, gazing at her old friend. In her mind, she recalled their first encounter at the hilltop. Back then, as a prisoner of the Saviors, Alden had stood out from the others. He genuinely wanted to join the hilltop, and through months of interaction, Maggie had gradually come to trust him. During her absence, Alden had made significant contributions to the community. The most challenging aspect of the apocalypse was watching old friends, with whom you had endured countless hardships, succumb one by one before your eyes. Maybe one day all the familiar people are gone and you're left alone in the world. How sad would that be? An hour later, Maggie buried Alden beneath a tree, but the sorrow remained undiminished. At this moment, Negan approached quietly from a distance, holding an iron bar as a weapon. Maggie suddenly became alert, not understanding why Negan was following her with an iron bar in hand. She grew tense. Negan, with a serious expression, spoke. "You were bound to do it eventually. Maggie, I don't blame you, really. I knew from the moment you killed those Reapers that promises have no hold over you now. You'll definitely kill me. It's just a matter of time. So, I won't give you that chance." Maggie didn't respond, but she discreetly placed her hand on her waist to guard against any attack from Negan. To her surprise, Negan had followed her not to harm her but to bid farewell. Later that evening, while escorting the food, Gabriel and the others took a break by the roadside. After a while, Maggie came back. She looked sad and shook her head. Daryl and the others understood and didn't ask any more questions. They couldn't help but lament that out of the dozen or so people who had initially set out, only a few of them were returning. Meanwhile, during their absence, many events had unfolded in the Alexandria safe zone. Initially, things had been going well as everyone collaborated to repair the walls to prevent zombies from sneaking in at night. However, over time, the food supply on the shelves dwindled, and there was uncertainty about whether Maggie's group would return with enough food. Carol came up with a solution. She planned to search for the missing horses because when the Whisperers had attacked, all the horses in the community had fled. So Carol took some of the men and tracked them through the woods, but all they found was a sea of broken limbs, and they're all a little disappointed, and they don't know what to do next. With so many people in the community, how would they feed everyone? Just as they were regaining their composure and preparing to search elsewhere for food, they witnessed an unexpected sight that lifted their spirits. The previous gloom was instantly replaced by renewed vigor. In the evening, they returned to the community with the 4 horses, drawing smiles from the people around, because they see hope. After settling the horses, they left, leaving only Carol with the one she had ridden. Later, Carol came to the stable to comfort the horse and coax him to lie down. Carol felt somewhat reluctant, but there was no choice. The people in the community were relying on this to survive, so she had to be cruel. And so, the people ate horse meat, which would be enough to sustain them for 2 days. Carol didn't want to do this because the horses were their companions, but she couldn't let the children starve. The next morning, Jerry had just woken up and rushed through the living room, desperate to relieve himself. When he reached the bathroom and began to enjoy the relief, Jerry suddenly turned his head and was shocked to see a zombie wandering inside the community. His face immediately turned pale.
Dudes! Dudes! Breach! They're inside the wall! Hey, Gracie.
Daddy?
And don't let anyone in, okay? Just like we practiced earlier. For now.
In the early morning, Jerry, with an expression of bliss, relieved himself while lazily gazing at the scenic view outside. However, he unexpectedly spotted a zombie wandering within the Alexandria safe zone. Jerry's face immediately turned pale. Upon hearing the shouts, the others swiftly emerged armed with weapons, but it was too late. Some had already met with the unexpected, while others were blocking the zombies from the gaps in the walls. Carol and the rest rushed to provide support. The immediate priority was to rebuild the collapsed walls. Otherwise, zombies would continue to pour in. Quickly, everyone collaborated to lift the iron plates. One zombie, however, managed to get on top of the plate, leaving them unable to deal with it. Fortunately, Rosita swiftly killed the zombie from behind, while the frontal zombies were blocked. One leaped onto Aaron. Jerry took over the axe and killed the zombies. Finally, with a collective effort, they managed to erect the gate. The next step was to reinforce it to prevent further collapses. Aaron gasps helplessly. The situation in Alexandria's safe zone was deteriorating rapidly, with food shortages and damaged walls compromising everyone's safety. After a while, they temporarily sealed the breach. Residents banged on various walls to disperse the zombies, preventing concentration at one point and potential collapses. However, they knew this method was only a temporary solution. If things continued this way, it was just a matter of time before the zombies breached. They gathered together and discussed. To fully repair the walls, they needed to replace all the problematic iron plates. Unfortunately, Alexandria's safe zone lacked the necessary tools. Carol suggested checking the hilltop, hoping that Earl's tools might still be there. If there was nothing else to do, then they'd have to abandon the Alexandria safe zone. 3 hours later, they arrived at the familiar hilltop. Only it wasn't what it used to be. The vibrant hilltop was now in ruins, and everyone was feeling a little sad. A few of the zombies were still people they knew well, wearing the armor of the kingdom of old. Though saddened, they didn't forget their purpose: find Earl's tools. First, they had to deal with these bothersome zombies before proceeding. 3 minutes later, they dealt with the zombies and began searching in the area where iron was previously forged. However, the results were disappointing. They hadn't found what they were looking for. At that moment, Carol alerted everyone to another batch of zombies approaching from a distance. They armed themselves, ready to confront the threat, but soon they realized something was wrong. The zombies were hovering in place. Lydia saw the Whisperer's tactics at a glance. Aaron, grinding his teeth, realized these bastards hadn't died off entirely. When he thought that Alexandria's safe zone's miserable situation was due to the Whisperers, his anger rose to the sky. So when it came to killing zombies, Aaron also gave it his all, punching them one by one, until only one Whisperer remained. This Whisperer, named Keith, was visibly frightened. If Lydia hadn't opened her mouth, this man would have killed him. Trembling, Keith claimed, "I'm Keith. I've never harmed anyone." After Alpha died, the Whisperers fell apart, and I'm the last one left. Aaron didn't believe him at all. He thought the man was hiding something. They decided to lock Keith in the cellar until they figured out what to do with him, but when they got to the cellar, Jerry was shocked. It turned out that there were several other people down there, both men and women, and they looked a little scared. It was evident that Keith had deceived them. Aaron looked in the corner and found a human skin mask. There's no doubt that the people hiding here are the Whisperers. Lydia tried to advocate for these people, stating that not all of the Whisperers were inherently evil, most were just trying to survive. As they debated, Jerry noticed a scarf on the wall, belonging to his wife, originally from Alexandria's safe zone. It now appeared here. It indicated that these few Whisperers had been with Beta when they attacked Alexandria's safe zone, trampling crops, setting fires, and leaving the community in a dire state. These individuals were not deserving of forgiveness. Crouching on the ground, Keith saw them thinking and grabbed his dagger. At that moment, the 2 men and 2 women who had been hiding swiftly fled. Seeing that his mate was safe, Keith wasn't going to fight back. Aaron, infuriated, hung Keith from the rafters and used zombies to force him to reveal how many Whisperers were left. Aaron gets angry and bites Keith's hand with the zombies. Some hesitated, finding this method too inhumane. Carol grabbed Aaron, urging him to remain calm at all times and not let hatred cloud his judgment, so that he doesn't do something that will make him feel uneasy in the future. Otherwise, no matter what he does in the future, he will carry that past with him. She did a lot of wrong things because of her son Henry's hatred. She had harmed those who cared about her and didn't want Aaron to follow the same path. Aaron, influenced by Carol's words, regained his composure. He understood what Carol meant.
I can cut your hand off. You can do it yourself. Choice is yours.
Consequently, he released Keith. Half an hour later, they loaded some tools they found onto a horse-drawn carriage. Aaron, in reality, knew that the Whisperers no longer posed a threat, and Keith hadn't lied. It was just the inner hatred that made him want to eliminate the Whisperers entirely. It's a good thing Carol woke him up in time, and Keith didn't turn into a zombie. He cut off his own hand to save his life. Carol left some food for Keith as a parting gesture.
We weren't all like her. Some of us just wanted to survive. Thank you for this and for what you said.
After brief goodbyes, they prepared to leave. The walls of Alexandria's safe zone awaited their repairs. That's when Keith stopped them. He thought he had a piece of information that might be useful to these people. And then Keith said that you guys broke into the Alpha Preservation Zombies cave. Although most had escaped, 2 girls were left inside. Eventually, only one remained. Carol froze. Keith was talking about Connie. Keith continued, mentioning that the girl seemed injured but alive. The last time he saw her was near the cave entrance. This was good news. Connie might still be alive. It seemed sparing Keith might indeed be a blessing. Carol, grabbing her backpack, was about to set off to find Connie. Her guilt over Connie's disappearance weighed on her. However, Aaron advised her to return and discuss a plan with the others before venturing out. Carol nodded and stopped being stubborn. The first order of business was to get back to the Alexandria safe zone and bring the news back. The next day, upon learning her sister was alive, Kelly rode out alone to search. She arrived at the location mentioned by the Whisperers, discovering a makeshift camp with a horse partially consumed by zombies. Kelly went inside to look for clues, in case her sister had been here. After searching for a while, Connie found a familiar satchel, the one Connie had been carrying. Opening it, Kelly searched through its contents. Everything familiar to her, particularly the slingshot inside, an item both sisters owned. Flipping through the notebook, as her sister was deaf, she often wrote things down. One page caught her attention. It seemed to be written when they were trapped in the cave, but seeing the next page, Kelly cried. It seemed her sister was indeed alive, and she had encountered someone Michonne knew. Kelly adjusted her emotions and continued flipping through the notebook. On the next page, there was another written dialogue. After reading it, Kelly couldn't help but feel worried. From what was written on the page, her sister and the others must have been in danger, so they fled before they had time to pack their things. Growing more anxious, Kelly followed the trail, but the horse seemed unwilling to move any further. As if exhausted, Kelly tugged twice and fell in the mud. At this moment, Carol, Magna, and Rosita also arrived. They're also worried about Connie and don't feel comfortable letting Kelly go looking for Connie alone. Kelly got up and showed them the notebook, expressing her concerns. Connie might be in danger, and they needed to find her quickly. In reality, Connie was alive. When she and Magna were trapped in the cave during Beta's attack on Alexandria's safe zone, Connie managed to escape. However, she sustained minor injuries, and it had been 2 days since she last ate. Stumbling her way toward the hilltop, she collapsed weakly after a few steps. 10 minutes later, a horse approached Connie. Weakened, she turned to see a stranger, Virgil, the man who had taken Michonne to the island. Unexpectedly, he had also left the island and encountered the severely injured Connie. Virgil sets up a makeshift camp for the next few days, and Connie gradually recovers under his care. However, they sensed something ominous approaching and, without time to pack, fled. It's unclear how long it took, but eventually, they all ran out of energy. They came to a road and there was some disagreement. Virgil suggested going left, where there were mailboxes indicating houses for shelter. Connie argued against waiting in a house and advocated continuing to run until they lost whatever was chasing them. As they debated, roars echoed from behind, and the rustling of the grass indicated the approaching threat. The situation was eerie, as if they were being stalked by some carnivorous creature. Now Connie couldn't care less and pulled Virgil towards the house. Late at night, a man and a woman run anxiously. They can't even care about the zombies in front of them because there are worse things chasing them behind. They were none other than Connie and Virgil, who had been fleeing together. They tried to get into the house to hide. Connie tried to open the door, but it seemed the lock had rusted. Suddenly, a zombie lurched toward Connie from behind, but Virgil swiftly pulled it away. However, the zombie redirected its attack toward Virgil. It was too close for Virgil to pull out his dagger, and he had to hold on for dear life to keep the zombies from biting him. Just when Virgil couldn't hold on much longer, Connie finally slammed the door open. Due to inertia, they both fell to the ground, rather than immediately assisting her companion. Connie rushed to close the door because once the zombies outside entered, no one would survive. Virgil, after a struggle, finally pulled out his knife and dealt with the zombie. It was so dangerous just now. Connie quickly locked the door and, to be cautious, used her body to block it. Being deaf, she couldn't hear the outside commotion but could sense the increasing pressure against the door. Their earlier noise had attracted nearby zombies. It only took about 10 minutes for a swarm of zombies to form outside the house. As the dawn gradually broke, Connie observed through the door crack. Outside, the zombies were still on the prowl, but thankfully there was no sign of the monster that had chased them before. Now all they had to do was wait for the zombies to disperse and they could leave. Connie sighed in relief. Compared to the zombies, the eerie unknown creatures were more frightening. Virgil was not idle either. He went upstairs, checking room after room to ensure there were no threats inside the house. After about 10 minutes, Virgil completed his thorough inspection both inside and outside. He also gestured to Connie in his unskilled sign language, telling her not to worry, that the house was safe. Seeing Connie still tense, Virgil picked up a notebook and wrote, "You need to rest. We've been on the run for days, and you haven't slept. I'll keep watch." But Connie still shook her head. She also wrote a line in the notebook. Virgil sighed, realizing Connie was perhaps overly sensitive, but he abandoned the idea of convincing her to rest. Connie wasn't mistrusting Virgil. Being deaf, she possessed a unique perception of danger. She always felt like there were eyes watching them in the house. To be on the safe side, Connie decided to check the house again. Immediately after, Connie arrived on the second floor. The corridor was eerily quiet, adorned with several paintings on the walls. Strangely, the eyes of the figures in the paintings had been slashed with a knife. They had no idea what the previous owners had gone through in this place. Connie, cautious and alert, thoroughly checked the corridor. Thankfully, apart from the eerie paintings, there didn't seem to be any immediate danger. Finally, she entered the bathroom, finding it empty except for some fungi on the floor, indicating long neglect. Connie looked at herself in the mirror. Nervous and haggard, she said optimistically, "You look great. Don't be too anxious." After adjusting her mindset, she opened the mirrored cabinet, hoping to find something useful. The only thing in there was a bottle of antibiotics that had expired. It was then that she noticed a dark hole on the cabinet, indicating that it was hollow inside. Curiosity took over, and she leaned closer to take a look. Connie's heart nearly jumped out of her chest. She quickly ran downstairs and woke up Virgil, gesturing to him that there was someone else in the house. Virgil was so confused he couldn't read the sign language. Connie had no choice but to write down what she had seen. However, in her panicked state, she inadvertently broke the pencil with excessive force. She felt overwhelmed at this moment, especially with the communication barrier during such a critical time. After thinking for a moment, Connie pulled out the dagger from Virgil's waist and rushed to the wall. Virgil stared blankly at the words on the wall, which he had already checked. Virgil had no choice but to follow Connie to the bathroom. He also looked into the small hole and found nothing. Virgil believed that Connie was just exhausted, resulting in hallucinations. He tried to comfort her, saying that many houses have such compartments and advised her to rest and regain her energy. Connie was on the verge of losing her mind. Why does Virgil just not believe her? She had seen it with her own eyes. After speaking, Connie walked away in big strides. She didn't want to stay in this haunted place for another moment, but as a deaf person, she couldn't hear, and when she turned back, she was surprised to find an additional door behind her. She's sure it's the guy in the cubicle. Turning her head, she looked back. Even though there was nothing in the hallway, the sense of danger grew stronger. Connie controlled her bad mood and moved a little bit towards the outside. Afraid that the thing would come out at once, she kept walking until she turned the corner and still couldn't find anything. The world of the deaf and mute is so helpless. Their contact with nature can only be through sight and touch. Suddenly, she felt a slight vibration in her hand, indicating that something was approaching her. Without looking back, almost instinctively, Connie started running because the vibrations were getting stronger. It was hard to imagine that the one chasing her was a human, but moving around like an animal on all fours. Finally, Connie quickly reached the staircase, closed the door, and pressed her feet against the wall. The creature kept pounding on the door, occasionally letting out a beastly roar. After about 5 minutes, Connie felt no movement behind the door. The creature had likely given up. She felt on the verge of a breakdown, but now she had to rely on herself. She carefully descended the stairs, moving towards the lower floor. It was a small stairwell usually used for storage. As she entered the room, she noticed the floor was littered with bones. Connie felt like she couldn't breathe because these were human bones, along with backpacks and shoes, indicating that anyone who came here died, possibly even being eaten alive. Suddenly, the cabinet against the wall started shaking. Though she couldn't hear, Connie was certain that the creature had arrived. With no way out, she crawled into the ventilation duct. As Connie climbed up, she realized that the duct seemed to run through the entire house, but she had no idea if there was an exit on the other side. She felt utterly helpless because she couldn't hear. She had to move forward while constantly looking back, afraid that the creature would quietly approach. As she continued, she noticed a small hole in the wall on her right. She looked in and it turned out to be a bathroom. It seemed that the creature had been hiding in this duct. After calming herself down for a moment, Connie continued moving forward. Meanwhile, Virgil had also taken refuge in a room. Now he believed everything Connie had said. The creature was right outside his door, relentlessly banging and emitting inhuman screams. It was more terrifying than a horror movie. Meanwhile, Connie was groping around in the passageway when she saw a flash of light and a small hole in the wall. She saw that Virgil was moving a cupboard to block the door. The monster should be outside Virgil's door. Connie slapped the wall as hard as she could. The sight of her companion made her feel less panicky. The sound also attracted Virgil's attention. He drew the dagger at his waist and walked towards the wall warily. He thought it was likely that the monster was hiding in there. Connie tapped rhythmically to alert Virgil that she was in there, but just then the creature appeared silently in the corner of the wall and approached Virgil a little closer. Virgil was completely unaware that the monster was approaching him. Outside the wall, Connie was frantically pounding on the wall, trying to alert Virgil to watch his back. However, Virgil, hearing the noise, nervously stared at the wall, thinking that something inside was about to emerge. Meanwhile, the monster had already crept up behind him and was slowly standing up. When Connie looked over, they were already wrestling. The more she watched, the more anxious she became and even wanted to break the wall with her hands and rush out to help. Virgil was in a chokehold and couldn't move. The cannibals were too strong and he was going to die soon. Virgil mustered all his strength to reach for a knife, while Connie pounded on the wall to divert the monster's attention. Seizing the opportunity, Virgil thrust the knife into the cannibal's abdomen, relieving the crisis. The cannibals didn't die. He fought back the pain and crawled to a corner of the room. Connie breathed a sigh of relief and continued pounding on the wall. She had thought that Virgil had figured out she was inside, but little did she know that Virgil still believed there was another cannibal inside the wall. Connie desperately tried to widen the hole, fearing that if they didn't break free from the wall, they might be killed by their own companions. Connie anxiously tries to break through the wall, but Virgil, seeing that the hole is getting bigger and bigger, is ready to strike at any time. What a false alarm it turned out to be. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Virgil recognized Connie's bracelet. Later that night, near the house, Carol and the others followed the trail and found themselves here. After crossing the grassland, they arrived at a crossroads, unsure which way to go. Eventually, they let Kelly decide based on her intuition. Kelly, after some thought, successfully chose the opposite path. However, something eerie occurred. When Connie and Virgil had arrived, there was clearly a mailbox along the road, but now it was hidden in the grass. Virgil and Connie sat together, analyzing that the creatures pursuing them were likely humans who had lost their humanity. The house they were in seemed to be an obvious bait. The mailbox along the road was intentionally placed to lure survivors to seek refuge. Much like driving prey into a trap, it was the calm before the storm. Virgil handed his knife to Connie, saying, "If those cannibals come again, don't worry about what happens to me. Just keep running and don't look back." Connie has a good heart. How could she leave her companion? She placed the knife on the ground and gestured, "If we go out together. I won't let you give up now." After that, she made a pact with Virgil to get out alive. Just as they reached an agreement, the hissing of the cannibals came from outside the house, and there were many of them. It was time to fight. Virgil hands Connie the dagger and he picks up a stick. Staying in the room meant waiting for death, so they chose to fight their way out. They took a deep breath, looked at each other, pulled open the locker, opened the door to the room and rushed out together. The corridor echoed with howls, but there were no cannibals in sight. It was the perfect time to leave. They reached the end of the corridor, but the door wouldn't open. They had to find another exit. Suddenly, several cannibals crawled out from the corners of the room. They hurriedly escaped into another room. Just arrived here, a female cannibal stabbed Virgil 3 or 4 times in the back with a wooden stick. The cannibals retreated with their wounds. Connie checked Virgil's injuries. Severe but not fatal. She struggled to drag Virgil and continued their escape. After a lot of trouble, they finally arrived at the door. Before they could catch their breath, a cannibal descended the stairs, fixating on them like a hunting lion. Another one appeared in the corridor. Connie shielded Virgil, quickly contemplating a strategy. Suddenly, she had an idea. Connie dragged a zombie's corpse over and swiftly smeared its entrails on herself. At this moment, the cannibals were already approaching, and 2 more cannibals came from the other side of the passage. As they lunged, Connie swung the door open. Zombies poured in. The cannibals started to retreat, but 2 of them were still pounced on by the zombies. Although these cannibals have lost their humanity, they still have team spirit. When they saw their companions in trouble, they rushed forward without hesitation. Connie closed her eyes, and the entire room was filled with screams and a strong smell of blood. 3 minutes later, she helped Virgil walk out. However, Connie's body was too weak. After a few steps, they both fell to the ground. She tried to lift Virgil again, but he insisted that she should go on without him, as he was only slowing her down. It was at this moment that a cannibal caught up with them. Connie, without fleeing, continued to shield Virgil. Kelly arrived just in time. They walked in one direction for a while without finding any traces, so they turned back to track in the opposite direction. Kelly happened to rescue her sister. The 2 sisters looked at each other with tears in their eyes. One had endured torment outside, longing to return home, while the other had been searching and waiting at home. Now they were finally reunited. Next, they had to return to Alexandria's safe zone because it seemed that a storm was approaching. Until 2 a.m., they finally reached home, but the storm had already arrived, and it looks like tonight's storm is a little unusual, like it's building up to destroy everything. Aaron and others gathered in a house, reinforcing windows and doors to avoid being swept away by the violent winds. Connie had changed into clean clothes, and Virgil had his wounds bandaged. The thunder roared throughout the night, and the wind made the house creak. Many children upstairs were scared and crying. Judith comforted the older children, telling them not to be afraid, as there would be a rainbow after the storm. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew open the door. Aaron quickly rushed to deal with the tree trunks, and others came to help close the door. Even Judith actively participated. Looking through the window, they saw that the windmill had caught fire, probably struck by the earlier lightning. They also noticed a piece of iron blown onto the street. Rosita's expression wasn't good because it meant that there was a breach in the wall, and zombies could come in at any time. After a while, Aaron called a meeting to discuss the situation. The community's situation is somewhat dire. Not only is the windmill on fire, but there's also a section missing from the wall. So, they must go out now to address these 2 issues. They needed to form 3 teams, 2 to go out to extinguish the fire and repair the wall, and 1 to stay behind to protect those inside the house. The operation is voluntary. Aaron had just finished speaking and Carol volunteered to lead a crew to fix the fence. Connie, who has a sense of responsibility, immediately raised her hand and said she would go along. Following suit, Kelly, Magna, and others actively participated. Even Virgil wanted to contribute, but he was rejected by the group due to his injuries. Rosita asked Virgil to stay behind with her to protect the people inside the house. Aaron took charge of leading a team to extinguish the fire. The group started to get ready. Judith approached, expressing her willingness to help. However, Carol told her, "You can be more helpful here, protecting your little siblings and making sure they're not too scared." Judith could only nod. Aaron comforted his daughter Grace, telling her to stay with her friends. He emphasized that in the apocalypse, everyone fears death, but someone has to step up and fight for their family. After they left, the remaining people continued reinforcing doors and windows. Grace, envious, told Judith, "I really admire you. You never seem to be scared. I wish I could do that." Judith comforted her. "Actually, I'm scared sometimes too, but my mom taught me that the more scared you are, the calmer you should be. That way, you can run faster and fight better." Grace didn't seem so scared after hearing that, and she brandished Judith's long knife. This scene was seen by Virgil on the other side of the room. In Michonne's absence, Judith and her brother missed their mom a lot. Sometimes, other kids would mock her, saying their mom would never come back. and she kept the sadness inside. Now, hearing Virgil's words, Judith felt much better. It strengthened her determination to become a powerful and resilient warrior, just like her mom. Tonight's storm was unusually fierce, and the girl swung her long sword with determination. Suddenly, a zombie grabbed her from outside the window. Judith rushed forward, picked up a weapon, and swiftly severed the zombie's arm, then dealt a fatal blow to the creature. However, as soon as one zombie was taken care of, another one lunged at her. Upon hearing the commotion, others rushed to help. It became evident that the damaged outer walls were more than just a single breach. Rosita told Lydia to contact Carol, who's out there fixing the wall, and tell them that there are gaps elsewhere. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Rosita directed Judith to extinguish all candles to avoid attracting more zombies. Rosita's face was grave. It was worse than she thought. Tonight's storm was unusual, but with the zombies outside, the reinforced doors and windows feel like papier-mâché. Rosita rushes up and presses her body against the door, but Lydia soon realized that the chain holding the door shut was about to break and it was only a matter of time before the zombies got in. Rosita thought it was not a good idea to go on like this, so she went to the table and put on boxing gloves with her right hand and picked up her weapon with her left. She had to go out and clear the zombies. It was a risky move, but it was the only way. Concerned for Rosita, Judith ran to the window to watch. The sight left her mesmerized. The figure outside was brave and resilient, as if she wouldn't let the zombies pass as long as she had breath. Judith's eyes filled with awe. This was the person she aspired to become, someone who, with their own strength, protected everyone. The battle planted a seed in Judith's heart. A sense of responsibility passed down through generations. 20 minutes later, a knocking sound echoed. Lydia and others opened the door, and a bloodied Rosita walked in. However, the ordeal was far from over. Just half an hour later, a new wave of zombies arrived, even more numerous than before. The previous strategy was no longer viable. Going outside now was as good as seeking death. They felt the door on the verge of collapse. Rosita made a quick decision, urging everyone to retreat upstairs. If they held the staircase, they could survive. Judith, aware of the urgency, remained calm. Like an adult, she found her brother, instructing him to go upstairs with Maggie's son, Herschel. Then, Judith went to the living room, helping the injured Virgil. This kid is a real sweetheart. After attending to these matters, Judith suddenly realized that Grace, who had been with her earlier, was nowhere to be found. Anxiously searching, she heard Grace's response when she reached the entrance of the basement. Grace was in the basement and had no idea about what was happening outside. Judith descended the stairs, but upon looking up, she saw the basement windows shattered, rain pouring in, and the water on the floor already exceeding 5 centimeters. Quickly reaching the bottom, Judith asked Grace why she had come down. It turned out Grace, inspired by their bravery, came to find a weapon to fight zombies. Judith scanned the surroundings and picked up a mop lying nearby. However, as the two kids reached the door, they came face to face with zombies, frightening them back into the basement. The main entrance had been breached, and zombies were advancing inside. Everyone else had moved upstairs. Judith closed the door and ran for the bottom of the stairs. They weren't sure if this door could hold the zombies, and the rain was also becoming a hazard. Unbeknownst to them, the day gradually brightened. Rosita and Lydia were at the stairwell, continuously fending off zombies. The situation was perilous, with several close calls of almost being dragged down by the zombies. The number of zombies this time was overwhelming, and the noise continually attracted more from outside. After a while, the water in the basement reached nearly 1 meter deep, and rainwater continued to pour in. Despite using sticks to wedge the doorframe, they felt the door wouldn't hold for much longer. So, they fetched shovels to reinforce it further. They stepped cautiously to the door, just as Grace reached it. After doing this, the two kids rushed downstairs in case the zombies suddenly broke through the door. However, as soon as they descended, the door clanged open, simultaneously. Outside, Aaron and Jerry, who were trying to extinguish the fire, were in a dire situation. The windmill's blaze was too intense, and even the rain couldn't quench it. They had attempted many times with minimal success. Aaron spotted Magna and the others rushing towards them and immediately shouted for them to gather here. Carol came in and said that the gap in the fence had been closed, but when she went to fix it, she didn't see any zombies. However, the sudden appearance of numerous zombies in the community indicated there were other breaches. Aaron proposed that tackling the fire together was crucial, as the windmill's collapse could create an irreparable gap in the wall. After discussion, Connie and Magna volunteered to inspect the wall for breach locations, while the rest stayed behind to fight the fire. Just as they moved towards the house, a whistle sounded. Aaron froze. It was the signal he and his daughter had agreed upon for moments of danger. Aaron didn't care about the windmill. He rushed towards the house, leaving Carol and the remaining two to fight the fire. The water level in the basement had reached 1 meter and 2. The two kids had no choice but to stand on the locker. The zombies approached them little by little. Judith held her sword in both hands and solved the zombies with ease. But 3 or 4 more zombies came in behind them. They had thought of climbing onto the pipes, but their limited height made it impossible. Suddenly, a zombie grabbed Grace, and when Judith tried to strike it down, not only did she fail to sever the zombie's arm, but her sword fell into the water, weaponless. Judith resorted to kicking the zombies away. They're just catching their breath as 2 more zombies approach. The water level had risen so rapidly that it almost reached the zombies' chests. Witnessing his daughter in distress, Aaron, with eyes aflame, smashed the windows. The method effectively diverted the zombies towards the noise, but they were met with a father's fury. Aaron effortlessly dispatched the zombies with his meteor hammer. The 2 kids quickly jumped into the water and moved towards the window. However, a zombie got too close to Aaron, momentarily preventing him from dispatching it before being tackled into the water. He holds his breath and holds on as his hand increases in strength to crush the zombies' heads with one blow. Soon, more zombies entered the room. Aaron did not dawdle any longer and immediately lifted his daughter up and let her climb up the window. As the first zombie entered the water, time was of the essence. Just as Aaron finished speaking, he heard intense footsteps from the stairs. Several zombies rolled down, breaking through the fence. The situation had become urgent. If he couldn't beat them on land, he could run away. But here he was in a small space and the water level was so high. He roughly counted the number of zombies poking their heads out to be 8 or 9. The situation seemed dire. Upstairs, Rosita and the others were still battling zombies. The number of zombies is too many. It feels like they can't kill them all. They had heard the whistle from the basement, likely indicating that Judith and the others were trapped. Rosita instructed Lydia to climb out of the window to check if her 2 children were still inside. They won't know that the kids have escaped, but Aaron's in a bit of danger at the moment. Realizing that a direct confrontation with zombies would be a dead end, Aaron clung to the natural gas pipeline on the roof, attempting to inch his way towards the window. The pipe, somewhat slippery and too thick for Aaron's single-handed grip, presented a challenging feat. As Aaron progressed, the pipe suddenly broke, nearly causing him to fall. Swiftly readjusting, he managed to secure himself back on the pipe. However, his strength wouldn't hold for much longer. A voice like an angel called out to him. Seeing Aaron's predicament, Lydia urged him to hold on, promising she would be right back. Lydia eventually returned with a rope, rescuing Aaron just in time. If she had delayed any longer, Aaron might have become zombie fodder. After their escape, they didn't rest. Others still needed their help. It wasn't until the next day that the crisis in the community was averted. The windmill fire was extinguished, breaches were sealed, and zombies were cleared away. The sky, after the storm, seemed remarkably clear and bright. Suddenly, their expressions changed as they stared into the distance. Daryl and the others were back. They had successfully defeated the Reapers and secured food. After 2 days of travel, they had returned to the community. However, their faces bore no smiles. Jerry was puzzled. How could over a dozen people have left, but only 4 returned? A sense of foreboding crept in. Upon their return, they witnessed the burned windmill and countless zombie corpses, understanding that the community had faced challenging days in their absence. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Children ran out, embracing their loved ones, though only separated for a few days. The fear of not seeing each other again was palpable. Daryl distributed apples he had brought back, urging everyone not to be disheartened. At this moment, Daryl couldn't believe his eyes as Connie, with a radiant smile, looked at him, disregarding the apples in his hands. He rushed forward to embrace her. With a car full of food, the community had enough to sustain them for a while. However, all of this had come at the cost of their comrades' lives. Jerry's expression changed again as a group of unwelcome guests appeared in the distance, looking far from friendly.
Hey! Got something coming!
Everyone's faces shifted. grabbing weapons and preparing for a potential fight. Gabriel sighed in resignation. Why did hardships always seem to bring more troubles? Daryl, reaching the wall, saw a group in white armor approaching from a distance, all equipped with scarce rifles. Tension escalated immediately. Oh God, it was Eugene. In the next episode, let's revisit the aftermath of Eugene, Ezekiel, and Yumiko being taken away by mysterious figures. How did they return with a group of people to the community? In the last episode, Alexandria's safe zone had a lot of problems. Before they could catch their breath, another group of uninvited guests arrived at the door. The atmosphere tensed, and everyone, armed and ready, prepared for a potential conflict. These men were dressed in white armor, and they were armed with fine firearms. Just when they thought there was going to be a confrontation, a familiar figure stepped out to intervene.
We're all friends. They're here to help.
It was Eugene, who had been away for a long time. Rewind to a month ago when Eugene first connected with a woman named Stephanie through a radio communication. They engaged in delightful conversations and even arranged a meeting point for their online romance to materialize, with the Whisperers devastating the hilltop. Ezekiel and Yumiko accompanied Eugene to the rendezvous point, driven by both Eugene's quest for love and the desire to forge new alliances against the Whisperers. Upon arriving at the designated location, instead of Stephanie, they were greeted by a group donned in white armor, subsequently blindfolded and escorted to a heavily guarded camp. The severity of the situation became evident. Eugene speculated that these individuals might be Stephanie's associates, but their intentions remained unclear. Soon, Eugene found himself in a small room, and upon having the blindfold removed, he was astonished. Before him were people dressed in immaculate suits, appearing utterly out of place in a post-apocalyptic world. Standing beside them was a man in orange-hued armor, presumably the commander of the soldiers, exuding an aura not to be trifled with. The woman calmly explained that they were federal inspectors, here for a level 1 assessment. Passing the evaluation would grant them entry to level 2, while failure would result in further measures, the nature of which Eugene couldn't fathom. The interrogation began, and to their surprise, the questions were surprisingly basic, almost absurd. Queries about parents' occupations, university details, and post-graduation work placements were straightforward and willingly answered. However, when asked why they had gone to the train station, Yumiko and the others fabricated a tale of a leisure trip. Only Eugene told the truth about his appointment with Stephanie and his desire to meet her, but he didn't mention Alexandria's safe zone. As time ticked away, the questions became increasingly bizarre, delving into the frequency of bowel movements and the choice of toilet paper. The relentless interrogation persisted for a grueling 7 hours. With Ezekiel finally reaching his breaking point, he turned to the man in orange armor, venting his frustration. "You must be in charge here, subjecting us to this pointless repetition. What's the meaning behind keeping us here and bombarding us with irrelevant questions? Your flashy orange armor suggests you're just a power-hungry jerk." The man didn't take offense, as if he wasn't being scolded. Ezekiel, already battling respiratory cancer, was now overcome with agitation, leading to violent fits of coughing. Surprisingly, the man offered him a cup of water, displaying an unexpected touch of consideration. After the exhaustive questioning, they sat together for a meal, discreetly exchanging information. Princess suggested finding a way to escape, expressing suspicions about the abnormality of these people. Ezekiel and Yumiko agreed, feeling that the so-called federal community might be a ruse. In unanimous accord, they decided to escape this eerie place. Eugene, however, urged caution, highlighting the politeness of their captors and the provision of food. "Stephanie had warned me that her companions were very careful, that we should cooperate with them in their trials and even confess where we came from." This suggestion met immediate opposition from Ezekiel. Fearing that these armed individuals might raid Alexandria's safe zone, Eugene quickly apologized, acknowledging his oversight, but insisted that these people could potentially aid against the Whisperers. Just then, 2 soldiers burst in, grabbing one of the diners forcefully. Despite resistance, the person was taken away. Witnessing this, Eugene's breathing quickened. The prospect of further measures seemed ominously cruel. What was once a desire to negotiate now transformed into a desperate urge to escape this sinister place. But how to get out is a problem. While they were thinking, Princess had a plan because she was very good at observation. Even though the soldiers were all dressed alike, Princess could tell them apart by a few features. 2 of them were lovers who disappeared for an hour every night during their shift. So, when night fell, Eugene and Yumiko quietly appropriated uniforms, posing as soldiers escorting Ezekiel and Princess outside. Navigating through the corridors and interrogation rooms, they glimpsed the individual undergoing further measures, trembling and occasionally erupting into desperate screams. Witnessing such distress only fueled their determination to swiftly leave. But at this time, the woman just looked at them suspiciously, but she didn't suspect anything. Crossing the corridor, they reached the outdoors, where a conspicuous yellow box caught their attention, labeled confiscated items for incineration. Inside lay stacks of marked dollar bills, prompting Princess's confusion. Why destroy currency in a post-apocalyptic world where money held no value? Continuing forward, they passed a wall adorned with photographs. Presumably, it served as a display of missing loved ones, aiding soldiers in expediting interrogations. Staring at the wall, they found themselves inexplicably inclined to believe in the existence of the federal community. Eugene urged them to move on, emphasizing the urgency of escaping. Hearing the shouts, Yumiko and Ezekiel didn't dawdle. Only Princess was still staring at the wall as she saw a familiar face. Yumiko wondered why her picture was here. She walked in and took off her helmet and looked at it. Sure enough, it was really her, and there was a note attached that said, "Have you met my sister Yumiko? Please contact Yumiko. Please contact Tommy." Overwhelmed with disbelief and choked with emotion, Yumiko realized it was a message from her brother. In the end, they all returned their clothes quietly instead of fleeing, because there's no way they're going to leave their companion here alone. Yumiko, emotionally charged by the discovery on the photo wall, now believed in the authenticity of the federal community, especially with her brother apparently inside. So Yumiko was ready to talk openly with the leader of the place. While they're talking, Eugene rushes over and says that Ezekiel has disappeared. It hadn't been Ezekiel's turn to be questioned in order, but now he was nowhere to be found. Eugene speculated that Ezekiel's verbal confrontation with the leader the previous day might have led to retaliatory actions. Eugene, inherently timid despite his recent years facing zombies, couldn't hide his fear of death, his voice now tinged with a hint of tears. In contrast, Yumiko, more composed, sternly reminded Eugene not to disclose their origin, emphasizing the importance of secrecy. Yumiko, resolute, approached the nearest soldier. The soldier did not refuse Yumiko's request and took her again to the examination room, where the two auditors were still sitting opposite her. The woman calmly inquired, "You've already undergone questioning. I don't understand why you want to see us again." Yumiko smirked. "You think you're the one interrogating us, but it's actually the opposite. I've been scrutinizing you." They were a bit surprised to hear someone say that for the first time, but then they gave a mocking look. Unexpectedly, Yumiko continued, "I speculate that your community is extensive, well-organized, with a bureaucratic system. You're part of it. The lady here likely was a forensic psychologist before the apocalypse. And you, sir, might be an academic researcher. Your job is to assess the threat to your community from outsiders. In order to determine our threat level and identity, you ask questions about pre-apocalyptic events. You even ask us how many times a day we go to the bathroom and what we wipe our arse with. It's a way to test our sense of boundaries. My friend Princess has a $2 note in her hand and you reprimand her. It makes me wonder if the currency in your community is still the US dollar and the amount of money in circulation is strictly controlled. And of course, your community leader is a great man. He uses the dollar as currency because he understands that people miss the old world. You want to know who we are, whether we're a benefit to your community or just a drain on your resources. But the truth is, you also need to justify your existence to us. I used to be a lawyer, and naturally I like the idea of a world with rules, and I agree with your approach. So maybe you need me. My brother, a surgeon, is currently living in the Commonwealth and is looking for me, so I'd like to expedite the process of vetting the four of us under your law." Yumiko's pre-apocalyptic expertise left the individuals across from her momentarily stunned, as her speculations had hit the mark. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a man carrying a cup of coffee walked in. He had overheard the entire conversation. Yumiko couldn't hide a smirk, realizing she had achieved her goal. Meanwhile, outside the room, Eugene and Princess anxiously waited on a bench, clueless about the ongoing developments. Princess couldn't hold it in any longer because she wanted to go to the toilet. She didn't care about Eugene, who was terrified. She went straight to the soldiers. To her surprise, they were amiable and even pointed her to the restroom in unexpected relief. As she entered, the soldiers exchanged glances, then looked towards Eugene, who sat at a distance, suspicious of potential schemes. One soldier decided to follow Princess inside. Eugene, still apprehensive due to the sinister label he had attached to the organization, grew increasingly uneasy. 20 minutes passed, and anxiety escalated as Yumiko and Princess failed to emerge. Eugene, fearing the worst, pondered whether it was his turn next. Unable to endure the uncertainty any longer, he decided to confront the soldiers. Nervously, he stood up and approached them, a sense of dread filling his mind.
No one's in there. No one is in there, sir. I need you to leave. Now.
How could there be no one inside? He'd seen Yumiko go in there himself, and there were two sensors. Reluctant to provoke these seemingly unpredictable individuals, he turned away without entering. Eugene, restless during the late hours, couldn't shake the premonition that he might be the next to vanish. In anticipation, he fashioned a makeshift weapon from a piece of wood. The gate rattled, and Eugene quickly concealed his makeshift weapon as two soldiers arrived. Once again, he found himself in the interrogation room, facing the mail recorder, Evans. This time, Commander Michael took charge of the questioning.
What have you done with my traveling companions?
They're being processed.
Eugene trembled even more at the answer. The word dispose in the administrative sense meant to destroy by secret means. Eugene couldn't help but envision Ezekiel and the others being processed into some sinister fate. Michael was very serious. He could see Eugene's nervousness and asked Evans, who was next to him, to pass him a piece of paper. Eugene took it with a shaky hand and wiped the sweat from his face. Eugene was overwhelmed with fear. The man across from him exuded an aura of someone not easy to get along with. Gathering his courage, he adjusted his emotions and began to speak. I have indeed been withholding some information. Initially, I wanted to be honest with you all, but I feared the judgment from my companions. In this past year of countless uncertainties and dangers, traveling with them, I stumbled upon a radio. Every day, I spoke into it, contemplating the slim chance that someone might hear. One day, to my surprise, a response came, a captivating voice. I talked to her and even fantasized about living with her. The introvert in me imagined it all happening. Then I lied to Stephanie and told her I was from a large neighborhood that was experiencing an unprecedented crisis. Stephanie, out of pity, told me to meet her at the train station. I cajoled my only 3 companions that there were people here at the station who could help us. Stephanie was the only thing on my mind. I was completely in love with her. That's what I was hiding. I shouldn't have lied to Stephanie and I shouldn't have lied to my 3 friends. Eugene was getting more and more emotional as he spoke. As if all this was really happening, the 2 men on the other side of the table listened to Eugene's lovemaking, which was boring, but they didn't suspect anything. Following the interrogation, Eugene was relocated with a hood still covering his head. When he got off the train, he was taken to a section of the car. He was a bit nervous, but there were other people here, and one of the soldiers came to help Eugene to untie himself. Eugene cried tears of joy that they were still alive and that it wasn't as bad as he thought. Ezekiel explained that the commander, having detected his illness, took him to the medical room for nebulization and medication. Their bed was so comfortable that I fell asleep. Subsequently, Yumiko visited him, and together they discovered Princess in another detention room. As the door opened again, the imposing figure of Michael strode in. He took the documents handed to him by his assistant, then faced them and read them out, indicating that they had completed the initial review and citizenship application assessment. Afterward, Michael informed them that soldiers would guide them to familiarize themselves with the community. Michael may look serious, but he's cute. The group could hardly believe they had been accepted into the Commonwealth. As Michael knocked on the door, soldiers ushered them out. This time, a girl in a floral dress entered, beautiful and captivating. Eugene couldn't help but smile. It seemed like his spring had finally arrived.
Which one of you is Eugene? I'm Stephanie. Hi. Which one of you is Eugene? Hi. I'm Stephanie.
In the previous episode, it was mentioned that Ezekiel and the other 3 successfully joined the Commonwealth. Eugene also met Stephanie, whom he had been thinking about, and at that moment, he even thought of names for their children. However, before they could exchange much information, they were taken to a studio where a documentary about the Commonwealth was playing on the television. In the video, a man named Lance, the director of operations equivalent to a chief executive position, was the narrator. The community was established by Pamela Milton, a former American governor. Currently, the population exceeds 50,000, and each person is assigned a job based on their skills. The community's development is almost indistinguishable from the pre-apocalyptic era. Boasting a comprehensive healthcare system, people are free to pursue their interests, and children enjoy a joyful childhood with laughter, play, and various delicious snacks. Safety, however, remains the top priority. The white armored warriors not only have to maintain the stability of the community, but also kill the zombies outside. Soon, the video concludes. Yumiko chanted the name Pamela, not realizing that the governor had created this place. Subsequently, the staff distributes envelopes to them, leaving everyone puzzled about their contents. Eugene opens his envelope and discovers he is assigned to a high school teaching position, residing in Bungalow 13 in Zone 1. It seems the community has arranged both work and accommodation for them. However, Eugene immediately stands up and confronts the staff. He's not dissatisfied with the arrangement, but he hasn't planned to stay here permanently. Their families are waiting for them to bring back assistance. The staff ignored Eugene and told him to go up the chain of command if he had any problems, so Eugene had to give up. Princess becomes a sales clerk, Ezekiel an animal caretaker. The others' jobs are also related to the pre-apocalyptic period. Yumiko's envelope, on the other hand, is unique and seems like an invitation, specifying a meeting at the National Affairs Office with benefits and treatment equivalent to internal staff. It appears that they value her talent. Eugene reiterates the need to quickly devise an action plan to avoid these deviations disrupting their original agenda. Their purpose is to meet with their leader, bring back assistance, and resist the Whisperers. Subsequently, they decide to split up temporarily, gathering information about the community. After they left, Yumiko approached the same staff member to inquire about her brother. Initially, the man was indifferent, but his attitude did a complete 180-degree turn when he learned about Yumiko's invitation to the National Affairs Office. Following the address given by the man, Yumiko arrived at a bakery. She was puzzled as her brother was an excellent surgeon, so why would he be working here? Upon entering, she was greeted by the sight of exquisite cakes, giving her a surreal feeling as if the apocalypse was just a dream, and the world was still normal. A man carrying a cake walked out, and upon seeing Yumiko, he froze.
Hi, Tommy.
The siblings were both delighted, having not seen each other for over 15 years. Even thinking the other might have died, Tommy couldn't help but be a little surprised to hear his sister's stories from the outside world. That his gentle sister could use a longsword and was a sharpshooter. The apocalypse had changed them both. Yumiko also asks her brother how he came to be here. Tommy explained that during the apocalypse, they wandered and eventually encountered the Milton family, who led them in building the Commonwealth. In the 15 years of development, he almost forgot about the outside world. Yumiko was grateful her brother found refuge here, considering the harsh realities outside. However, she was curious about why he chose to make cakes here. Given the high status of doctors in the apocalypse, Tommy replied that he always enjoyed baking. It brought him happiness. Becoming a doctor was an expectation from their father, so he kept his medical skills a secret, hoping Yumiko wouldn't reveal it. On the other side, Eugene and Stephanie were together, buying ice cream. They've discussed flavors on the radio before. A woman with black framed glasses approached, and without a word, the server immediately set aside what he was holding and handed over the prepared ice cream to the woman. She was Pamela's secretary. The woman paid no attention to Eugene and promptly left. Eugene had a strange sense of familiarity earlier, but he couldn't quite place it. Eugene took a lick of the ice cream, and the taste was exactly like the pre-apocalyptic days, a long-lost sensation. As they strolled down the street, enjoying the ambience, Eugene felt a bit uneasy being suddenly thrust back into normal society. In the distance, a figure caught his eye, a woman dressed similarly to Rosita. Eugene couldn't help but think about their companions back home and wondered about the situation at Alexandria Safe Zone. Have the Whisperers attacked the Alexandria Safe Zone? Thinking about this, Eugene had no intention to go shopping. He earnestly told Stephanie, "While I'd love to continue this stroll with you, I can't. If I can't achieve the purpose of coming here, it would be a disservice to myself. So, we won't stay. Our families are waiting for us to bring back assistance." He then asked Stephanie about the procedures for seeking help. Stephanie sighed. In our town, with a large population, everything takes time. As they sat on a bench at the street corner, Stephanie could sense Eugene's distress, and she pondered how to help. Suddenly, she noticed the antennas on the rooftop, and their eyes met. They seemed to have an idea together. Stephanie said, "The radio station of our town is inside. If you can talk to your family, you should feel better." Eugene understood that such external communication was likely not allowed. At this point, Ezekiel and the princess also find them and give them the unfortunate news that a meeting with their superiors will take at least 5 weeks and possibly years. Eugene frowned and then turned to Stephanie. With no other options, they decided to secretly use the radio. They stood up and headed towards the hall. What they don't know is that Michael in orange armor is watching them in the distance. Michael is the soldier commander here. Stephanie led Eugene into the hall, where people were engrossed in various activities. The communication room was on the 2nd floor, and they calmly ascended the stairs. Ezekiel and Princess stood guard below, ready to delay any unexpected situations. Their operation went smoothly, especially since there were no guards in the vicinity. After a while, Princess spotted the situation. She saw Michael coming this way with soldiers.
Hey! Fancy meeting you here, Mercer. Ooh! Oh, they clearly got a gym in this joint. Your chiseling is perfecto.
In response to Princess's praise, Michael seemed a bit embarrassed.
Was there something else?
Yeah, I wanted to thank you
No need,
for making sure this got back to me.
Princess.
Wait.
Just returning your property.
You have really
For what?
beautiful eyelashes.
Meanwhile, at Alexandria's safe zone, Judith and Rosita were inside a house. This time frame corresponds to the eve of the storm.
Alexandria, this is Eugene. Come back.
Hi. Are you all safe?
Eugene, are you okay?
Rosita, oh, thank good to hear your voice.
You too. I got Judith here.
Hello. Hey, Judith. Yes, we're all safe. We're doing okay. How are things there?
Alpha and Beta are dead. Well, the war's over. Alexandria's trashed, and we're running out of food. Eugene, are you still there?
I'm sorry, I need you to repeat it.
Eugene was frustrated. They had no signal and couldn't hear any news from home. Just as they were about to try again.
Hands up! Move away from the radio.
No harm's been done, I can assure you.
You're under arrest. Unauthorized use of government property.
They're taken to an office and a man in a suit walks in. Eugene hurriedly asked Stephanie about the situation, but Marcus ignored him and solemnly declared, "You are hereby notified of the following charges: willful intrusion, reckless endangerment, illegal communication with outsiders. All of these are violations of the Commonwealth Penal Code. The judge will deliver a fair judgment, and if found guilty, you will be exiled far beyond the Commonwealth, never to return." Eugene regretted his actions and kept explaining that he had legitimate reasons and hadn't harmed the Commonwealth. Marcus remained cold, stating that they could present their case to the judge.
That's some bullshit.
I'll take it from here, John.
At that moment, a man entered with Stephanie. They were both stunned as the man looked somewhat familiar.
Let them go.
So Hornsby, I can't. They're awaiting trial.
Do not move them. Go to find Mercer.
After they left, Ezekiel exclaimed, "Isn't that the overseer Lance from the documentary?" Stephanie assured them that Lance was someone they could trust. However, she warned them not to get too excited. While he might be able to spare them from exile, there would still be consequences. They would have to pay for their actions. In a dilapidated house, two individuals in uniforms are engaged in dispatching zombies. The woman sighs. It's their third day on the job, and there's no end in sight. They were the four Eugenes who had broken the penal code of the Commonwealth. Though Lance has spared them from exile, they are required to assist the community in zombie clearance as compensation. However, Ezekiel, already battling cancer, often struggles to breathe in this environment. Princess, stepping out, observes Ezekiel's condition with concern. As Eugene's group finishes clearing a nearby house, Princess, well aware of Ezekiel's precarious state, urges Stephanie to take Ezekiel to see a doctor. Stephanie, unable to decide on her own, agrees to inquire with the steward. Lance, Ezekiel is hesitant, fearing the financial burden of medical care on his companions. Princess reassures him, emphasizing that friends help each other. Ezekiel is touched, but then they noticed Michael passing by with a man and a woman. The man derogatorily comments on the stench, arrogantly urging Michael to move faster.
Who the hell was that?
Meanwhile, Yumiko arrives at the National Affairs Office according to the invitation, eager to see Pamela for both work and to plead for her friends. She is met by a man who claims Pamela is too busy to meet her, but Yumiko was greeted by a man who said Pamela was too busy to see her now. Disappointed, Yumiko seeks out her brother to understand the local legal system. Their conversation is abruptly interrupted as soldiers, in front of everyone, seize Tommy without explanation. Infuriated, Yumiko inquires and learns that Lance is in the vicinity. Lance calmly assures her that her brother will be home tonight, asking for patience. Yumiko doesn't understand why. Lance goes on to say that you need help to get your friends who are in trouble with the law free. Right? That's no small thing, but I'll help you. Don't ask so many questions and your brother will come home safely at night. Yumiko wasn't stupid. This man had been helping them from the beginning. She wouldn't believe him if he didn't have an agenda. Lance said bluntly to allay her fears. With Pamela's regard for you, you're sure to be at the top of the Commonwealth in the future. That's why I'll need your help one day in the future. This reason seemed so reasonable that Yumiko couldn't find any reason to doubt for a while. She could only choose to wait for now. After a while, Eugene and the group are still clearing zombie bodies, visibly exhausted. Ezekiel returns, seemingly in good condition, bringing lollipops for everyone. After sharing the sweets, he turned to Lance and thanked him for taking care of him. The hospital had not only given him antibiotics but also fluids. Lance replied briefly and then started assigning tasks. Stephanie is tasked with leading Eugene northward to continue clearing zombies, while Ezekiel and Princess accompany Lance to the next location. Thus, the four of them embark on another challenging round of work. Stephanie, familiar with the area, guides Eugene northward. Along the way, Eugene notices a gazebo where two people are kissing, oblivious to the approaching zombies. He quickly draws his short knife and rushes to their aid. Fortunately, zombies move slowly, allowing them to eliminate the threat. The kissing couple happens to be the two individuals who were following Michael earlier. Showing no intention of helping, Eugene finally got rid of the zombies with a lot of effort, but to his surprise, the man came up to him and said,
"What the hell was that about? You just disrupted our date."
Stephanie saw that they were going to fight and pulled Eugene out of there. However, Eugene is visibly displeased with the man. Meanwhile, Stephanie notices more zombies approaching but struggles to get Eugene's attention due to their argument. Seeing the zombies getting closer and closer, she couldn't care less and rushed forward with her spear. The woman screams as blood splatters over her. Unable to tolerate it, Eugene insists that the man can criticize him but not insult Stephanie. Stephanie, frightened and seemingly aware of the man's identity, apologizes repeatedly. Lance and Michael, hearing the commotion, rush to the scene. "Look what these two maniacs did to my girlfriend," said the cocky guy with a look of indignation. "Especially you, Michael. It's all your fault. Where were you when you weren't keeping me safe? Some zombies just came and then this lowly civilian attacked me." Eugene tries to explain, but the man appears to be making baseless accusations.
"Don't you know who that is?"
In the end, Eugene is detained. What was initially perceived as the Commonwealth being a highly rule-oriented place now seems, in reality, to operate like the pre-apocalyptic world, rules forever favoring those with background power. At this moment, the door opens, and Lance walks in. He looks at Eugene and says, "That man is Governor Pamela's son, Sebastian. You could have been a hero for saving him, but you messed it up for yourself. You were being punished and now it's going to cost you even more to get out. If you can truthfully reveal where you're from and your specific route, I can try to get you off the hook." Eugene shook his head. There was no way he was going to rat out Alexandria's safe zone, so he politely declined. Lance sighs with regret, saying, "That's a shame. This is your home now, and your companions will have to fend for themselves. I won't help you anymore." With that, he gets up and leaves.
Wait.
Eventually, Eugene decides to disclose the address. Though unsure of Lance's intentions, he believes there won't be malicious intent towards his home. 2 days later, Lance arrives at Alexandria's safe zone with a small team, Daryl and others, mistaking them for enemies, ready their weapons. Lance, however, bears no ill will. His carriage carries supplies like food and gasoline, appearing genuinely helpful. Eugene gathers everyone and shares recent experiences, stating that the Commonwealth wishes to engage in diplomatic relations with Alexandria's safe zone. Lance, introducing himself, extends polite words, expressing concern about Alexandria's safe zone's challenging situation. He proposes that the Commonwealth can provide nuclear materials to aid in the reconstruction. Of course, they could have joined the Commonwealth like Eugene and had a better life. Residents, though intrigued, remain skeptical. After thinking it over, and with Eugene as a guarantor, they all made up their minds. Most of them chose to come to the Commonwealth because no one wanted to live a precarious life outside. And as time went by, 30 days went by and they all got used to the life here and had their own jobs. Carol manages Tommy's cake shop. Jerry and his family find joy and stability. Ezekiel tends to the animals. Daryl cares for Judith and RJ in Michonne's absence. Connie and Kelly become journalists. Princess embraces a new wardrobe. And Rosita and Daryl join the military. Still in basic training, on Halloween, Pamela appears in the square, celebrating with the citizens. However, life in the Commonwealth, on the surface, appears harmonious. Maggie doesn't join them, returning to the hilltop with a few people as she distrusts strangers and questions the true nature of the Commonwealth's seemingly idyllic existence. Today, Commander Michael continued their training, but many spectators were disdainful. Daryl and the others had already surpassed everyone present in combat skills and tactics. But that's a side note. Afterwards, Michael began assigning tasks. He instructed team members to pair up and enter the deepest part of the adjacent house to kill zombies marked with red symbols. The fastest team would win. The challenge this time was that each pair could only carry a single short knife, requiring mutual cooperation for maximum effectiveness. Michael then proceeded to form the groups. Rosita teamed up with a man nearby, and Daryl paired with a man in front. Daryl reluctantly complied. Rosita and her partner engaged in polite banter, preparing for the competition with laughter. The man wanted to shake hands with Daryl, but Daryl handed him the dagger instead. Michael raised his right hand, signaling them to get ready. The whistle sounded, and the four immediately charged into the house. Rosita led the way with her partner following her as she had a lot of combat experience. Just as they entered the house, a tall zombie lunged at them. Rosita, in haste, was pushed against the wall but quickly regained her footing with a strong push, stabilizing herself. Once assured that there were no more zombies in the house, she handed the knife to her partner, and they continued to the next room. The man was inexperienced in combat, and just as he entered the room, the zombie pounced on him and he couldn't move. Rosita held the zombie firmly, and the man picked up the dropped knife, thrusting it into the zombie's head. After a quick adjustment, they proceeded. Their coordination improved significantly. In the last room, zombies marked with red crosses appeared. Rosita was about to assist when another zombie came from behind. Tall and formidable, though unarmed, her experience came into play. Rosita broke the zombie's leg and used the bone as a weapon, ending the fight in a bloody spectacle. Meanwhile, her partner successfully killed their target. It can be said that this team, in terms of coordination and speed, was flawless. Turning to Daryl's side, after rushing into the house, they find two zombies feasting on flesh. Daryl instructs his partner to keep moving and not waste time here. However, the man insists on helping, offering his dagger. Daryl refuses, unimpressed by the man's combat skills and confident that a couple of zombies pose no threat to him. Instead, he picks up a stone from the floor. In the next room, the man encounters zombies, but due to his limited experience, the knife only lodges in the zombie's shoulder. At this moment, a zombie marked with a red cross appears. Rather than assisting his teammate, Daryl heads towards the final target. The man, struggling, is eventually pushed against the wall by zombies. In the nick of time, Michael shoots and saves him. However, Daryl's face reveals no satisfaction as he kills the final target. Michael points out that the training was to test team cooperation in combat, but Daryl was focused solely on completing the mission. In contrast, Rosita's team performed exceptionally well. Michael then asked Daryl to come with him alone. After a while, Michael took Daryl to a wooded area with Sebastian. Rosita was a little uneasy and followed him. Michael simply asked and did not object. Instead, Sebastian sees Rosita's beauty and can't help but tease that the more volunteers like this, the better. It turns out that one of Sebastian's entertainment activities is coming out to kill zombies, always ordering Michael to follow him like a servant. Daryl and Rosita place down their bags, discovering that they contain the weapons submitted by Alexandria's safe zone. Rosita saw her long knife and Daryl touched his old mate. This reveals the decay of the Commonwealth system, where Pamela's son can surpass the commander responsible for community safety. Sebastian picked up these weapons and swung them one by one, and the ones that didn't feel right to him he just dropped them on the floor. Daryl tries to teach him the proper handling and technique, only to be met with mockery. They are more or less uncomfortable in their hearts. These weapons have been their companions through countless hardships, symbolizing their honor. Now, they are casually discarded. Sebastian eventually settles on a warhammer, finding it more to his liking. Meanwhile, Michael's team releases zombies from containers. With Daryl guiding only 2 zombies forward each time, Sebastian effortlessly dispatches the first zombie with a hammer and casually discards the weapon. Eager to try others, he picks up the short knife previously used by Daryl, preparing for the approaching zombies. As Sebastian thrusts the knife into the zombie's neck, it gets stuck, creating a momentary deadlock. Pamela happens to pass by and stops to watch her son. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Daryl picks up his crossbow. Instead of expressing gratitude, Sebastian glares angrily at Daryl, about to make a comment. Sebastian notices his mother watching and restrains himself. He can clearly see his mother's disappointed expression. This entire situation, caused by this jerk, tarnishes his performance in front of his mother. From that moment, Sebastian harbors resentment towards Daryl. After a brief contemplation, Sebastian decides to go towards his mother, intending to explain himself. Once he leaves, Daryl picks up the weapons from the ground. Michael, standing nearby, comments, "You shouldn't have intervened just now. He would have been fine. I know you're used to handling things on your own, not wanting to rely on anyone. I understand, but that's not how things work here. Sometimes, we have to help each other to succeed." Michael went on to say how it's different here than it was before the apocalypse. He emphasizes the need to understand social dynamics, as it could provide a good life for Daryl's family. Sometimes we have no choice but to let go of our way of doing things. As a commander, Michael should command great respect, yet he is subjected to Sebastian's orders. Bringing Daryl here, Michael aims to use himself as an example, advising Daryl to tone down his aggression. After a while, Daryl returns to their living quarters with food. The accommodations are not ideal, with noise from the street outside and upstairs. Judith happily shared with Daryl that she had made a friend today and given her a record. She then asks Daryl if she could have pocket money to buy a gift for her friend. Daryl is momentarily speechless. Realizing he has no money, he reassures Judith that once his job becomes permanent, they can move to an apartment, and he will have a salary. He didn't realize that 15 years after the apocalypse he'd be struggling to make ends meet again. He then asks Judith and RJ about their feelings regarding the place, as he contemplates leaving due to its lack of freedom. To his surprise, both kids express contentment and a desire to stay. Inwardly sighing, Daryl seems to understand Michael's advice sometimes. For the sake of family, one must relinquish their accustomed ways. In the Commonwealth Hospital, Carol walked through the lobby carrying flowers. Given our knowledge of Carol, it was evident that this woman was about to take action again.
Oh gosh, I'm so sorry. I'm such a klutz.
Carol does remain the strong woman she is. Subsequently, Carol quietly slipped into the archives. She's here because she saw Ezekiel in pain this morning and she's worried about him. Carol went to ask Ezekiel herself and got a good answer. However, the more Ezekiel reassured her, the more worried Carol became. This prompted her to discreetly enter the archives with the intention of examining his medical records. After a thorough search, Carol successfully located the file labeled with Q number 147. Upon opening the medical records, she found a densely written description of Ezekiel's condition. At that moment, someone entered the room, prompting her to quickly step aside and hide. However, upon recognizing the newcomer as Tommy, Yumiko's brother, Carol ceased her concealment. Due to their acquaintance through Yumiko, Carol straightforwardly explained her purpose. With a tone of sadness, Carol said, "I know Ezekiel's condition is severe and requires surgery. I also know that the Commonwealth has a large population and there is a waiting list. I want to know how long it will take to get in line for number 147. Tommy, taking the medical file, quickly scanned its contents and candidly replied, "Indeed, the wait is substantial. It might take a year or even 2. Patients are unaware of their queue positions. Please do not disclose this information to anyone else or we could all be in trouble." With tears in her eyes, Carol folded away her emotions.
He knows the odds aren't good. But he doesn't know there's likely no chance he'll get the surgery unless, by some miracle, he moves up the line.
Tommy's words served as a wake-up call, making her realize that to miraculously advance in the queue, one needed the influence of those in higher positions. Exiting the hospital, Carol lingered near Pamela's office building, contemplating how to approach the influential woman. She happened to spot Lance holding a box and conversing with Pamela's secretary. Apparently, Pamela was hosting a party that evening, and Lance's prepared items were deemed subpar, leading to his frustration, causing him to discard them in a trash bin. Curiosity led Carol to inspect the discarded items, revealing a collection of red wine. An idea formed in her mind. After a while, Carol discreetly left the Commonwealth and found a pre-apocalypse wine shop. Her goal was simple: find high-quality red wine to establish a connection with Lance. But after so many years since the end of the world, the shop has long been emptied of wine. Fortunately, the observant Carol found a shipping manifest that indicated the location of a wine cellar. She searched throughout the city, spending an hour until she finally located the cellar. Luck was on her side. The shelves were almost full of wine, covered in thick dust, suggesting it hadn't been visited in a long time. With these wines, Ezekiel might have a chance. Carol intended to select some high-quality ones to bring back. Suddenly, zombies struggled against the shelves, causing them to collapse, and the wine bottles on top shattered on the ground. Carol drew her dagger and couldn't let the zombies destroy the other shelves. Just after she finished one zombie, there were two more behind her. Firstly, she tripped the zombie in front of her with a piece of wood and killed it with a knife. But the zombie behind her jumped on her body and dropped her dagger on the ground. Pinned to the ground without a weapon, she spotted a wine opener on a nearby table. Half an hour later, Lance was still in his office, stressed about the wine situation. As someone who climbed to his current position based on merit rather than being part of the Milton family, he didn't want to leave a negative impression on Pamela, fearing he might be replaced one day. At that moment, Carol walked in without saying a word and placed a box of wine on the table. Lance, slightly surprised, approached and examined the wine. The quality met his requirements, and he finally felt relieved.
How did you know? So you found a way to get outside the walls, huh?
My mother always taught me to be observant.
Carol neither admitted nor denied anything, and Lance chose not to pursue the matter, instead asking her what she wanted.
What do you want from me?
I have a friend who's waiting for surgery, and I need you to get him to the front of the line.
That's a big ask. Difficult stuff.
Not for you.
First things first. I need to make sure this wine goes over well.
Oh, it will.
As long as the wine is popular tonight, Ezekiel's business will be solved. In the evening, the wine was delivered to the banquet, where Magna happened to be working as a server. Since her pre-apocalyptic past wasn't glamorous, that's what she was assigned to do. On the contrary, her girlfriend Yumiko had achieved a significant status within the Commonwealth.
Want some wine? I hear it's really good.
In such gatherings, ordinary people were usually limited to greeting guests at the entrance and were not qualified to join the festivities. Sebastian, dressed impeccably, walked down the red carpet. He suddenly noticed Daryl at the innermost part of the venue and smiled as he helped him adjust his clothes. Rosita teased Daryl, saying that Sebastian disliked him, accompanied by a smirk that implied a less-than-friendly sentiment from the young man.
Wow. He hates you. It was a hate smile.
Daryl, understanding the situation well, couldn't deny the animosity that the kid harbored towards him. Suddenly, the greeters erupted into enthusiastic applause. Lance hadn't expected to be so well received. However, his expression changed when he realized that the applause was for Michael. Facing the compliments from the girls, Michael was somewhat at a loss for words, so he quietly came to Princess and said, "I hate this kind of social occasion. It's very boring. Do you want to go in with me?" Princess, straightforward by nature, had a good impression of Michael and agreed. "Love, here it comes."
There's a dress code? Name?
She's with me.
The man gave a blank stare and had to get out of the way. The commander was not someone he could afford to offend. Inside, Princess was captivated by the luxurious surroundings. Spotting her old friend Yumiko, she rushed over to greet her. Lance, dressed in a pink outfit, spotted Pamela and approached with a flattering smile to greet her. However, before they could exchange more than a few words, Pamela made an excuse about having to give a speech and walked away. It seemed that, despite Lance's high status, he wasn't part of the Milton family. Pamela greeted Connie in passing with her assistant. They knew each other from the pre-apocalyptic days when Connie was a well-known and upright journalist. As they conversed, a waiter observed them intently. seemingly eager to engage in conversation. After a brief exchange, Pamela prepared to leave. The man hastily put down his tray. The waiter looked a bit sad when he was rejected, and after a couple of glances, he could only turn around and go back to his work as a waiter. Princess and Yumiko noticed this scene and found the man familiar. Princess suddenly remembered him as the soldier she had fought at the train station. Could it be that he had ended up as a waiter because of that incident? If so, Princess felt a pang of guilt. Meanwhile, Lance took center stage, signaling for quiet. As the host of the banquet, he delivered a brief opening speech and invited the guest of honor to address the audience. Pamela gracefully walked up to the stage, met with applause from the audience. Only the waiter's expression remained somber. Pamela then expressed gratitude for everyone's presence and shared a special item for their enjoyment. Her assistant unveiled an exquisite portrait. Pamela's father, one of the founders of the Commonwealth community. The crowd erupted into applause once again. Pamela continued, thanking her father's sacrifice for the prosperous life they now enjoyed. She emphasized their collective efforts to restore the world to its former state. She believed her father, watching from above, would be immensely proud of today's Commonwealth. How much this place cares for and protects all its citizens.
How much this place protects and cares for all its citizens.
Bullshit! This is bullshit!
Sir, that's
Does anyone here really believe the Commonwealth cares for all its citizens? Do you know who I am?
Sir, this isn't the time. Please, you need to stop.
Don't come any closer! Don't come any closer! I just want to talk! Will you please just talk to me? I would have died for this place. What's my name?
I don't know, but I'd like to.
Tyler Davis. I was a trooper. I tried to reach you. One mistake and I lost everything. I came here to talk to you, to make you listen.
Tyler, I want to listen. Let's talk, just the two of us.
Don't lie! This is what you care about. Fancy parties and paintings. People like me were nothing to you. Disposable.
You're wrong, Tyler. I see you're hurting, and I want to fix that. But first, you have to promise not to hurt anyone else. Please put down the knife and let my assistant go.
How much this place protects and cares for all its citizens.
Bullshit! This is bullshit!
The man was extremely angry, believing that all the talk about caring for citizens was nothing but deceit. He was once a well-compensated soldier, but due to a minor mistake, he lost everything and ended up at the bottom here. Despite wanting to speak with the leaders, he was always shut out. In a fit of anger, he took this extreme action. The man, named Tyler, was now agitated, viewing everyone here as a bunch of hypocrites. He even destroyed the portrait as he voiced his frustrations.
Please put down the knife and let my assistant go.
As Tyler listened to Pamela's words, he gradually calmed down, realizing the magnitude of the trouble he had caused. The Commonwealth would undoubtedly not let him go, but thankfully, Tyler, inherently not malicious, left the girl behind and departed. Daryl immediately followed him outside. Despite Sebastian publicly scolding Michael, he had to swallow his anger.
Get him.
Daryl chased after him until he was outside the hall. He looked around and saw that Tyler was entering the haunted house. He quickly followed him. Once inside, Daryl carefully searched the room, not sure if Tyler was aggressive or not. As he walked, he heard movement just behind the curtains. Tyler was a little devastated. He knew there was no way he was going to get out of there.
Sir, that means you got family. A lot of us don't get to have that anymore. Don't take that away from her.
Tyler nodded his head. The words reminded him of his sister. Family members are what keep each other alive. Tyler broke down and put the dagger down in his hand and handed it to Daryl. He had to take the blame for what he had done or his family would only have a harder time. Daryl didn't want to do it, but the Commonwealth had its own rules and he was just a candidate for the army. As they reached the exit, Sebastian appeared at the door, smiling at Daryl, praising him for finally doing something right.
Now you got him. Go ahead. Take him to your mom.
Life was such. Even the upright Daryl got involved in social intricacies. Both he and Tyler were doing it for their families. Judith and RJ were waiting for him to become official and have a better life. Soon they were back in the lobby and Sebastian made a point of messing up his hair before he pushed Tyler through the crowd. Immediately there was thunderous applause. Pamela was a little surprised that Tyler was caught by her own son. Michael glanced at Daryl, guessing what had happened.
Remove him.
You think getting rid of me solves anything? There are thousands more like me. Resist the Commonwealth! Visibility for workers! Equality for all!
Pamela was disturbed by this statement. Could there really be thousands of other rebels? Lance decisively stated it was impossible. On the third day, Daryl donned armor as a result of ingratiating himself with Sebastian, and both he and Rosita were officially accepted. They not only moved into a new apartment but also received their first substantial salaries. With his newfound earnings, Daryl immediately bought a music player for Judith, allowing her to listen to the records her friends had gifted her. However, Tyler's situation was far from over. They were ordered to search civilian homes diligently, aiming to uncover those engaging in covert activities. While inspecting a wardrobe, Rosita discovered a hidden space. Pushing open the door, she found various graffiti on the walls, expressing ideals like equality for all. This seemed to be a clandestine gathering place for those who questioned the current state of the Commonwealth. Rosita, having experienced much, could easily discern the underlying issues within the Commonwealth. But like the real world, we all end up living like we hate it. In the newspaper office, the editor-in-chief had already drafted an initial newspaper article, claiming that Tyler suffered from severe mental illness, but Connie vehemently opposed this. As Tyler was evidently coerced into his drastic actions, there must be an ulterior motive in this matter. Connie believed in reporting the truth objectively and suggested confronting Tyler and Pamela publicly. However, the editor-in-chief wasn't willing to agree. The post-apocalyptic society, it seemed, was equally dark. Connie didn't give up. As a journalist, she felt a responsibility to let the public know the truth. They headed to the hospital and directly approached the room where Tyler was held, but they were halted by soldiers. Connie inquired if Tyler had a lawyer and what accusations he faced. While they conversed, Michael, opening a door slightly, shot them a stern look, seemingly warning them to leave promptly. They had no choice but to abandon their mission. Yet, they didn't give up. In the afternoon, the soldiers are out on a mission and Connie and Kelly follow them, hoping to learn some truth from Michael. Initially, Michael was unwilling to engage with them, but the persistent women followed him even during zombie encounters. Eventually, he reluctantly agreed to answer a few questions. Connie first asked about the charges against Tyler and the hidden secrets. Then, she questioned why the military had to follow the orders of politicians. Michael didn't anticipate these questions from Connie and chose not to answer, suggesting that even if they knew the truth, revealing it wouldn't change anything as no one would let them go public. They fell into silence, realizing the complexity of the situation. After a while, Michael returned to the hospital. However, when he opened the door, the room had been cleaned out, and Tyler's fate seemed grim. Michael, inherently upright, had seen too much of such situations. The so-called equality was just a facade. Power and law ultimately rested in the hands of the aristocracy. Ironically, for the sake of family, he had to play the role of their servant. That night, Connie and Kelly rested in their room, understanding the complexities involved. However, their sense of justice wouldn't allow them to give up. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted their contemplation. Connie approached the door, and a note was slipped through. By the time she opened the door, the person outside was already gone. Upon examining the note, they found it to be a list, and the last name on it was Tyler's. They were left pondering the significance of this unexpected development. Eugene woke up with a slight smile on his face, as he had spent the night at Stephanie's place. Although Eugene and Stephanie hadn't officially started dating, it was evident that they had taken a successful step forward. Stephanie was currently engrossed in something. Eugene noticed it was his own unfinished novel. Feeling a bit awkward, as he had used their radio communication as inspiration for the story, Eugene had often discussed plot lines with Stephanie. While Eugene was worried, Stephanie read it and said she liked it and was proud of his talent. Stephanie then changed into her clothes, preparing to head out for work. As Eugene sat on the bed, he contemplated taking their relationship to the next level. Gathering courage, he confessed his feelings and even handed Stephanie the keys to his apartment, expressing his desire to see her every day. Eugene received a positive response, lifting his spirits, and his long-awaited love story had finally begun. They both went about their respective tasks, However, Eugene arranged to meet Stephanie at 5 o'clock in the afternoon for ice cream, their first official date. Exiting the apartment, Eugene couldn't contain his excitement, even questioning if this was real. In his elation, Eugene sought advice from Princess, wanting to confirm whether such actions from a girl meant acceptance. Princess told him that it's okay, if a girl says she loves you, then you should believe her, and pursue your love boldly. An inspired Eugene was thrilled. Princess was right, he needed to embrace love openly. In preparation for their first date, he arrived at the square half an hour early, holding the ice cream they had once discussed on the radio. His face was full of happiness, his eyes were looking away from time to time, and his mind was imagining what he would talk about later. He began to giggle at the thought. It was the first time he had ever fallen in love. However, as 2 hours passed, the sky darkened, and Stephanie was nowhere to be seen. Eugene's first date ended in disappointment, leaving him with an indescribable sense of desolation. Later that evening, at 9 p.m., Eugene visited Stephanie's apartment, hoping to get some clarification. He rang the doorbell multiple times, but there was no response. Looking up, he noticed the lights were still on inside. Confused, he encountered a man walking out. Seizing the opportunity, Eugene slipped inside. He went to the door and knocked, but there was no answer no matter how much he shouted. Unbeknownst to him, the living room was pitch black, and no one was inside. The only lit room was the bedroom at the back. Stephanie was hurriedly packing her clothes into a suitcase, seemingly in a rush to leave. The next day Eugene enlisted the help of his good friend Rosita to let them go in as soldiers to see if something had happened to Stephanie. Rosita knocked on the door, but there was no response. Using the key, they entered the apartment and, after 5 minutes of searching, informed Eugene that there was no one inside. Eugene panicked. Was Stephanie avoiding him on purpose, or was there something going on? Rosita, unsure how to comfort Eugene, advised him to wait for 24 hours. If Stephanie was still missing, they should report it to the police. With tears in his eyes, Eugene felt as though he had grasped love only to have it slip away. 5 days later, Eugene opens the door to his room in despair, and the visitor is the princess. Princess, concerned about Eugene, came to check on him. After entering the house, Princess looked at the things on the wall and was shocked. This guy does not go to work and the intelligence work is really a waste of talent. Eugene did not hide anything and shared the events of the past few days. Stephanie had been missing for 24 hours before soldiers began searching the city. But even after 2 days of searching, there were no leads. Eugene, unwilling to accept defeat, printed missing person flyers, but they seemed to have no effect. Frustrated and heartbroken, he turned to alcohol, drowning his sorrows. One night, while Eugene was relieving himself, a man walked past him. It was the same man from the night Stephanie disappeared. Eugene, clinging to a glimmer of hope, chased after the man, hoping to get information about Stephanie's whereabouts. The man claimed to be a plumber, stating that he was merely repairing pipes that night. He quickly left, showing reluctance to engage in further conversation, but Eugene's instincts told him there was something wrong with this man. There were no city service vehicles in the neighborhood that night, and the man wasn't wearing any identifying uniform. Following the man, Eugene discovered that his name was Roman and that he wasn't a plumber at all. Their base is a warehouse where no goods are ever transported. But every day there are people meeting there, and the lights inside the warehouse are always on. After observing the same 4 people going back and forth every day, until a 5th person appeared, Eugene analyzed that this person should be their leader. Further investigation indicated that this group was involved in underground activities, possibly linked to government insiders. Eugene suspected that Stephanie might have clashed with them, leading to her unexplained disappearance. On the 4th day of Stephanie's disappearance, all her belongings were gone. The person overseeing the move-out process was one of the individuals at the warehouse. The paperwork for the move was legitimate, indicating the involvement of a high-ranking government official. Eugene, having just found love with his girlfriend Stephanie, was bewildered by her mysterious disappearance. Even the soldiers couldn't locate her. Relying on his intelligence and wit, Eugene focused on a suspicious underground group in his search for clues. To uncover evidence against this organization, he and Princess decided to secretly infiltrate the home of the supposed plumber. The guy would be out running at this hour. They chose to enter by scaling the walls. Eugene quickly searched inside, while Princess kept watch at the window. But by chance, it was raining and he was already running back. Eugene discovered a box under the bed filled with various weapons, including a handgun. It seems that this organization really has a big plan, and all these can be used as evidence. 3 minutes later, the man returned to the house. Eugene and Princess, unable to escape in time, sought refuge in the adjacent apartment. They narrowly avoided detection. As they reached the end of the corridor, the elderly woman, who had witnessed their wall scaling earlier, summoned soldiers. In the end, they were charged with breaking and entering. Lance visited their cell with a stack of documents, explaining that Roman was indeed a city-contracted plumber and was legitimately working on pipes that night. Lance also said that the weapon found in Roman's house was for self-defense, and that any full citizen could apply for it. Lance also told Eugene that Roman understands what you and Stephanie are going through, so he's not going to pursue it. You can leave peacefully, but you have to stop stalking Roman. Eugene never said a word. He signed silently. No matter what, he couldn't get Princess locked up here with him. Back at home, Princess advised Eugene not to continue. Stephanie might have broken up with you and that's why she left. Eugene was smart enough to think that the truth was not true. He decided to go out again tonight to find out. A woman walked into the warehouse that night, and Eugene stealthily followed. Stephanie might have been abducted or worse, and Eugene was not willing to give up without knowing the truth. So he wanted to be a warrior for love. He approached the stairway a little bit closer. There were shadows flashing above that seemed to be plotting something. He took out his own chili water and was ready to go up the stairs.
Hey!
Told you I heard something.
A sudden kick left Eugene breathless, and as he struggled to look up, he couldn't believe his eyes. The woman attacking him was none other than Stephanie. However, she appeared drastically different from before. As Lance descended the stairs, it became evident that Eugene's earlier speculations were accurate. There was indeed an insider within the government orchestrating these events. Lance took a glance at Eugene and then instructed the others to go upstairs. He would personally handle this matter. Eugene stood up, now realizing that this might all be a deception. It was laughable how he had genuinely believed that a girl would like him. Even getting lost in the illusion, he walked to the staircase and locked eyes with Lance. In this moment, he shed his former timidity and asked assertively, "Stephanie was never real, was she? Who is she? A spy? You used her to get close to me, deceiving my emotions just to learn about the Alexandria safe zone, didn't you?" He was truly waking up now, piecing together recent events, understanding that it was all a scheme orchestrated by Lance and this woman. Reflecting on everything that had happened recently, it all seemed to make sense now. No wonder they were caught at the train station. Stephanie was a fake from the beginning, just to deceive his feelings and get the address of Alexandria's safe zone. Lance watched as Eugene finished venting and then calmly said, "You're right, Eugene. I did lie to you, but what does it matter? I brought you here. Have I harmed your community? I've been trying to prevent you from falling in love, but you insisted on seeking the truth. That's why we're in this situation. You can expose this, but what about your friends? Will they be better off? I am still helping in rebuilding the Alexandria safe zone, funding Ezekiel's cancer surgery. Do you want to ruin all of this?" Lance said and turned around and left. He wasn't worried about Eugene telling anyone. Eugene sat on the stairs, drenched in cold sweat. Even if he revealed the truth, what could he do? His friends still had to live here. After a while, he pushed aside the anger in his system, left only with bitterness and sadness. He tossed the missing person notice into the fire. It was all a bubble. The dream had to end now. There was no Stephanie, no shared taste in ice cream, and certainly no one who liked him. He burned the novels they had discussed. Suddenly, a woman quietly appeared behind him. In the darkness, her face was indistinct, but she stared at the despondent Eugene.
Taterbug. This is Blue Weevil to Taterbug. Please, come back.
Eugene froze. This was the call sign he and Stephanie had used in the radio transmissions. Eugene slowly turned his head, and to his astonishment, the woman was Pamela's secretary, the same woman he had seen buying ice cream on his first day in the Federation. What in the world was going on? The woman, revealed to be Maxine, then disclosed the truth. She had been Pamela's secretary all along. One day, she found some radio parts in the trash bin at City Hall. While everyone considered it junk, her long-standing interest in electronic devices led her to take it home and repair it. To her surprise, she managed to fix it. Maxine had never intended to connect with the outside world. She simply found satisfaction in her technical accomplishment. However, one day, Eugene's voice resonated through the radio, leading to the establishment of their contact. Maxine didn't use her real name but casually mentioned a fake name, Stephanie. They talked about many things, reminiscing about their lives before the apocalypse and the towns they used to reside in. Astonishingly, they discovered they were from the same small town and shared a fondness for local blackberry ice cream. The more they talked, the more curious they became about each other and even had feelings of cybersex. talking to Eugene became the most relaxing part of Maxine's day, and the man always managed to make her laugh. Until one day, just as they agree on a meeting place, the radio thing is discovered by Maxine's brother, Michael. Lance's tech team had detected unauthorized communication with an external community, including eavesdropping on their conversations and knowledge of the meeting point. Michael, the commander in charge, never expected the lawbreaker to be his own sister. However, he couldn't bring himself to hand his sister over and hoped that Lance wouldn't recognize the voice. Eventually, the radio was confiscated by Michael, making it impossible for Maxine to go out and meet Eugene. On this particular day, while getting ice cream for Pamela as usual, Maxine spotted Eugene with a woman claiming to be Stephanie. Using Maxine's own tone of voice, nervous and fearing exposure, she didn't respond to Eugene at that moment, because both she and her brother will be punished if this is exposed. After all, there is a possibility that this fake Stephanie was arranged by Lance. After walking a short distance, Maxine looked back and saw Eugene and the woman talking and laughing very sweetly. After hearing the entire truth, Eugene felt like a fool. He didn't know what Lance was up to, but it wasn't easy being used, and the woman in front of him had lied to him. Unable to accept the reality, he hurriedly left. Maxine watched him leave with disappointment and anger in her eyes. The next day, Eugene sat by the lake, lost in thought for 2 hours. This scene caught the attention of sketch artists. After a while, Rosita, pushing her child in a stroller, approached him. She could see that Eugene had become very depressed since Stephanie's disappearance, so she wanted to keep her old friend company. Eugene nodded his head. He wanted to tell the truth, that it was just that his mates were doing well here. It was hard work but generally safe and happy. Exposing Lance's true nature would make survival difficult for everyone, but the more Rosita talked, the more sadness came into Eugene's eyes. In the end, Eugene held back, simply stating that he and Stephanie had broken up. He hugged Rosita and cried for a while, relieving the pressure in his chest. Rosita smiled and said, "Eugene, you're a good person, you'll find someone better." That night, Eugene knocked on a door.
Oh, please don't shut the door. I want some raspberry goodness of the inside scoop variety. Please, it's very cold.
Maxine saw that this guy had a good attitude and let Eugene in with a glance at him. Inside the room, Eugene saw various electronic devices on the table. He understood that, while this woman wasn't named Stephanie, she indeed was the online friend who shared his interests. Apologizing, Eugene said, "I'm sorry, Maxine. I rejected your explanation last night because I was avoiding. I was rude. Sometimes girls can be so unreasonable." Still, Eugene apologized sincerely. "I'm sorry, Maxine. I should have realized she was a fake. Can you give me a chance to make it up to you?" Eugene nodded, feeling his heart shatter, and prepared to leave. No longer wanting to disturb Maxine, Eugene stopped walking and thought, "Is there any hope?" As they chatted, the atmosphere gradually became lighter, and it seemed to go back to that time in the past when they used to contact each other by radio. The rift between them disappeared, and the possibility of being together depended on Eugene. On the other hand, Ezekiel came to the hospital for a checkup. Tommy greeted him and asked about his well-being, inquiring if he had eaten anything, as a blood test was required before surgery. Ezekiel was surprised. He had only come for a routine checkup. Why was there suddenly talk of surgery? Was it his turn already? But Tommy told Ezekiel in a very solemn manner that it is indeed your turn and you just need to wait for the operation. And the assistant next to him said that you were very lucky. Some people wait for years without waiting, and even the bills are paid for by someone else. Jerry laughed excitedly, believing his king was saved. However, Ezekiel felt uneasy. There was definitely something suspicious about this situation. Jerry reassured Ezekiel, "Don't overthink it, boss. Maybe it's a coincidence, a misunderstanding, or maybe it's a blessing from God. But no matter what, you will survive." After leaving the hospital, Ezekiel pondered for a long time. He was sure someone had helped him behind the scenes, and he seemed to have an inkling of who it was. Carol. Only Carol would do such a thing for him. Friday arrived, the day of the surgery. Jerry and Carol comforted Ezekiel, telling him not to be nervous as it would soon be over. On the post-apocalyptic highway, a convoy fully armed from the Commonwealth is advancing, escorting armored vehicles moving slowly. Seated inside one of the armored vehicles are the Commonwealth leaders Lance and Pamela. Their destination on this journey is the Alexandria Safe Zone. In previous episodes, it was mentioned that Lance is a cunning individual with deep machinations. He set up Eugene in order to learn the address of the Alexandria Safe Zone and try to develop it into a subsidiary territory of the Commonwealth. Lance is aware that Pamela has little interest in these remote places, so he has specifically taken her on this trip for inspection. 2 hours later, they arrive at the Alexandria safe zone, with the assistance of the Commonwealth. The once dilapidated community has been largely restored. Aaron notices their arrival and immediately instructs workers to arrange items neatly. As if preparing for an inspection, Lance had previously informed Aaron about the visit of the Commonwealth's governor today, emphasizing the need for thorough preparation. Soon, the vehicles come to a stop. Daryl, too, has returned, opting not to wear armor to avoid seeming out of place. Pamela, upon disembarking, is somewhat surprised. This place doesn't seem as backward and desolate as she had imagined.
Hello there. Welcome.
Aaron. Pamela Milton. A pleasure.
Care for the grand tour?
I would expect nothing less.
Subsequently, Aaron takes on the role of a guide, leading them on a tour of the community and introducing its infrastructure one by one. Pamela is genuinely surprised that such a beautiful place could be constructed in such a remote location. She commends the creators for their remarkable talent. Aaron explains that the original owners of this place are no longer alive, and the expansion happened gradually over the years. After visiting the outside, they came to the inside of the house, where there is a photo of the first manager, Deanna. But I didn't expect Pamela to know her. Before the apocalypse, Pamela had met Deanna during charitable activities. It's a magical twist of fate to reunite 15 years later under these circumstances. At this moment, sounds of alert soldiers outside reach them. Pamela goes to the window to observe, and Aaron and Lance are drawn to the commotion. Upon seeing the situation outside, they can't help but curse because a zombie is walking down the street.
How did you lose, Deanna?
She was bitten.
Pamela, who initially had some positive feelings about the place, now realizes that even basic safety is not guaranteed. The inspection of Alexandria's safe zone is deemed a failure. For their second stop, they head to Oceanside. Pamela feels a sense of relaxation by the sea. This place is indeed nice, and once incorporated into the Commonwealth, she thinks they can come here for a vacation every year. So, when Pamela talks to Rachel about how wonderful Oceanside is and expresses her happiness for them becoming partners with the Commonwealth, she thought it was a blessing.
We spoke to Maggie Reed, leader of Hilltop. She told us she's not partnered with you all.
We offered Hilltop the same agreement as with Alexandria, but Maggie declined.
However, Rachel continues, stating that the Hilltop and Maggie have been helping them, and they must respect them. If Maggie decides to cooperate with them, they will too. After being rejected, Pamela maintains a smiling facade, but Lance knows that the governor is extremely displeased. The convoy then continues forward, this time heading to the Hilltop. Because things aren't going well, Lance and Aaron blame each other for their mistakes. Lance felt particularly humiliated that he'd made repeated promises before coming here, and now this. Just as they argued, the carriage suddenly stopped. Something seemed to be happening up ahead, and everyone got off to observe. They saw people up ahead killing zombies, apparently survivors from nearby, dealing with about 7 or 8 zombies. The survivors' horses had also been startled and fled. Daryl hurried forward to help because he had recognized who they were. Indeed, it was Maggie and her group, out looking for supplies. Pamela, accompanied by her entourage, approached, looking at these brave and somewhat unkempt individuals.
You must be Maggie.
5 minutes later, Maggie used their water for a quick cleanup. It had been a long time since she had seen her 2 old friends.
Why do you trust these people?
Daryl responded, saying that no one believed in them, but many of them went to the Commonwealth, and they seemed to be living happily. However, he emphasized that they would always be a family. They then invited Maggie to join the Commonwealth. This time, Maggie fell silent because life at the Hilltop was indeed challenging now, but she needed to think it over. Half an hour later, they returned to the Hilltop. Pamela, with her soldiers, set up camp there. Maggie remained skeptical and observant, but Lydia and the others were pleasantly surprised. These people were indeed not just talk. They immediately began helping to reinforce the water tower and were very friendly. With these soldiers guarding, residents could finally get a good night's sleep. Maggie found herself considering whether joining the Commonwealth was a good idea. After a while, Lance approached Maggie and began the persuasion process. Just when Maggie was hesitating and thinking, the deep look in this man's eyes couldn't help but suspect that the zombies that were coming now were a plot on his part. Outside the walls, a batch of zombies started appearing, and soldiers were actively resisting. Maggie and her people also went out to kill zombies. Everyone had fought countless times in the apocalypse, and killing zombies was no longer a daunting task. They all felt that something was strange today. Usually, there wouldn't be so many zombies appearing together. Michael is also here, and he's not only big but also very agile as a commander. The zombies they had struggled to kill were effortlessly dealt with by these soldiers. After this incident, more residents wanted to go to the Commonwealth. After all, no one wanted to risk their lives every time the alarm sounded to go out and kill zombies. Diane and Lydia persuaded Maggie that they needed a secure environment, and these soldiers could bring them a sense of security. Maggie was almost ready to decide, but what happened next made her reconsider.
Let's go!
At Michael's command, soldiers started assembling, and Maggie watched nearby. Daryl didn't join the assembly but continued moving corpses with Cole. Michael walked over and said to Daryl,
Remember, they're always watching. Got me?
Yeah, I got it.
In this moment, Maggie saw Daryl's helplessness. Maggie felt a bit bitter. Perhaps joining the Commonwealth meant losing some freedom, so she had made up her mind.
But the Hilltop's going to pass on your offer. Can I ask why?
Just like you said, everything costs something.
After Maggie left, Pamela's face immediately darkened, and Lance felt deeply embarrassed. This inspection can be said to have gone very badly. They didn't want to linger any longer, they just wanted to leave quickly. Maggie and Daryl hugged goodbye, but what Maggie didn't expect was that the residents, one after another, followed the Commonwealth and left.
I'm leaving, Maggie. Some of the others are coming with me, and you should too.
Maggie didn't stop them but cautioned them not to trust strangers too much.
I respect the hell out of you, but I can't do this anymore. I'm sorry.
In this incident, Lance lost face. The reason Lance actively promoted this matter was simply to have the Commonwealth absorb these 3 communities. Then, these communities would undoubtedly need manpower to manage, allowing him to smoothly control a force. But now, the Hilltop and Oceanside had made him feel embarrassed. Feeling angry, Lance went into the woods to vent his feelings.
Lance. Lance, you okay?
A+.
Cole bent the bow, set an arrow, and aimed ahead. After assessing the zombies' positions, he adjusted the trajectory and gracefully shot an arrow, hitting the target with precision. Cole and his companion patrolled atop the wall, competing to see who could kill more zombies. Now, the Hilltop only had them and a few others following Maggie. The rest of the residents had joined Pamela to enjoy a better life at the Commonwealth a week ago. As they were chatting, Lydia arrived at the gate with luggage. She, too, was preparing to leave, leaving behind those enduring difficult days. Cole opened his mouth to say something but held back. After spending so much time together, he had developed feelings for Lydia. This time, it may be hard to see her again. Encouraged by his companion, Cole took a deep breath.
Need an escort?
Why?
It's a long walk, you know? You might get bored, that's all.
Lydia smiled radiantly, feeling a fondness for the brave young man. However, at that moment, Cole's expression turned serious because someone was approaching from a distance. Using binoculars, Cole observed and saw a person riding a horse heading towards them.
Nobody we know.
Hold where you are!
Hold! Or we will shoot!
Faced with their potential threat, the person showed no intention of stopping and continued approaching the gate. When the person reached them, they could see a young man of similar age sitting on the horse. His clothes and the horse were stained red with blood, indicating severe injuries. Lydia approached cautiously, weapon in hand. Upon reaching the young man, she confirmed that he had been shot. Using his last bit of strength, the young man handed something to Lydia and urged them to hurry to the rescue. The young man died after saying that. After what happened, Lydia was going to stay put for a while. They gathered to discuss what had happened. The young man had a map with a marked location. Judging from the situation, he had likely come seeking their help, and something had gone wrong at that location. Maggie thought they shouldn't go out. considering their own precarious situation. Moreover, they lacked enough manpower to confront unknown adversaries, and this might be a trap, but Lydia and the others think no one would risk their lives in a conspiracy. What if the young man was sent by someone we know to ask for help? Refusing to help someone in need was not their style. After discussing, they decided to set out. Finally, Maggie also came to terms with the decision. She wasn't heartless, she was just concerned that their journey might put everyone in danger, but since they had made up their minds, she would give them her full support.
You take over at the halfway mark.
They set out, following the direction marked on the map. On the road, Lydia asked Maggie why she refused help from the Commonwealth. Maggie patiently explained that even without them, they could sustain themselves. Lydia was more puzzled. At the hilltop, they were barely getting by, but at the Commonwealth, they could have a much better life. Maggie continued, saying that hardships were temporary, and what comes easily is not always good. Also, she questioned whether the Commonwealth, after over a decade without contact with the outside world, was genuinely more powerful than them. Actually, it's not Lydia's fault. Most ordinary people want a better life. Her own life had been full of wandering and turmoil, so she was eager for stability.
Do you agree?
With most of it, yeah.
Maggie's persistence wasn't wrong, and her integrity was admirable. Suddenly, 3 zombies appeared on the road, and they were from the Commonwealth. Things were getting stranger. They rushed forward with weapons. There were no signs of a fight nearby, indicating these 3 zombies had come from somewhere else. Upon inspection, one had its throat slit with a long knife, and the other 2 had arrows precisely shot into the gaps in their armor. The person who committed the murder is definitely a tough guy. Suddenly, a voice from afar caught their attention. Maggie took out binoculars and saw Aaron running towards them. Could it be that they were attacked? In fact, Aaron didn't know the deceased individuals. Encountering Maggie here was purely coincidental. The incident traced back to a week ago when Maggie rejected cooperation with the Commonwealth.
Everything costs something.
Pamela and others had to leave, and Aaron followed them to the Commonwealth. In the pre-apocalyptic world, Aaron worked for a civilian organization, and now he was assigned to a similar role, reviewing and admitting new people, helping those who roamed outside. He came to the church to find Gabriel because he faced a problem at work. The higher-ups discovered a friendly survivor group of about 40 people hiding in a difficult situation in an apartment near the border. As they were a religious group, the leaders wanted Gabriel to join in for easier communication. In the afternoon, they arrived at the location of the apartment. However, they could only observe from a distance as people near the windows were armed and vigilant. Aaron couldn't help but sigh. Weren't the higher-ups saying these were friendly survivors? This situation didn't look favorable. Having survived in the post-apocalyptic world for so long, Aaron and Gabriel understood people's attitudes towards strangers. They might be shot before getting close. However, Toby, the man in charge, didn't seem bothered. Living inside high walls for a long time, he didn't grasp the dangers of the outside world. He believed that if people inside were vigilant, it was merely fear. Toby ordered the troops to station here, preparing to take 3 people inside for communication. Gabriel immediately opposed the idea, stating that going in was no different from seeking death. But Toby, putting away his smile, said sternly, "I'm not discussing, I'm informing." The boy beside him nodded in agreement, thinking that the boss's approach was more assertive. Aaron and Gabriel had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Joining the Commonwealth meant obeying orders. They then moved through the woods, gradually approaching the apartment. The building's gate was tightly shut, and people by the windows were watching them.
My name is Aaron. We come from a community called the Commonwealth. We'd like to extend our friendship. We have more back at our camp, if you'd like. Is there anyone I could speak with, face to face?
After Aaron had finished speaking, there was silence for about 10 seconds before they heard a thud from inside. Soon after, the iron gate opened, and a bald woman with an earpiece and a scythe over her shoulder walked out. Just for this aura alone, he doesn't look like someone to be messed with.
Weapons.
In the last episode, Aaron and the 4 of them crossed the highway to the front of the building, and their mission was to help survivors in need.
We have more back at our camp, if you'd like. Is there anyone I could speak with, face to face?
After Aaron's speech there was silence, and after about 10 seconds there was a thud from inside. Shortly after, the iron door opened and a bald woman wearing earrings and carrying a scythe on her shoulder stepped out. Judging by her demeanor alone, she didn't seem like an easy person to deal with. The woman examined the strangers before her with a fierce gaze.
Weapons.
The four of them didn't dwell on the issue and took off their weapons from their belts. The woman's bald head, earrings, nose ring, and cold expression exuded an intimidating aura. Jesse didn't even dare to look up. He had never seen such a scene before, and all the energy he had before he arrived was gone. Aaron handed over his knife and food.
It's kind of a bitch to take off.
The woman, taking the weapons, led them inside. The interior was dimly lit, and several burly men stood around. After everyone entered, the door was closed behind them. If these people had any ill intentions, escape would be impossible.
Last door to the right.
What's down there?
The woman didn't explain what was inside but just smiled and walked away. With no other choice, the four followed. Although Toby was the boss, he dared not say a word at the moment and could only follow behind Aaron. They walked through dark and mysterious corridors, occasionally catching glimpses of people in rooms watching them. Jesse felt extremely uneasy, as if he had walked into a den of wolves. Soon, they arrived in a room. Surprisingly, there was no horror inside. Instead, a middle-aged man with his back to them appeared to be the leader.
Seats.
Aaron breathed a sigh of relief at this point. As long as they could sit down quietly and talk, there wouldn't be many problems. When the man turned around, before he could speak, Aaron preemptively said, "We come from a community called the Commonwealth. It's very much like the pre-apocalyptic world, where the population has surpassed 50,000 and there's an enlightened government and people are living well." Before Aaron could finish,
Soldiers. And churches too, I take it. Hey, Father? Did you lose your collar?
Wanted you to see who I was before learning what I was.
confirming Gabriel's status as a priest improved Ian's attitude. He went on to say, "Suppose it's like the old world there, it probably has a church, maybe even a socialite, gambling, too, I assume. Are there addicts gathering in the alleyways?"
I haven't seen any of that.
To dispel Ian's concerns, Aaron took out his phone and handed it over. The photos on it captured the beauty of the Commonwealth and made you want to see it.
That's where we live. Whenever people see those photos.
Now Ian couldn't help but be curious and ask, "Is it that simple that you're here just to get us to live here?" In reality, they didn't believe in this so-called Commonwealth. Ian thought it was likely a scam. Trusting others in the post-apocalyptic world was foolish.
Where is this, Commonwealth located?
He can't tell you that.
Why? Because you say so?
Yeah, that's right.
Then why am I talking to him?
Aaron thought to himself, "Oh no, why are you interrupting? Do you have to make your presence felt at this point?"
Turn around and look in that back corner.
The four turned to look, only to see cabinets filled with severed heads, creating an eerie and horrifying atmosphere. Ian explains that these are all assailants, murderers, rapists, and a few cannibals. And the one thing they all have in common is that they've all sat on your stools before. Aaron couldn't help but realize that Ian was making a blatant threat. Jesse was even more scared that coming out to help others might cost him his life. Toby's eyes also revealed great fear. Ian was angry because he had been having a good conversation with Aaron when Toby, breaking the rules, intervened with an attitude of bestowing favors. Ian didn't believe in the Commonwealth. He thought there was no such thing as a free lunch.
Mr. Head Wolf? If you know where I live and I don't know where you live, how dumb would that be for me to let you go? What's your name?
Toby Carlson.
Toby? Get on your goddamn knees! Ass to stain the goddamn chairs! Get on your goddamn knees!
Toby, no longer displaying his previous nonchalant demeanor, quickly knelt down, fearing that he might be shot if he knelt too late. Ian continued, explaining that someone had promised to bring immense wealth from a distant place, but he saw through the scheme. The person just wanted them to leave the house so that a raiding party could kill them. In the end, that person became a trophy on the shelf. As for you letting us go and live in the Commonwealth for no reason, do you think I'm stupid?
Plenty of room on the shelf, right next to Billy. I don't want to be on the shelf, and I don't think you're stupid, okay?
Tell me where your raiding party is, or I'm gonna start dropping bodies on the floor.
Do we look like raiders to you?
Wolves, dressed as sheep, speaking lies.
Why did you come here? What do you want?
Exactly. What do you have that we would want? This place is a shithole. Why would we want it?
All we've done is given you food and water. You aren't starving right now because of us. Is that real? Or is that a lie?
You know what else is real?
Nobody dies, okay? You save yourself and your people by letting us go, and we will never come back here again, and we will never bother you. I promise that, okay?
After some thought, Ian put down the gun. Aaron and Gabriel were correct. Poverty had left them with nothing worth scheming for. Moreover, if he fired a shot, it would only result in mutual destruction when the soldiers outside entered.
You'll never come back.
The turn of events was too sudden. Toby, who moments ago was submissive, now revealed a fierce side. Aaron and Gabriel were completely baffled. In fact, Toby's real purpose in coming here was to kill. It goes back a week, when Lance returned from the top of the hilltop. In an effort to expand his power, Lance, without Pamela's knowledge, continued to seek cooperation with new communities. To show sincerity, he sent a small team with a carload of supplies. Unexpectedly, the supplies were looted, and the soldiers were killed. Their weapons taken precisely the 3 soldiers Maggie and the others encountered on the road. Further investigation revealed that all traces led to an apartment building inhabited by a group of religious fanatics, led by someone dressed like a warlord. Lance brought in Toby to take them out and get the stolen weapons back. Toby was puzzled. If this is a warlord, why not just send soldiers to wipe them out? However, Lance explained, their building is easy to defend and hard to attack. The view covers all directions. The team I sent would be taken out before getting close. If I use a whole squad, it would attract Pamela's attention. She'll definitely order me to stop.
What happened, Lance? This seems like quite the misfire, Lance. No. I need a surgical solution.
In the pre-apocalyptic world, Toby was a CIA assassin who had served Lance for many years. However, in recent years, he had retired, finding satisfaction in daily activities like fishing, strolls, and helping wanderers. Toby turned down Lance's offer.
Feels great, and it could be taken from you.
Toby became serious, someone daring to threaten a killer, even if that person was his superior.
You tired of living, Lance?
Was unacceptable. Lance was scared. He was really worried that Toby would quietly assassinate him. Lance began to play the emotional card. He said, "The dead soldiers are 20 years old. I need to be responsible for his family to avenge their deaths." As he said this, Lance had tears in his eyes, and seemed to really feel sorry for the dead soldiers. It's true that life is all about acting. However, behind Lance's emotional facade, there lingered a sense of conspiracy. The whole thing was in Lance's plan. He told Toby to bring Gabriel with him, so that the group would be less wary.
Go see the big chief, and then...
And that's how it happened. The soldiers quickly seized control due to their firearms. Ian was thrown to the ground. Aaron and Gabriel, unaware of the true situation, believed they were there to offer assistance. Toby looked at Ian and said, "You massacred our soldiers and took their guns and goods. Where did you put those weapons?" Ian shook his head and said, "I don't know what you're talking about." Toby slowly crouched down and smashed the butt of his gun in Ian's face, then reminded him that the trail of our transport trucks points to you. "Hand over our weapons." Only then did Ian understand the purpose of their visit. Innocently, he claimed they did take some food from the truck but found it already in that state. He denied being the murderer or seeing any weapons. Ian argued that if they had weapons...
Hey! Stop! Stop! Cuff him!
They would have used them in self-defense. However, before Ian could finish, Toby shot him. Aaron was shocked. He and Gabriel had no idea what they were talking about and why they killed him.
Don't you look at me like that. He's a damn animal. We are supposed to be helping people. We are. This is the other side of it.
Suddenly, the sound of horses outside caught Toby and Aaron's attention. They rushed out to find Jesse had escaped on horseback. This episode concludes here. It turns out that Jesse is the person who went to the hilltop. However, the mystery remains about why he sought help and who robbed the truck. The young man had just mounted his horse, intending to escape from there. However, immediately after, as the soldier was about to fire a second shot, Aaron intervened. He couldn't stand the madman's actions any longer. Toby looked at him, then raised the gun in his hand. Given the number of people killed today, one more wouldn't matter to him.
Oh, interesting.
Now, things were getting interesting. Without a pistol, Aaron wasn't afraid of a one-on-one fight. After all, he was once Jesus's prized pupil. Just as they were about to engage, gunshots rang out. They ran up to ask if they should go after him.
Can we follow?
But then...
Sir!
I turned my back for 1 goddamn minute!
Toby ran in to see that the soldier guarding Gabriel had been killed. He took the soldier's gun and stuck his bayonet in the dead man's head to prevent him from becoming a zombie. Toby was perplexed. Wasn't Gabriel restrained? How did this happen? To understand, we must go back to the previous episode. Aaron and Ian had just reached an agreement when Toby suddenly went on a killing spree. Jesse was terrified. He thought they had come here to help, but the scene he witnessed was beyond his expectations. Terrified, he decided to flee back to the Commonwealth. Fortunately, there were 2 horses by the roadside.
Don't move.
Oh, my God. It was Negan. At that moment, there's a woman next to him, who seems to be Negan's companion.
A lot dead. Guy in charge is arguing with 2 others, a priest and a guy with a spike ball for an arm.
Negan said, "Holy shit, aren't they Gabriel and Aaron?" Having left Alexandria's safe zone, Negan had joined a religious group. Today, upon returning with Annie, he heard gunfire from a distance. Realizing they couldn't rescue their old friends alone, Negan marked the hilltop on the map and instructed Jesse to find a woman named Maggie there and inform her that Gabriel and Aaron were in trouble. After completing these tasks, Negan and Annie stealthily entered the building. On the first floor, they witnessed Toby rushing out. Ian lay on the ground, lifeless, and a soldier guarded Gabriel. Seeing no one around, Annie boldly attacked the soldier, and Gabriel looked up to see the long-lost Negan. Negan unties Gabriel and they both look out at the same time, just in time to see Toby pointing a gun at Aaron. They're trying to figure out what to do when Annie warns them that someone's coming from behind and they need to get out of here. Gabriel doesn't want to leave his partner behind, and Negan pulls him right back. As soon as they left, 2 soldiers walked in. The subsequent plot was previously mentioned. Jesse, dragging his heavily injured body, did manage to reach the hilltop. Handing over the map to Lydia, he died before being able to reveal the predicament of Gabriel and Aaron. Fortunately, Maggie and the others decided to investigate, so they set out in a vehicle. However, on the way, they encountered 3 Commonwealth soldiers who had turned into zombies. These were the same individuals who were escorting supplies. Just as they dealt with the zombies, they happened to see Aaron, who had escaped from the building, running towards them. After a brief exchange, Maggie learned the truth of the situation. Rescuing Gabriel became their top priority. Maggie took out Jesse's map and asked Aaron if the route marked on it was the optimal way into the building. Little did they know it was Negan's doing. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the apartment building, Toby donned armor. It seemed that this round of bloodshed had awakened the killer within him. His voice echoed throughout the building, warning those hiding in rooms to surrender their weapons or face annihilation. He didn't mind leveling the entire place. Negan and a few of his companions were hiding in a secret compartment, and naturally they heard Toby's voice. Gabriel anxiously asked Annie about the whereabouts of the weapons. Negan informed him that they had never raided this place and, consequently, hadn't acquired any weapons. After 10 minutes with no response from the building, Toby lost patience. He ordered the captives to kneel by the perimeter wall.
Where are my weapons?
I don't know.
You really don't, do you?
No.
Okay. I believe you.
Negan and his group, hearing the outside screams, felt uneasy. The sounds were multiplying rapidly. Within a few minutes, 4 or 5 people had been killed. Toby, seeing no results, ordered the soldiers to clear each room and to kill those who didn't cooperate. The atmosphere in the rooms became oppressive. Despair was evident on everyone's faces. Annie spoke to them. "Comrades, don't be disheartened. We need to unite, not surrender or beg for mercy. Our families are scattered in this apartment. They're waiting for our rescue. We know the terrain here better than those bastards. We will successfully escape." Meanwhile, on the first floor, a soldier's radio crackled with Toby inquiring about the clearance progress. Unfortunately, he couldn't respond because he encountered Maggie and her group, who had eliminated the first floor soldiers. Soon, they dealt with the second floor soldiers and reached the third floor. Upon arriving, they heard faint screams coming from some rooms. Maggie took the lead down the corridor, glancing around and nodding towards Lydia. They decided to split up to search for Gabriel. The narrow passage made it cumbersome for the 4 of them to stay together. After a while, Maggie and Aaron cautiously entered a room, conducting a thorough search, while Aaron checked the kitchen area. Finding only food on the table but no one present, Maggie explored the innermost dressing room and confirmed its safety. As Aaron peered through the window to assess the outside, suddenly a handgun pressed against Maggie's head. The assailant, slightly positioned behind Maggie, left no opportunity for Aaron. Unexpectedly, a scythe hooked around the woman's neck and it turned out to be Cole and Lydia. None of them would lay down their arms first. In the midst of this standoff, a voice broke the silence, leaving everyone stunned. They didn't expect Negan to show up. Negan nonchalantly patted Cole down and said, "We're all on the same side, so let's put down our weapons."
What are you doing here?
We live here.
Lydia looked at this uncle with a grudge. He left without saying goodbye to her in the first place. Subsequently, Negan led them to the dressing room. Pushing aside the clothes, they discovered a concealed door. Inside, they found numerous people, including Gabriel.
Did your people steal their guns? Hijack that convoy? No.
You sure about that?
Annie was a bit angry that everyone they met had to be suspicious of them. She hated being asked that kind of question.
It doesn't matter. We have to get these people out of here. We can't leave. Not with the rest of my people still hiding.
Annie goes on to say, "We can't leave. My people are still hiding in various rooms of the building. We can't leave them behind." Annie proposed that Maggie and she should search the rooms together to find those still alive. It was clear that Annie didn't fully trust Maggie's group, prompting this arrangement. She's more comfortable with Negan being here. Maggie didn't refuse and agreed to Annie's proposal. After they left, Negan comforted his companions and told them not to panic. They would get out of here alive. During this moment, Lydia confronted Negan, asking why he left without saying anything.
You left without saying a word.
I left because I gave a shit. I left because that's what everyone needed. Right? And you find them? And what is she to you?
Negan, without unnecessary words, raised his left hand, revealing a ring on his ring finger. Yes, he had married the woman. Aaron asked Negan if you were responsible for the skull on the Warlord shelf.
Says the guy that rolled up with the Gestapo.
We didn't know.
Gabriel clarified that they were unaware of the situation, as they had been blinded by the seemingly idyllic life in the Commonwealth community. Lydia's illusions were shattered. To her, there was little difference between the Commonwealth and the Whisperers. It's all about annexation under the guise of helping others. At that moment, Negan's radio buzzed. His wife informed them they were on the 5th floor, and the soldiers had dispersed. They needed to retreat quickly. Taking swift action, Negan observed outside the window and exclaimed,
"Oh shit."
Simultaneously, a soldier entered the 1st floor, holding a child, Maggie's son, Herschel.
Sit and stay. Sarge, I found a truck on the perimeter. Kid hiding inside.
Did you see a kid?
Affirmative.
The car the soldier was talking about was the one Maggie was driving. She just didn't realize the kid was hiding in it and following her. Negan had hurried down upon spotting Herschel, fearing harm to the child. two men were forced to kneel on the rooftop, and the residents in the building had all become lambs to be slaughtered. Toby calmly walked behind them. Anyone who answers "I don't know" will meet this fate. In just a few minutes, several bodies had piled up below. They were all thrown to death, some even showing signs of mutation. Toby watched coldly from the rooftop, as if he had done something insignificant. Meanwhile, on the first floor, soldiers discovered a child hidden in a car. The captured child was Maggie's son, Herschel. Negan arrived just in time. He had hurriedly come after seeing what happened upstairs, fearing harm to the child. At the same time, Maggie and Negan's wife, Annie, had just infiltrated the 6th floor, and they hadn't yet found any survivors. After confirming it was safe, Annie breathed a sigh of relief. She took out a cloth bag from her pocket. Annie says she's 12 weeks pregnant and takes this to relieve pregnancy sickness. The child undoubtedly belonged to Negan. Maggie listened to the silence. Kill Negan revenge is her most wanted to do, but now she has another reason not to bear to do it, because she was also a mother, understanding the importance of a father's love for a child. Coincidentally, at this moment, Negan's voice came over the walkie-talkie.
Hey, Annie, you called me?
I'm here.
I found someone. Maggie's son.
Maggie was stunned. How could Herschel be there? She quickly took the walkie-talkie and asked for details.
If anything happens to him,
Turns out you had a stowaway that you didn't know about.
I'm coming to you. Negan.
He's safe. No.
You stay with Annie. It'll have to happen to me first.
Maggie fell silent again. Negan's firm tone just now left her unsure how to face the situation. After all they had been through, she understood that Negan was a principled person, but their unique enmity still made Maggie instinctively worry about her son. It was a conflicting feeling. Annie shook her head helplessly. Negan didn't want her to be involved in their feud, but after some thought, she said, "Negan didn't want me to tell you about the pregnancy. He was afraid you'd have a psychological burden when you try to kill him. Also, I know what he used to be like. Negan has told me everything." Annie continued, "We've all done bad things. I've seen what people do to each other for survival. Sometimes they hurt me, and sometimes I hurt them. I'm not proud of it, but it happened. Now all we can do is try to make the future better. I see Negan doing that." Maggie listened, and a strange mix of emotions filled her mind. It was a kind of conflict between wanting to let go and the inner voice telling her she couldn't. Downstairs, as Negan entered the room, Herschel said, "My mom told me to stay away from you," but at the same time, he was puzzled about why his mom always disliked this man. The current Negan felt lonely. Before his wife became pregnant, he wouldn't admit to his past mistakes. It was all about survival of the fittest. But now, on the verge of becoming a father, he could understand. He couldn't imagine what it would be like for his child to be born without a father. After some thought, he decided to reveal the truth and face it calmly. However, before Negan could speak, Herschel had already aimed the gun at him. Herschel often asked his mom, "Where did Dad go?" His mom always sadly replied that he was killed by bad people. Now Herschel had figured out that Negan was that bad person. Negan didn't deny it. This day was bound to come. He knelt down, prepared to be killed today, but he still said, "Listen, kid, what I took from you and your mom can't be undone no matter what I say or do. I don't blame you if you want to shoot me. The problem is, if you do, the gunshot will expose our location. Maybe I should die for the harm I caused to your father and family, but these people here shouldn't suffer because of me." Herschel, a smart and sensible child, naturally understood that Negan was speaking the truth. He had a look of resentment in his eyes, but he lowered the gun. Negan lowered his head. When Herschel pointed the gun at him just now, he had truly been prepared, but it had also terrified him. He couldn't fathom how his wife and child would survive the apocalypse without him. Of course, Maggie and Annie were unaware of the scene. They were still searching for their companions. Gunshots and screams echoed in the corridor. Toby had completely gone mad, ordering his men to kill anyone who didn't cooperate. If they didn't find weapons within an hour, burn the place down. After the soldiers left, Maggie emerged from the door. They had heard the jerk's words just now. Time was running out. Searching like this wasn't a solution. They were better off finding a way to deal with the soldiers. A few minutes later, the soldiers happened to find the room where Negan and the others were hiding, but after a thorough search, They found nothing. Toby lazily walked to the innermost part, wondering where these jerks could be hiding. He was about to have a drink to relieve his frustration when he noticed marks on the floor, because there are several footprints on the ground just as the wardrobe here disappeared, which cannot help but make him suspicious. He whistled for his men to be ready to fight outside. Inside, Megan and the others are even more tense, and as soon as they're spotted, they open fire.
That goddamn priest again. Let's go!
Aaron and Gabriel rushed to the rooftop, but there was nothing up there. Toby gestured for them to drop their weapons and not resist. Aaron reluctantly looked at the situation. They had no way out and had to drop their guns. Seeing this, Toby also put down his weapon. These two were no longer a threat. He shook his head and started to lose control. Aaron's ability is very strong, and he works very hard under him. Why should he betray the Commonwealth for a group of robbers and warlords? At this moment, a figure was approaching them, Cole, wearing a mask. Toby immediately called for all his men to come up and support. The soldiers replied. Toby suddenly smiled. Gunshots were heard on the walkie-talkie, obviously clearing some minor obstacles, so he wasn't worried. As long as the soldiers came to the rooftop, he would be fine. However, the door opened, and Maggie and Annie came in. Everything that happened just now was their plan. Toby was utterly hopeless. Someone coming to the rooftop meant all the soldiers were dead. Toby's retribution came so quickly. The person he had pushed down earlier had turned into a zombie. Hearing the commotion, all the zombies stood up. Worst of all, this guy is still breathing, and he's going to live to see himself torn apart by the zombies. After a while, they gathered in a room, and now all the Commonwealth soldiers were dead, finally relieving the crisis. Megan looked at Herschel standing in the corner. The boy had been moping ever since he learned the truth. While Maggie went out to move the bodies, Megan walked over and said, "You and I have some unfinished business, don't we? How about this, you and your mom go back to the hilltop, help her rebuild the home. In a few years, when you're a bit older, come find me. I promise we'll settle this." Herschel just stared at Megan, remaining silent. At that moment, Maggie returned, and Negan walked away. He thinks Maggie won't let him near her son. The atmosphere became awkward. However, Aaron and Gabriel approached. They wanted to discuss the next steps. Maggie advised them not to go back to the Commonwealth, that they'd be shooting themselves in the foot, but they insisted on returning, planning to report the situation here lightly and keep tabs on the Commonwealth's movements. Now the biggest problem was how to settle the residents in these apartments. Lance might bring soldiers here soon, and staying meant waiting for death. But they couldn't think of a good solution for the time being. They couldn't help but lament that so many people died over a batch of supplies, since it wasn't someone from the flat who took the supplies. Who could it be? Little did they know that the person who took the weapons had dealings with them before. Fast forward to a few days ago, Lance dispatched a team to transport supplies and was ambushed on the road. The soldiers were killed, but the attackers were not from the apartments. They just happened to find some food and brought it back. The real killer was her. The 3 dead soldiers turned into zombies and met Maggie and the others. The murderer turned out to be Leah, Daryl's former girlfriend. Not sure why she's stealing weapons. Lance in the Commonwealth is having a hard time because he can't reach Toby. And there's something else going on in the community today. In the morning, Daryl went to work as usual. He entered the office, and Rosita was already there, as beautiful as ever. While they were chatting, their leader walked in. Vickers was assigning today's tasks, and Daryl and Rosita were assigned to a group responsible for patrolling and security in the area. At that moment, Sebastian arrived with his girlfriend. After a while, Daryl and Rosita donned their armor, preparing to go out on their mission. Meanwhile, Sebastian was bragging to 2 soldiers about how skilled he was at killing zombies. Daryl's somewhat mocking praise could be heard by everyone present, and Sebastian's face immediately changed color. As Daryl and Rosita walked out of the gate, 2 colleagues followed them. These were the 2 soldiers who had been listening to Sebastian's boasting. One of them said, "We've spotted a large group of zombies at the northern border. We've been sent to check it out." Daryl and Rosita didn't know what to say for a moment. They couldn't just go and ask the commander. However, they felt something was off. Soon, the 2 soldiers led Daryl and Rosita to the so-called northern border. From a distance, there was indeed a massive group of zombies outside the fence.
Where's everybody else?
Daryl asked in confusion. Sebastian arrived with a zombie. In fact, there was no order to clear out zombies. Sebastian's credit cards were suspended by Pamela, and he needed the money for expenses. The house surrounded by the zombies used to be a banker's residence, with a large amount of cash in the safe. Sebastian wanted Daryl and Rosita to go in and get it. Sebastian chose Daryl and Rosita because, on one hand, Daryl had just mocked him, and on the other hand, regular soldiers were too weak. Showing them the access card for the office, Sebastian informed them that there was a solar generator in the garage that needed to be activated to use the access card. Before Sebastian could finish, Daryl immediately refused. There are so many zombies down there. If they go down there, it's a death sentence. Then Sebastian waved his hand, and a soldier killed the zombie with a knife. Sebastian ordered them to smear the zombie's guts on themselves and then make their way through the zombie horde to get him that cash. Daryl looked at him disdainfully. He didn't want to deal with this fool.
Hey, how are your kids doing?
Daryl was furious. How dare Sebastian threaten them with a child? The world of adults was never easy. That's probably why Maggie didn't want to come here. Eventually, Daryl and Rosita compromised. It was all for the sake of the child. And then Rosita started dissecting the zombies. Sebastian mentally sarcastically said, "Anyone has to do what they're told because his mother is Pamela." Half an hour later, they reached the foot of the mountain, covered in the flesh and blood of the zombies. Little by little, they were getting closer to the villa. With the protection of this armor, even if discovered by zombies, their chances of survival should be higher than usual due to their skills. They, clad in armor, smeared with zombie blood, cautiously navigated through the crowd of zombies. Their objective, a mansion ahead rumored to house a substantial amount of cash. They were Daryl and Rosita, who were forced to enter. Soon, they reached the mansion's entrance and pushed open the door. The interior was dimly lit, and for the moment, no zombies were in sight. They took off their helmets. Daryl's first instinct was to inspect the rooms, a habit formed in the post-apocalyptic world. Rosita noticed a corpse on the floor with blood that hadn't yet dried, indicating the person hadn't been dead for long. This puzzled them. With so many zombies around, how could any survivors have made it in? However, now was not the time for contemplation. Finding the cash was the priority. They proceeded deeper into the house. Reaching the room Sebastian had mentioned, the keypad lock on top had already lost power, requiring them to go to the basement to activate the solar generator. As they advanced, two zombies approached from behind. Rosita swiftly dealt with them. Then they looked at the two corpses on the floor. The degree of decomposition of the corpses is obvious that the transformation in the past 2 days. Suddenly, it turns out that Sebastian has been threatening many citizens of the Commonwealth to do his job for him in order to get the money inside. A woman, pleading not to be abandoned, revealed she had been trapped inside for several days and would starve to death if left alone. Rosita reassured the woman that they were not allied with those who sent her. The woman, named April, calmed down. She began her story, explaining that she was deeply in debt while living in the Commonwealth. One day, a man came to her home, promising to help her out of her predicament. All she needed to do was come here, steal money, and they would share the proceeds. She had no choice, as she had 2 children to support. As April spoke, she choked up. Daryl didn't wait for April to finish before telling Rosita to stay here while he went down to the basement to find a generator. 3 minutes later, Daryl successfully reached the basement, locating the solar generator. After pressing the start button, the device began running smoothly, but he soon discovered that there was a problem with the wire feed, and the machine seemed to be out of action, so he had to try to insert pliers to act as a wire. The generator showed signs of starting up, so it seemed to be working, but by then one of the zombies had gotten close enough for Daryl to kick it out of the way. Daryl then removed his armor, which hindered his agility. Daryl had just finished with the zombies, but there were more zombies inside the door. He had to back away as more than one came out. Fortunately, he found a steel pipe to use as a weapon. After eliminating all the zombies, Daryl secured the pliers once more. The light turning on indicated success. The keypad lock above began flashing red. Rosita quickly took out a card and entered the password. Just as they entered the room, April rushed up and embraced Rosita. Meanwhile, Daryl approached the safe, attempting to open it with a pry bar. However, after just a few knocks, the room's lights began to flicker, followed by the blaring sound of an alarm. It was evidently an automatic theft alarm system. Rosita pressed the combination lock twice to turn it off, but who knew that the alarm would be heard throughout the house? At this time, there was also movement outside. Should be as zombies were attracted by the sound over the. Rosita, an expert in this field, urgently tried to disable the alarm. However, after 2 minutes of unsuccessful attempts, she resorted to violence, grabbing her helmet and smashing it against the keypad. It seems violence is more effective. Daryl successfully pried open the safe, revealing a stash of US dollars. Without hesitation, Rosita took out her backpack to pack the money. After loading the money, They used the locker to block the door, but listening to the noise, it felt like the zombies would break in at any time. Just then, gunshots from outside surprised them. They looked at the door unexpectedly. Obviously someone was cleaning up the zombies outside, but they didn't know whether it was a friend or foe. Weapons drawn, they prepared for the unexpected. Gradually, the outside fell silent, and suddenly, a rapid knocking on the door startled them. Nervously, they decided to take the initiative and guard the door in case of a sudden assault. To their relief, the unexpected visitors turned out to be Michael and Carol. It turns out that Carol and Daryl agreed to have lunch together today, but she didn't wait for Daryl, so Carol found Michael. Michael asked his men again and found out they'd come here to steal money. Rosita hurriedly explained that it was that bastard Sebastian who forced us to come here and threatened us with the baby. Michael, understanding the situation, didn't say much. He knew Sebastian's behavior, but who could do anything about it? With ammunition running low, they had to rely on old tactics to exit safely. Rosita generously gave her armor to April. 5 minutes later, they left the room. They all have rich combat experience in the end of the world, in the zombie horde through the strong psychological quality. This is not the first time they have done things like this. Only this woman was scared when the zombies passed by her. In order to escape from the house filled with zombies, they moved cautiously, holding their breath. They made every effort to avoid making any noise, so as not to attract the attention of the zombies. Carol and the others had strong mental resilience, having experienced so much in the post-apocalyptic world. However, the woman, in particular, was terrified when zombies passed by her. Her mind went completely blank. Suddenly a zombie crashed into April's body and even hung up the backpack containing money. April was instantly frightened, trembling uncontrollably and pulling with increased intensity. When the zombie turned its head towards her, she became even more panicked. April used a knife to kill the zombie directly. The others, despite the risk of exposure, immediately cleared the nearby zombies to come to her rescue. 3 minutes later, all the zombies had been killed, but their attention turned to April lying on the ground. April had been gnawed by the zombies. Rosita sadly used the knife to send her off for the last time. Rosita is also a mother and can understand the helplessness of women who come here, but the poor April's 2 children have no one to take care of them. Michael opened the door, revealing that there were still many zombies outside. They had to continue moving forward. Half an hour later, they successfully returned. Sebastian was not there. Only 2 lackeys were waiting for them. More precisely, they were waiting for the money they had brought back. Michael remained silent. Sebastian's lackeys disrespected him, but he had to endure it. However, their disregard for the lives of the Commonwealth civilians infuriated Michael. They were a little surprised that Michael would do that, but this incident also made them realize that Michael was not happy with this kind of behavior either, but he had no choice in the matter. Michael was, in essence, a just and righteous person, explaining his popularity among the people. Sometimes, for the sake of family, one had to mind their own business. They were puzzled why tolerate Sebastian. Shouldn't they expose the truth directly? After returning to the police station, they sat in silence, contemplating. Sebastian entered. Noticing Daryl and Rosita had returned, he greeted them with a smile because their return meant success. Seeing the money, Sebastian was ecstatic, praising Daryl and Rosita continuously. Then, Sebastian noticed his 2 lackeys were absent. After a moment of contemplation, he seemed indifferent to the fate of others. If they were dead, so be it. He took out 2 stacks of money from his bag and threw them onto Daryl's desk. The events of today have made Daryl and Rosita realize that the roots of the Commonwealth are rotten and it may not be safe here. At this moment, in Lance's office, he was still attempting to contact Toby, but there was no response from inside. He was unaware that the CIA assassin and the soldiers had already met their demise. Just when Lance was thinking, Carol came in. She is now Lance's subordinate. Because of the wine incident, Lance thought Carol was very capable, so he let her stay with him. Carol then talks about Sebastian threatening civilians to help him steal money, because Carol thought that Lance was a big steward and might be able to control such a phenomenon, and Carol felt that Lance was a good person from the contact in this period of time. Carol froze, but on second thought it became clear that these people were all the same. I'm afraid. Lance says calmly that it's the idiots themselves who are willing to. They made a mess of their lives. I gave them a chance to turn it around. They just didn't take it. Everyone has to play their part. That's the rule here. Do you understand? While Carol appeared to agree on the surface, her face changed as she turned away. From now on, she decided not to trust the Commonwealth anymore. Lance's expression also darkened as he couldn't reach Toby. Something must have happened. The next day, Lance, accompanied by a squad of soldiers, arrived at the apartment. Upon reaching the ground floor, they discovered Toby's mutilated body. Daryl, with his experience, sensed that this incident was not simple. Upstairs, they found the surviving Aaron and Gabriel. Lance listened to their accounts and found it hard to believe. According to Aaron, they broke into the flat and there was a firefight that ended with the man here killing all the soldiers, including Toby. This was a group of highly trained and armed soldiers. There was a suspicious point. Why did those people spare Aaron and Gabriel? Moreover, the assailants managed to escape. Aaron and Gabriel were sure at once that this was the way it happened. Lance was furious. He didn't believe Aaron and Gabriel's story. Then Lance smiled and said, "I think there's a wild guess. It doesn't make sense that you two would be the only ones left in the flat after these violent maniacs brutally murdered the soldiers. But it doesn't make sense that you'd lie to me for a bunch of murderous maniacs. The only possibility is that these lunatics are not strangers." The atmosphere became tense. Daryl, vigilant from the beginning, kept glancing back at the soldiers. If his companion was in danger, he would take Lance hostage first. However, Lance was cunning and wouldn't allow a conflict to arise in public. He immediately dismissed it as his own wild guess and urged them not to take it to heart. The term smiling tiger seemed apt for this individual. Subsequently, Lance ordered the soldiers to leave and prepare to track down those who escaped from the apartment. He wouldn't take Aaron and Gabriel's word for it. These two individuals could lie for only one reason: they were familiar with the people who killed the soldiers. Therefore, Lance planned to visit Hilltop, but he cunningly framed it as a visit to remind Maggie to stay safe. A group of white armored soldiers were advancing through the woods when several zombies appeared directly in front of them. Lance signaled for them to stop. It would have been a piece of cake for them to deal with the zombies, but Lance turned to look at Gabriel and Aaron. They exchange a glance, showing no intention to refuse. It's evident that Lance doesn't trust them due to the apartment incident and is testing them. Daryl joins in to help. Military discipline and orders mean less to him than friends and family. The three of them, without fear, confront the zombies. The zombies in front of them pose no real threat. Aaron smashes a zombie's head with a punch, while Gabriel cleaves another with a knife. Daryl, showcasing superior skills, uses the rifle but to fend off one zombie before thrusting a bayonet into another's head. Their fighting style is simple and straightforward, and they seem to have a lot of experience. Lance's expression gradually changes. Those not under his control are potential enemies. Just as he contemplates, the trio finishes the fight. As a soldier, Daryl shows no reverence for Lance, the superior. Lance is indeed a smiling tiger. When interacting with people, he always maintains a polite and gentle demeanor. An hour later, they arrive at the hilltop. Maggie is already on the wall but shows no intention of opening the gate. The hilltop is not a vassal of the Commonwealth. Maggie won't open the gate on a whim. Lance's face changes instantly. In the Commonwealth, where everyone reveres him, these locals repeatedly challenge his authority. He turns and instructs the soldiers, seemingly preparing to force their way in. Maggie signals Cole to gather people for any unforeseen circumstances. Daryl steps forward, suggesting that talking to Maggie might prevent unnecessary bloodshed. Reluctantly, Lance agrees. Daryl removes his helmet, revealing his face, and says, "We won't leave until we've searched the place. I promise it'll be quick." Maggie ponders. Daryl's words imply that if they open the gate, there's no danger. Trusting her friend, she opens the gate. Lance, accompanied by the soldiers, enters. The subsequent events involve a meticulous search. The soldiers, to their credit, refrain from damaging anything. Half an hour later, they find nothing. Herschel passes by, and Lance immediately stops him. Despite finding nothing, Lance remains steadfast in his belief that Aaron and Gabriel are deceiving him. He is convinced there's something amiss in the hilltop, so he was going to start with this kid. Herschel is feeling somewhat guilty at this moment, contemplating whether or not to speak up. Lance runs up again, blocking Herschel. He takes out a hat from his pocket, claiming it's a gift for him. However, it's the same hat Herschel lost in the apartment. Lance brings it out as a test. Caught off guard, Herschel doesn't know what to do. Cole rushes over, grabbing Lance by the collar and slamming him against the wall. Visibly angry, soldiers, hearing the commotion, quickly approach with guns in hand. Daryl and Maggie realized something was wrong. Lance, somewhat nervous, tries to use words to prevent Maggie from acting rashly. He claims to be a good person with no ill intentions toward the child. Maggie said gently, "A lot of people have threatened my family like you have, and the grass is no doubt a meter high in their graves." Daryl's attitude was always firm. He may be a soldier of the Commonwealth, but he will always prioritize his family. Quickly thinking, Lance understands that these people are different from the naive civilians of the Commonwealth. If provoked, they might genuinely shoot. Today, he has to compromise. After the soldiers put down their weapons, Maggie retracts her handgun. This hypocritical man, Lance, now harbors immense anger inside but approaches Maggie, saying,
Sorry if there was any miscommunication. Shame we couldn't be friends.
Once he finishes speaking, he leaves with the soldiers. After leaving the hilltop, Lance changes his strategy. He divides the soldiers into two teams, claiming that separating the search will be more efficient. By nightfall, Daryl's team finds nothing. However, they suspect that due to the events during the day, Lance deliberately kept them away, possibly having the soldiers monitor them. On the other side, Lance's team is also resting. A soldier approaches, reporting a discovery in the distance. Lance whistles, signaling his subordinates to follow him. The soldier spotted Leah, the one who actually took the supplies, and she was studying the weapons. Suddenly, there seems to be a disturbance in the jungle. She doesn't appear to be alert, but pretends she didn't hear anything and walks straight into the tent. Soon, soldiers surround the area, and the person leading them opens the tent, only to find it empty. Confused, they hear gunshots. One soldier's foot is pierced, followed by another. Lance only cares about the lost firearms from start to finish. As for how many people died, he feels nothing. Now that the weapons were here, the purpose of the trip had been achieved. However, during the day, Maggie's actions irritated Lance. He couldn't order a massacre directly, as it would impact his reputation within the Commonwealth if word got out. So, recruiting this formidable woman in front of him to carry out the task is the best option. Amidst Lance's rhetoric, Leah walks out with a gun. Unbeknownst to Lance, both Leah and Maggie bear deep-seated grudges. Once, a woman ruthlessly killed soldiers and plundered supplies and weapons, dealing a severe blow to the Commonwealth. Without a doubt, she would face relentless pursuit. Several days later, Lance indeed tracked her down with a small team. However, instead of the expected revenge, Lance invited the woman to join the Commonwealth. His clear intention was to use Leah to destroy the hilltop and eliminate the detested Maggie. Lance instructed his subordinates to remove their armor, disguising themselves to follow Leah. This way, no one would know that he was behind this. Little did he know that Maggie had anticipated Lance's unwillingness to let the matter rest. She left with her son. Half an hour later, the group passes through a wooded area where Lydia is already waiting. They follow Lydia for a few more minutes, eventually reaching a concealed location, the former hideout of the Whisperers. Anticipating Lance's suspicion towards the hilltop, Lydia hid the people from the apartment here. Maggie's purpose in coming this time is to hide Herschel here, as she senses Lance will likely target the hilltop. In the chaos, she won't be able to protect her son. Negan shakes his head, expressing gratitude for Maggie's help. He assures her that the child is fine under his watch. However, he refuses to hide in a cave while she goes back alone to guard the hilltop. If necessary, she should consider abandoning the place, emphasizing that survival is paramount. In the past, Maggie would have likely argued against Negan. This time, she softly says, "Maybe the hilltop isn't worth my persistence, but the people inside need me to save them. The war between Lance and me will only end when one side perishes, leading to an endless situation that can't be resolved by fleeing." Maggie declines their kindness. She doesn't want to involve Negan and the others. She only hopes they can take Herschel far away from the hilltop until the war is over. Negan finally waited for this day when he could, in all righteousness, use his actions to make amends for this mother and son. Suddenly, a loud buzzing sound fills the air. When they look up, they are astonished to see countless locusts swiftly sweeping across the land, seemingly foretelling impending disaster. On Lance's side, after Leah leaves, the remaining soldiers pack their belongings. Lance is ready to witness Maggie's demise at the hilltop. Believing victory is already within his grasp, he uses the radio to contact another squad. Daryl listens to their conversation nearby. With his experience, he knows that Lance, that bastard, is planning something against them. Having survived in the post-apocalyptic world for so long, they've seen all sorts of conspiracies. Now, they must be on high alert. A few minutes later, they arrive at an open area with many abandoned vehicles. The soldiers' pace slows, and they intentionally move behind the cars, seeking cover. How could they not understand that this is a prelude to an attack? Without realizing it, the soldiers had formed a circle around them, not giving them the slightest chance of escape. Of course, the three of them were no novices, exchanging a glance and preparing to strike first. Luckily, the abandoned cars provided cover, and they narrowly avoided a round of bullet fire. Unfortunately, Aaron was unlucky. A bullet grazed his shoulder. Daryl, the only one with a rifle, moved cautiously, looking for an opportunity. As he maneuvered, he seized the chance to rush from behind, smashing the butt of his rifle into the man's forehead. He knocked him unconscious and handed the weapon to Aaron. Relying on their post-apocalyptic experience, they weren't necessarily incapable of turning the tide. Gabriel hid behind a car, thrusting a knife into a soldier's thigh and swiftly kicking him unconscious. Another weapon fell into their hands. Now, the forces on both sides were nearly equal, and the pressure eased. After a fierce battle, all the soldiers were eliminated, leaving only the gasping captain. Daryl intentionally spared him, hoping to extract some information. The captain, thinking himself tough, believed that death was the worst that could happen. Surprisingly, Daryl didn't press him further. As Daryl looked up, the captain followed his gaze. In the distance, a swarm of zombies was heading their way, and there was no shortage of them. The captain genuinely felt fear. There was a distinction between a straightforward death and one filled with excruciating pain. After all, no one wanted to become one of those things after death. Though the information was vague, they could guess that the bastard Lance was probably going after the hilltop. Maggie was in danger now. At that moment, the man's walkie-talkie rings with Lance's voice. Daryl picked it up. Lance's face changed, but he had no intention of going after them. Instead, he intended to witness the death of Maggie first. In the evening, the houses in the hilltop were brightly lit. They aimed to discreetly eliminate everyone inside. The halls were quiet and there was no sign of anyone until they came to the ground floor and saw the lights spilling out of the rooms. The man in charge immediately signaled his men to get ready, and then he approached a little closer. Upon pushing open the door, they were greeted by the sight of several gasoline barrels. After Maggie sent her son out, she set up a trap inside the house, and these people did come, but they didn't see Lance's figure just now. He is really an old fox, always instructing others to do bad things. Everyone agreed to the plan, but just as they prepared to act, Leah emerged with a gun in hand. This woman was no pushover. She had deliberately stayed back and not joined the soldiers on the ground floor. Maggie couldn't believe it was Leah, but now was not the time for contemplation. Escaping was the immediate priority because Lance might be on his way. A group of men in black quietly approached the room, preparing to ambush and kill everyone at the hilltop. However, as the man opened the door, they were surprised to find several gasoline barrels inside. Maggie had anticipated the attack and set a trap. Now, they needed to enter the room, clean up the battlefield, and search for weapons before going after Lance, the mastermind behind the scenes. But Leah was the one who fired the gun. She was careful not to follow the soldiers, so she escaped. Maggie didn't think it was Leah, but they couldn't care less about their sadness and surprise. The most important thing is to get out of here now. Leah, calm and composed, continued to track them. Today would be the day she sought revenge. Half an hour later, Lance and his soldiers arrived at the hilltop, expecting to see Maggie dead. To their surprise, the bodies on the ground were all their own men. He looked at the sky filled with locusts and his anger was uncontrollable. Lance adjusted his emotions. He pulled out his walkie-talkie and asked Leah what her location was. Lance cursed angrily.
Your way got my men killed.
Collateral damage.
Seeing the bosses emotionally disturbed next to the henchman said, "We have a lot of manpower has arrived now in 30 kilometers of scattered search. Surely we can find them." Meanwhile, Gabriel and the others are worried about Maggie and they are also heading towards the hilltop, killing a soldier on the way. They stumbled upon a temporary campsite with some leftover supplies. Searching for clues on the ground, Gabriel found something. Daryl recognized it. The three of them felt bad. Leah's appearance here was undoubtedly for revenge against Maggie, possibly in collaboration with the villain Lance. Daryl is in a hurry and suggests that the three of them split up to find out where those bastards are as soon as possible. Maggie and the others have escaped to a wooded area where the zombies are slowing them down. Maggie suggested Lydia and Cole go ahead, leaving her to lure the pursuers. Whether it was Leah or Lance, their target was her. Lydia and Cole didn't linger unnecessarily. Indeed, staying behind would only hinder their movements. After they left, Maggie remained calm. She took out her pistol and loaded it. In fact, Leah wanted to kill her. Why would she not want to eliminate the root of the problem? Soon, they crossed paths. Maggie wasted no time and fired the first shot. Leah's screams ring out and it looks like she should have been hit. Maggie caught up, Finding bloodstains extending into the distance, Maggie moved forward cautiously. Leah had been hit, but it wasn't a fatal wound. When Maggie regained consciousness, she found herself bound to a chair, with Leah raising a pistol toward her. Maggie struggled, but her hands were securely tied, making it difficult to break free. In an effort to buy time, Maggie spoke. "I know you won't kill me right now because you don't want it to be that simple. If you wanted me dead, you would have acted already." Leah, upon hearing this, reluctantly lowered her gun, acknowledging the truth. Remembering Maggie's past betrayal and ruthless actions that led to the death of her family, Leah was determined to make Maggie experience the same pain. Meanwhile, Lance, accompanied by soldiers, was heading toward their location as Leah had left markings along the way. Maggie continued to talk, diverting Leah's attention from her and buying time to loosen the ropes. When the moment seemed right, Maggie began using words to taunt. "I killed your people because I wanted to. If you can't accept that, then just shoot me." Suddenly, Maggie shook off the ropes, kicked away Leah's weapon, and swiftly grabbed her gun hand. They engaged in a physical struggle. Soon, Maggie gained the upper hand, first disarming Leah of her handgun and then delivering a punch to Leah's face. Maggie seized the opportunity to take a knife from Leah. However, Leah, reacting quickly, pushed Maggie down, both armed with short knives. They stared fiercely at each other. These are two pure fighters who can't be seen as soft women. Maggie was thrown straight to the ground when she was careless. Leah took the opportunity to press on top of her. Then she beat Maggie with one punch after another. Leah used almost all of her body's strength. Leah then drew a short knife, intending to end Maggie's life. Leah met her demise this way, and Maggie breathed a sigh of relief when Daryl arrived. Daryl killed his ex-girlfriend with his own hands. "I wonder what kind of mood he's in." Noticing soldiers outside, Daryl aimed at Lance and fired. Uncertain if the shot hit its mark, it wasn't the time to linger. On the other side, soldiers had also surrounded the area. Daryl helped Maggie up, and they quickly retreated. Lance almost died here. Lance angrily took the soldiers and rushed up to the house. He had to break this bastard into pieces. However, upon entering the house, they found Leah lying lifeless on the ground. They've escaped through the window. Lance hadn't had so many failures since he became governor of the Commonwealth, and this time he almost died. Meanwhile, Daryl and Maggie had distanced themselves from the cabin. Maggie's face was stained with blood, mostly hers but also some from Leah. A little while later, Aaron and Gabriel came to join them, and it was like they were back in the days when they were fighting with Rick. Although death could come at any moment, they were all on the road together. The once inexperienced group had matured and could stand on their own. On the other side, Negan also told the people in the cave to come out. Sooner or later they would be found by the carpet search. Everyone, including Negan, was now without a home. The next day, Lance had his soldiers take over the Alexandria safe zone and fly the flag of the Commonwealth. The hilltop faced a similar fate. Someday Lance would move some of his people to live in it, and then he would have a force of his own. Lance, walking confidently in Oceanside, wore a triumphant expression. Despite some deviations, he had achieved some of his goals. All the people here have been arrested because he thinks they're all on Maggie's side. Daryl skillfully dodged the attacks of the zombies, swiftly eliminating them with a well-placed strike. His agile movements and adept skills made dealing with the zombies seem effortless. Before they could catch their breath, gunshots echoed from outside. They looked out the window to see none other than that scoundrel Lance. He had taken over their home and was conducting a thorough search and hunt against them. Suddenly, footsteps behind them signaled someone's approach. They positioned themselves, ready for anything. It turns out that Gabriel and Aaron are back from scouting outside. Almost killed one of their own. Maggie was taken aback, panicking at the sight of Negan, fearing something had happened to her son. Annie quickly explained that he, along with Lydia and others, was safe and hiding in a secure location. Gabriel believed that since they had already clashed with Lance, it might jeopardize their friends still in the Commonwealth. The priority should be to go back and bring them out. However, Aaron immediately rejected the idea, fearing that returning to the Commonwealth meant passing through checkpoints. Maggie, on the other hand, was concerned about the safety of the Hilltop residents. In the midst of conflicting opinions, Daryl urged everyone to calm down, presenting a compromise. He pointed at Negan, noting that everyone had overlooked something. These people hadn't seen Negan before, and he could act as a new recruit to pass through the checkpoint. Meanwhile, the rest could stay and deal with the soldiers. Negan didn't refuse. Now was the time he could truly help everyone. He reassured his wife that he would be back soon. The journey to the Commonwealth was long, so they devised a plan. Meanwhile, two soldiers patrolling in a vehicle encountered a group of zombies ahead. Unfazed, they got out to clear the zombies. not suspecting anything unusual. After a round of shooting, the zombies fell. However, one of the men failed to notice another group approaching from the side. Another soldier wanted to come to the rescue, but it was too late. He could only kill a few zombies to avenge his companions, but he didn't realize that a tall figure was behind him, and it was Negan who attacked him. He grabbed the soldier's gun and radio, tossing them under the opposite car. At the same time, the door of the opposite car opens and a hand reaches out and picks up the gun and walkie-talkie. It's Daryl who opens the door. It's part of the plan. He intended to continue hiding there, waiting for Lance to arrive. Half an hour later, Lance found the place in a sorry state, and to add to his annoyance, the car had been driven away too. He didn't even have to think about the fact that those people were trying to get to the Commonwealth. The bad signal made Lance furious, and absolutely no way these people should be allowed to get to the Commonwealth. He ordered his men to try to get a signal from another location, and as soon as they did, to tell the community that Daryl had betrayed the Commonwealth. If that car approached the wall, they were to eliminate them without hesitation. Suddenly, the sneak attacker was Daryl, who sadly still couldn't kill Lance. The soldier's intercom goes off, and the men inside say they've seen the stolen car. Daryl's location is so good that no one can do anything about it, and he kills several soldiers instead. Lance signaled his 2 men to follow him, planning to flank Daryl from behind. Daryl had disappeared. It was the first time Lance had ever met an opponent who could drive him crazy, but what he didn't realize was that Daryl had already sneaked into the car. Lance raised his pistol to shoot, but his shots went astray. Ultimately, he could only watch as Daryl made a clean getaway. Meanwhile, Negan was driving on the road, initially heading west. Negan hadn't expected to be noticed. 2 soldiers pursued him relentlessly, with one of them firing shots. If not for Negan's swift reactions, he would have been shot dead. Despite accelerating, he couldn't shake off the soldiers. Capture or death seemed inevitable at this rate. Negan checked the rearview mirror and was certain someone had come to help. He didn't stop the car. His mission was too critical. Daryl exited the vehicle unharmed, watching Negan depart with relief, hoping he would successfully reach the Commonwealth. Inside the Commonwealth, their old friends had done something big. Do you remember when Sebastian forced Daryl and Rosita to steal money from the zombies? And a lot of civilians have died before them, due to Pamela's son being involved. They were warned not to speak of it. Rosita, however, felt the civilians deserved to know the truth and couldn't be pawns in the Milton family's games. It all started 3 days ago. She informed Eugene, and together they decided to expose the Milton family's ugliness through the newspaper. So they called up Connie and Kelly, who were journalists, to expose the story through the newspaper, and they were old friends who wouldn't rat them out. Connie was furious when she heard what had happened, but then she remembers something and pulls out a list of names from her backpack that someone had slipped into her room. Rosita took a look and found the name of the deceased woman they had encountered earlier. Only there were only about 200 people on the list. Sebastian had killed more than that. Connie, true to her reputation as a journalist, says that the Milton family scandal must have been well hidden by officials, and that they need an insider to find out what's going on, but they don't know anyone like that, and even if they did, they wouldn't risk it for them. Then Eugene coughed. The person Eugene was looking for was naturally Pamela's secretary, Maxine. Maxine led Eugene to a secluded room. Upon learning that Eugene had asked her for help in finding secret files, she advised, "We should stay away from trouble rather than inviting it." Stephanie's affairs were just settling down and Alexandria's safe zone was being rebuilt and things were looking up. As she was about to finish speaking, Eugene continued, stating that the scoundrel had caused deaths, and many civilians had inexplicably disappeared. Your brother Michael can confirm that he was there. Maxine couldn't believe her brother, whom she thought was upright, could witness such events. The situation became awkward. After Maxine left, she went straight to the gym where Michael was working out. She directly questioned Michael about why he had concealed the disappearance of civilians. However, Michael told Maxine that it wasn't her concern and advised her not to get involved. The Commonwealth wasn't a perfect place, and the issues she mentioned weren't anything new. Maxine disagreed with this viewpoint, asserting that everyone had the right to survive, and her brother could do more to change the place. In the end, the siblings parted ways on bad terms due to their differing opinions. In the evening, Maxine visited Eugene's room. Seeing her distressed expression, Eugene continuously apologized for his actions during the day, acknowledging it had been somewhat tactless and morally coercive. Every individual has their own thoughts, and not everyone would stand up for such matters. Eugene's approach indeed bordered on being overbearing. However, To Eugene's surprise, Maxine's sense of justice surpassed his expectations. She firmly expressed her determination to change the place and not wait for others to take a stand. Eugene was relieved. This was the Stephanie he knew. Boldly, he took Maxine's hand. A heartfelt and resolute confession left Maxine enchanted. She was proud to love a person daring enough to overturn the chessboard. A true man. Eugene woke up once again from his bed, having spent a wonderful night.
We had a lovely night, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
They had officially established their romantic relationship. Eugene was no longer the somewhat timid and irritable man he used to be. Now, he exuded mature charm. It seemed that good things come to those who wait, and everything was falling into place. Maxine shared similar interests and personality traits with Eugene, making them a perfect match. After spending some intimate time together, Maxine got up. It was time for her to go to work. However, she had an additional task for the day, helping Eugene steal confidential files from the Milton family. Half an hour later, Maxine sat in her office, lost in thought. Although she had decided to assist Eugene, she couldn't shake off a sense of guilt. Pamela, rehearsing her speech, noticed Maxine's unusual demeanor.
Max? You okay? You seem...
Maxine hastily assured her that everything was fine, and Pamela, not prying further, returned to her office. Later, Maxine remembered something she had forgotten and caught up with Pamela. The accountant had sent the budget for the upcoming Founders Day event, with a surplus of $50,000.
How about starting a scholarship fund?
Before Maxine could finish, Pamela's expression became a little more serious. She didn't care about poor families. Pamela only cared about power and face. All she had to do was to make the event a success and make her speech, and the people would respect her.
You really should get going. You've got that 5 o'clock dinner.
Yes. Thank you.
But Pamela doesn't say what she really thinks and politely declines Maxine's offer. Maxine realized that Pamela, the supposed benevolent leader of the Commonwealth, was nothing more than a hypocritical, power-hungry politician. After Pamela left, Maxine quickly searched through the filing cabinets, nervously glancing at the door to see if anyone was approaching. Soon, she found a report on missing persons, detailing their specific information.
Hey! I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to scare you.
No, Sebastian, hi. No, you didn't. Is there something that I can help you?
Yes,
Sebastian arrived, seemingly to check if Pamela was still upset. Maxine tried to be natural and said, "Your mom's gone to a meeting. I can tell her you were here." Sebastian, appearing somewhat intoxicated, began speaking incoherently.
Oh God, I mean, you even take it home with you.
Oh, no, that's... I got it. It's okay. That's fine.
Seeing Maxine so nervous about the file, Sebastian felt something was wrong. They just stared at each other awkwardly, but as it was his mom's secretary, Sebastian didn't dare to do anything, so he just thought it was a secret document. Maxine also breathed a sigh of relief. It was a very unpleasant feeling. At night, she took the file to Eugene's room. Connie and the others are here to look through the file, but unfortunately it only contains information about the missing persons, followed by a series of numbers not knowing if they're coordinates or something else. However, the information proved insufficient to expose the Milton family. Connie says they're going to continue to gather evidence, but she can expose Sebastian for sending people out to steal money and let the masses criticize the bastard. As they discussed their plan, there was a knock on the door. Anxious, they quickly organized the documents, but Magna reassured them that the visitor was Ezekiel, having successfully recovered from cancer surgery. Ezekiel, with a significant base among the lower classes, could help escalate the situation.
And I got a whole network, ready and willing to ride at dawn.
With this, they gained even more confidence. The forthcoming actions meant there was no turning back. This was their first battle launched against the corrupt government. Despite the risks, it held significant meaning. They were about to embark on a historic revolution. The next day, Maxine returned to the office early, replacing the stolen files to avoid suspicion. Another half hour passed and Maxine was ready to face the storm. At that moment, Pamela came in with an indignant look on her face and threw a newspaper on Maxine's desk. It said, "Pamela is lying to you," and it told of her son threatening civilians to steal money. In the afternoon, a large crowd gathered outside the administrative building, holding portraits of the missing persons and protesting.
We want justice!
And this woman Pamela panicked. On the broadcast, she addressed the citizens of the Commonwealth, claiming the reports were lies spread by malicious individuals to sow fear and anger. I understand my son. He is an upright young man and couldn't possibly do such a thing. But the people aren't stupid. Everyone knows what Sebastian is like. They just don't dare to speak out. And Sebastian has long since disappeared. Connie and the others found solace in the fact that the first step of their revolution seemed to be highly successful. Michael, accompanied by soldiers, arrived at the square. Instead of stopping the protesters, he instructed his subordinates to avoid any stampede incidents.
What are you doing out of uniform?
Personal day.
Not today. Not with all this.
This isn't my problem, it's not yours either.
Michael was about to say something when a report came over the intercom from one of his men that there was a situation at the checkpoint that required him to go there. Following this, Michael entered the interrogation room at the checkpoint. Seated before him was a handsome man, unmistakably Negan. This guy exuded confidence. Michael began questioning Negan about his motives, wondering why he insisted on meeting him. Negan replied, "I used to have a friend who mentioned you. Her name was Elspeth. She said if I ever wanted to meet her, I should find you." Michael didn't remember Elspeth, but he sensed that Negan had something important to communicate that just wasn't convenient here.
Get him some water. Now.
After the soldier left the room, Michael questioned Negan again, asking who sent him. Negan replied, "Daryl told me to trust only you. We're being hunted by a guy named Lance, who has been attacking us, but the problem is that we have fellow family members here at the Commonwealth, and I need to get in there and make sure they're safe."
Just let you in. We got rules here.
Oh, rules. Right. Well, if no one else is playing by those rules, then why are you?
People in the Commonwealth have been marching in the streets demanding that Pamela hand over her evil son and give the victim's family a fair accounting. The sound of protests echoed throughout the entire city. At this moment, in a certain building where Daryl and Aaron were both absent, their children were under the care of Carol, unavailable to join the protests outside. Carol, curious, glanced towards the commotion. To her surprise, she spotted two individuals driving against the flow of traffic, seemingly heading towards their building. Carol, having experienced the apocalypse, had developed a cautious nature. Without delay, she instructed the children to gather their belongings and hide. 5 minutes later, a knock on the door echoed. As there was no response, the door was forcefully opened. Indeed, they were here. Upon entering, the intruders began searching every room. This is Daryl's residence, so by the looks of this they should be looking for Judith and RJ. Just not sure what they're up to. Carol, concealed outside, prepared to take action if she were discovered. Fortunately, the woman did not notice. Meanwhile, the three children hid under the kitchen cabinets. Failing to find anyone, the intruders prepared to leave for the school. Downstairs, Negan, observing the lively square, couldn't believe such a place existed in the post-apocalyptic world.
Well, what are you doing here, man?
Negan then remembered that he had business to attend to.
Well, I'm here to save your asses. Where is Carol?
At this moment, Carol was packing to relocate when she heard footsteps in the staircase. She promptly had the children hide. Approaching the door, Carol heard Jerry's voice. Unexpectedly, she opened the door to find Negan. Following that, Negan recounted the events of Lance pursuing them. Now Carol realized that those men were supposed to have come to take the children to force Daryl and the others. Good thing she's careful. Negan was here to tell everyone to get out of here. However, Carol wasn't going to leave. She had a plan that would allow them all to stay and live and get rid of the threat of Lance once and for all. Half an hour later, Carol instructed Jerry to take care of the children and brought Negan to a large building. She'd observed Sebastian enter the building and never come out. For her plan's first step, Carol aimed to find Sebastian, for which she obtained the building's blueprints. After meticulous comparison, they discovered an unusual place, a hidden room. Negan swiftly moved obstacles aside. As anticipated, there was a concealed mechanism, and Carol, prying off the outer boards, revealed a hidden door. They pushed the door open and the room was small with bottles of wine on the cupboards and floor and even the smell of urine. Sebastian was lying on the bed. This guy knew there was a crusade going on outside, so he hid in here. Carol kicked the pillow, and Sebastian groggily awoke. Confused, Sebastian looked at them, not understanding how they had entered. As he reached for a nearby pistol, Negan promptly pinned him down with his foot.
What do we have here?
Carol said, There are people out there waiting to punish you. I'm taking you to your mother. I'm the only one who can save you now. You have to trust me."
Commonwealth is her kid. I'm just a problem.
Outside, Pamela was greeted by a chorus of voices calling for the Milton family to step down as she walked out of the administration building. Pamela didn't even dare to stay and got into the armored car under the protection of the soldiers. She then saw that it was written on the walls that the Milton family was out of power and her anger surged. Using the radio, Pamela adjusted the frequency and spoke through the intercom.
B14. Do it right away.
Just an hour after her call, there was an influx of zombies outside the Commonwealth. Pamela's cunning plan involved using an external crisis to downplay internal conflicts.
A swarm has been detected 5 miles out. Lockdown has been instituted by order of Governor Pamela Milton. Return to your homes immediately. After curfew.
Upon hearing this, the previously assertive crowd dispersed. Having lived within the walls for over a decade, they lacked the capability to deal with zombies. The soldiers now had a legitimate reason to expel them. Pamela knew this was a temporary solution. Once the zombie crisis passed, the people would likely resume their unrest. Moreover, her son would forever carry the burden of these accusations. At this time, the door to the room opened and Sebastian came in a state of disarray. The one thing he was most afraid of was facing his mother. Sebastian was expecting to be chastised by his mom, but he didn't expect. Yumiko was even more surprised. She doesn't understand what Carol is doing. After hugging he for a while, Pamela let go of her hand and slapped Sebastian straight across the face. This wayward son had brought shame to the family, engaging in such acts and being caught red-handed.
What did you have to do with all of this?
Say, Mom, they want someone to blame and I'm an easy target. That story is a lie.
Pamela knows in her heart what her son is like.
I think we can help each other.
And who are you?
Carol stepped forward, stating, "I work for Lance, but he's been hunting my friends in your name. I need you to stop him." Perplexed, Pamela questioned, "I know nothing about this, and I fail to see how it benefits me." Carol went on to say, "If your son didn't commit such a heinous crime, then it was done by other executives." Carol had already given Pamela a hint as to what she should do. It was a perfect plan, making Lance the scapegoat. The public wouldn't believe it if they found someone else to take the blame, but Lance is different. He's very high up in the Commonwealth, so no one would suspect a thing.
Drop your weapon!
On the ground. Two people walked cautiously in the alley, frequently checking their surroundings. They were Daryl and Maggie, being pursued by Lance. As they walked, they suddenly heard the sound of approaching footsteps. They hid in a corner, ready to strike if discovered. These soldiers had been hunting them for a day and a night. At this moment, Gabriel and the others returned from scouting with bad news. Lance, that bastard, had surrounded the area with his forces, and the situation was grim.
Is there any way to get behind them?
Not without them spotting us.
Unless they never see us coming.
Annie's gaze fell on a manhole cover outside the fence. Her solution was to go through the sewer. They could sneak up on the soldiers from below and catch them off guard. They hadn't gone far when two zombies appeared ahead. Aaron and Daryl each dealt with one. Then they walked through an opening. The place showed signs of past survivor habitation, with everyday items scattered about. However, it seemed to have fallen into decay. Suddenly, a zombie emerged from behind a shelf. Instead of rushing to kill it, Daryl glanced at the manhole cover above and suggested that they lure the soldiers down there. The others froze for a couple of seconds. That was a good idea. Gabriel promptly fired at the manhole cover. 10 minutes later, two soldiers heard the noise and descended cautiously. They observed their surroundings vigilantly, but failed to notice anyone. Only a bound zombie was growling. Curiously, they stared around, unaware of the people at their feet. But then Lance rushed in with a large number of soldiers. He thought it might be a trick, so he sent two soldiers in first to test the waters. But then another group of soldiers came and surrounded them. Lance, the cunning fox, revealed a smug smile. The soldiers demanded they drop their weapons and release Lance, threatening to open fire if they refused. Just when tension peaked, Michael and Pamela arrived, followed by Carol and Negan. Clearly, they had struck a deal. Daryl doesn't know what's going on between them, and there's no way he's going to drop his weapon. It's what keeps them alive. Maggie also thought it was going to be a tough day, but then Pamela spoke up and said, "You heard Michael. Put down your weapon. This isn't just about you. I need him alive." Daryl was deaf to that. He didn't care if you were governor or not, nothing compared to the safety of his family and companions.
Not like this.
Choosing this piece of shit?
Daryl
What have you done?
made a deal for us.
Daryl didn't say another word. He didn't trust anyone in the Commonwealth, but he trusted Carol. Lance sighed in relief and glanced at Daryl as if to taunt him. What can you do to me? Everyone in the room was surprised at how ruthless Daryl was. Pamela was trembling with fear that Daryl would impulsively kill Lance, her son's scapegoat. Negan looked at Daryl with a smile on his face, the same Daryl he had once admired. Back on the ground, Carol said to her companions, "Let's call it a day. There's been damage to both sides. Pamela promised us water, food, and everything needed for community rebuilding, settling the score between us." The faces of everyone were grim. The outcome felt like trading supplies for the lives of comrades, leaving an uneasy feeling for all. A sudden silence fell over the scene. Maggie spoke up, urging, "Our most crucial need is unity. Even if I don't trust them, but consider this. The deal can help us get through a long period of difficulty. We're not compromising with them. When we get back, we'll live our own lives and never get involved in the Commonwealth again." In the end, they agreed to the proposal. Daryl, who was angry, also picked up an apple, which, although he was reluctant, meant he agreed. As Pamela led Lance away, he thought it was just a formality. Little did he know, he'd become Sebastian's scapegoat.
Pamela, it's just the two of us. Drop the act.
No act, Lance. You've gone too far.
Seriously? You never seemed to have a problem with how I got the job done before.
We're not talking about the past, only now.
Lance was a bit flustered and didn't understand how Pamela could be like this. How many dirty things he had done for Pamela. Pamela coldly stated, "You're just an angry, delusional boy always trying to win this game, but in my eyes, you've never been a player." What a heartfelt statement. Upon returning to the Commonwealth, Pamela gathered the citizens and addressed them loudly. Lance, the overseer, abused his authority, not only threatening civilians to steal amidst zombie hordes but also indiscriminately killing innocents outside. Fortunately, with the help of these friends and allies, and our loyal armed forces, we have brought this individual to justice. I had promised you all before that fairness and justice would prevail. Having said that, a thunderous applause erupted from the crowd below. Only a few victims' families knew the truth. It couldn't be this simple. Pamela continued, stating that the unpleasant incident was behind them. Tomorrow, on the Founders' Day, they would celebrate unity in the community and honor the greatness of their free Commonwealth. Pamela's impassioned speech again garnered approval from the majority of the people. Eugene and Maxine wore grim expressions. Their first revolution was unexpectedly diffused. The woman was a real hypocrite, and the little bastard got to see the light of day again. When it was over, Maxine walked out of the house in a huff. After years of being Pamela's secretary, she knew better than anyone what Sebastian was like. She hated the fact that she couldn't look at the darkness of the place but couldn't do anything about it, and sometimes even had to carry out orders to help. That sense of guilt was incomprehensible to others. Maxine was proud of what she'd done in the last 2 days, only to have the bastard get away with it again, and she was upset, so she wanted to try something else. Eugene, on the other hand, firmly declared, "I won't leave with Maggie and them. I'll stay with you to see this through, even if it costs me my life." But would they ultimately succeed? Under Pamela's manipulation, her indulged son successfully whitewashed his image, leaving Lance as the unlucky scapegoat. The corruption here made Daryl and the others realize that, despite the enticing life in the Commonwealth, it ultimately wasn't suitable for them. So, they began packing up, preparing to leave. Aaron and Jerry went ahead of the others to deliver some supplies to Oceanside. However, not everyone wanted to leave. One notable exception was Ezekiel. He enjoyed his current life, working as an animal caretaker and playing with the children. Surprisingly, even Negan didn't want to leave. In a hospital ultrasound, he saw his healthy child and, like any expectant father, felt an indescribable emotion. At that moment, the Commonwealth's hatred and vendettas became secondary. He just wanted a better environment for his wife. When Annie realized what he wanted, she refused because she couldn't accept this place when she thought of her fellow soldiers. Moreover, those in the apartment were relying on her. Negan respected Annie's decision. His wife and unborn child were now his reasons to live. Gabriel is also saying goodbye to the church. It's the only place where he's worth his salt. But there's no way that being with his family is more important than anything else. But could they really leave smoothly? Simultaneously, Another event was quietly unfolding. Today was the Commonwealth's Founders' Day. Traditionally, Pamela would give a public speech and organize a lottery, where the winner received a substantial prize. But this year, because of what happened earlier, Pamela wanted her son to take the opportunity to speak on stage to bring him closer to the people. Pamela instructed Maxine to give Sebastian the speech to practice.
It is an absolute privilege to be with you here today as we honor the founding of our great home.
Sebastian crumpled the speech after just a few lines, feeling he didn't need it to please the people. After all, he was a Milton, destined to inherit.
You have jeopardized enough with your stupidity. They need to see that you have nothing to hide and be reminded that you are his grandson.
I am.
Then show them. Show me.
When Sebastian saw that his mother was really angry, he reluctantly picked up the script and practiced again. After a while, Pamela left to prepare for the event, handing the recorder to Maxine with instructions to play it in the square later. Once Pamela left, Maxine picked up documents from the table and the recorder. Contemplating a risky plan, she walked to the table, put down her belongings, and quietly pressed the record button. Attempting to appear natural, she engaged Sebastian in conversation, offering him a glass of red wine. Maxine aimed to extract information from Sebastian through casual chat. Surprisingly, Sebastian, seemingly feeling aggrieved by his mother, uttered some damning words. He stated, "People don't care about the truth. We just need to tell them everything is fine, and they'll be immersed in the illusion. The Commonwealth is built on their belief in this nonsense. Or rather, these fools yearning for a dream that doesn't exist. It's all just a damn joke. The cruel reality is that the poor will always be poor. And we, the rich, can do as we please. It's never going to change. What you don't know is that my mom personally selects the winners for the annual Founders' Day lottery. Those foolish civilians still fantasizing about getting rich overnight? It's a laughable idea. They're just a bunch of pitiful people." Listening to these words, Maxine felt anger but restrained herself, packing up to leave. Staying longer might risk exposure. An hour later, Eugene began setting up equipment for the event. Maxine, holding the earlier recording, found him. This time, their mission was different. If the recording was played, they would undoubtedly be exposed.
You're doing all right.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as
The event started, and key figures took the central stage. Through a series of public relations efforts, Pamela's popularity soared again, with the crowd cheering.
of the Commonwealth. Are you ready to witness a battle for the ages?
As the host's voice fell, a spectacular WWE match unfolded on the stage, captivating the audience who wished they could participate. In contrast, a few of the workers building the stage were unable to watch, more or less regrettable. One man, however, was optimistic, having purchased a lottery ticket, hoping to hear his number called. As they chatted and laughed, the fence was opened, and two figures walked in.
Can we help you?
If suspicions were correct, this was an attempt to create chaos and rescue Lance. It's just a pity that these workers are the unlucky ones. Half an hour later, the central WWE performance concluded. The next segment promised an exciting lottery draw, and the surrounding audience fantasized about winning big. Pamela took the microphone, not starting the draw immediately but engaging with the audience first. Then, she mentioned her son, stating he had a few words to share. As Pamela spoke, applause diminished. The audience was well aware of Sebastian's character and some even rolled their eyes. Sebastian walked to the middle of the stage and stopped after 2 or 3 sentences because he felt very uncomfortable. Talking like that was not his style. The audience, witnessing this, looked at him mockingly. Pamela's expression changed. Sebastian set aside the speech script and said, "I know many of you have a negative opinion of me, and I deserve that. Winning your trust and living up to the role of heir will be a long journey. I don't know how to describe the significance of this place to me, but from now on, I will prioritize the people. I don't know if this will resonate, but I will strive to become better and consider the needs of the common folk." His attitude was humble and his tone sincere, devoid of the past arrogance. It seemed like he was genuinely trying to change, to consider the people. Maxine scoffed at this. Pamela nods, thankfully not too embarrassed. Simultaneously, Maxine turned to Eugene. Eugene presses the tape button with a gravity that will have consequences that no one can predict.
Is built on buying into bullshit. The desperate need to believe that the old American dream is still real. You know, anything is possible. We could rise power station. It's a friggin' joke. The reality is that the poor state wars, the rich can do whatever the hell we want. The game is rigged. There are no bootstraps to pull. My mom hand-picked the lottery.
Sebastian, realizing Maxine had tricked him, cursed and chased after her. Pamela, with an embarrassed face, ordered soldiers to turn off the recorder. Angry and deceived, the crowd began throwing things onto the stage.
Remain calm! Birds on the ring!
Maxine quickly ran towards the outside of the crowd. If Sebastian caught him, it wouldn't end well. However, amidst the chaos, screams erupted. Maxine then saw several zombies coming towards the crowd. The dead workers. Maxine didn't know what to do but followed the others and ran away. In the chaos, Sebastian grabbed Maxine, but Maxine quickly got away. The scene was too chaotic and some people didn't realize that the zombies were right behind them and were caught off guard by the zombies. The Commonwealth was destined for a bloody night. Michael on the stage noticed the unsettling situation and swiftly organized people to deal with the zombies. Sebastian, once again catching Maxine, cursed at her. Seeing zombies approaching, a sinister idea crossed his mind: let this damned woman become zombie feed. Terrified, Maxine, lacking any experience with zombies, struggled not to be bitten. Eugene finally arrived from the distance. He accelerated and crashed into the zombies, but the zombies fell straight into Sebastian's arms. Ironically, despite many onlookers, no one came to help. Eugene also ignored Sebastian and he took Maxine out of here. People were fleeing anxiously as several zombies appeared on the square. These people have been living inside the walls for 15 years. They've forgotten how to survive and now all they want to do is get out of this place. But there were still some people who were slow to run and they were pounced on by the zombies. And the consequences could be imagined. The entire square echoed with screams, and the air was thick with the smell of blood. It seemed that living a comfortable life in the apocalypse might not be a good thing after all. Just like Daryl and his group, who faced various hardships and could handle situations like these with ease. Even Judith, the little child, was killing zombies and helping others. In the chaotic crowd, Sebastian grabbed Maxine, shouting loudly as he contemplated how to deal with her. A zombie approached them. A sinister smile played on his lips. Maxine screamed in terror. Lacking survival experience, she instinctively tried to push away the zombie, narrowly avoiding being bitten. Fortunately, Eugene arrived just in time. He accelerated and collided with the zombie, inadvertently pushing it into Sebastian's arms. Facing Sebastian's plea for help, people remained indifferent. No one stepped forward, highlighting the poor reputation of this spoiled young man. Sebastian now realized how laughable his so-called training was in the face of real zombies. After all, he just has a mother who is the governor. In the end, zombies bit into Sebastian's neck, and his agonizing screams were pitiful. Gunshots rang out, and Judith arrived just in time to help. However, it was too late for Sebastian. Soon, a large number of soldiers arrived at the square, and it wouldn't be long before the chaos subsided. Eugene pulled Maxine away, knowing that the Milton family's reputation would suffer, and they would be held accountable. However, amidst the escape, Maxine was separated from the crowd. When Eugene realized it, she was nowhere to be seen. As Eugene frantically searched for Maxine, Daryl knew his friend had caused trouble, especially indirectly causing the death of Pamela's son. He needed to hide his good buddy. 3 hours later, the zombie crisis had been averted. Pamela looked at her son's body and didn't bawl in hysterics as expected. She seemed to be always calm in front of the people. Michael wanted to give Sebastian a proper send-off to prevent him from turning into a zombie, but Pamela refused. She stated that unless she gave the order, no one could do so. After a moment of silence, Pamela spoke to Michael. "I'm not blind to what kind of person Sebastian was, but he's my son, and no matter how others see him, I just want to help him. Family ties are not rational. As you well understand, Maxine's been loyal to me for over a decade. I think she's just confused. If you catch Eugene, we can make an example of him and get your sister off the hook." You'd be wrong to think that Pamela is a kind person who would let Maxine off the hook so easily. In fact, it's because Pamela understands that the only reason someone like Michael does what she says is because his sister lives in the Commonwealth. Power is all that matters to Pamela. The soldiers launched a citywide manhunt for Eugene, and everyone associated with him was brought in for questioning. In the interrogation room, Michael began questioning Rosita about the events leading up to the riot. Observing Michael's demeanor, Rosita responded icily to his inquiries. When asked where Eugene might be hiding, Rosita quipped, "If I happen to come across him, I'll be sure to give you a call." Recognizing Rosita's discontent, Michael sighed, saying, "Listen, Rosita, I respect you, even if you don't respect me right now, but I need you to do something for me. Get Eugene to turn himself in, show remorse and cooperate. It will benefit everyone involved, including my sister, Maxine. If your people try anything tricky, no one will leave alive, and that won't be good for any of you." Facing the threat, Rosita chuckled and left. She was disappointed in Michael, having expected him to be a reasonable man. Afterward, Rosita gathered some belongings and went to the church, where Eugene was hiding. They discussed the grim situation and concluded that they needed to get Eugene out as soon as possible. Daryl knew of an exit that they could slip through during a soldier shift change. However, Eugene expressed gratitude for their concern but insisted he couldn't just leave Maxine to face everything alone. He needed to find her and ensure her safety first. Understanding Eugene's sentiments, Rosita reassured him. She told Eugene to stay hidden while she went out to look for Maxine. Once Maxine is found, she'll help them escape. After listening, Eugene calmed down. Rosita didn't dawdle. She took her weapon and went out to look for Maxine. Soon it was dark and Maxine was still hiding. She looked behind the wall and saw Rosita looking for her. Maxine rushed forward to ask about Eugene. Naturally, Rosita saw Maxine too, but there were 2 soldiers behind her and she waved Maxine away. Maxine understood and went back the way he came. This led to Maxine being captured and taken to the interrogation room. In front of Maxine, Michael placed a prepared statement, hinting at shifting blame onto Eugene. Maxine, realizing the intention, sarcastically recited the statement aloud. The gist was that she had long suffered from sudden-onset depression, recently stopped taking medication, and, in a confused state, was manipulated by Eugene into recording Sebastian's words. This led to turmoil in the Milton family. Maxine expressed remorse and hoped for forgiveness from the compassionate society. Before Maxine could finish, Michael stopped her, urging her to sign it and accept the federal pardon. However, Maxine loudly told her brother that she did it because the Commonwealth was too corrupt. "You know, Sebastian pushed me to the zombies and then laughed about it. Eugene saved me. Do you want me to watch him die?" Michael, despite his actions, was only trying to protect his sister. Meanwhile, in a prison cell, Lance, hands bound, knelt on the floor. Pamela was on her way to see him, and he felt a sense of excitement. His efforts were finally bearing fruit. Turns out Lance ordered his men to create zombies to get attention so he could meet Pamela. He was sure he could convince Pamela to let him go. Except no one told him that Sebastian died accidentally in the chaos. A group of zombies suddenly appeared on the square, and amidst the chaos, Sebastian was gruesomely bitten to death by the undead. However, the mastermind behind unleashing the zombies was Lance. Confined in a prison cell, Lance believed that if Pamela investigated the incident, she would discover his involvement, providing him with an opportunity to persuade her and reclaim his position. He assumed that since the zombies would only kill a few civilians, Pamela wouldn't take severe action against him. What Lance doesn't know is that Sebastian is dead. Lance tried his best to explain that it was an accident. He emphasized his past support for Sebastian, citing the dirty work he did for him solely because Sebastian was Pamela's son. Pamela didn't say a word but instead ran her hand over Lance's face. Lance had a look of enjoyment on his face. They must have had some kind of special relationship in the past. Or else how could a commoner like him have become the High Steward? But Pamela is not in the mood to flirt with Lance right now. Pamela's look was a murderous one, so Lance hurriedly said that it was all the fault of Alexandria's safe zone and those people. Ever since they joined the Commonwealth, their once peaceful lives have been thrown into disarray. These people are cruel and murderous and hard to deal with. Give me a chance to redeem myself or there will be more chaos. Pamela let go and crouched down, reaching into Lance's pocket and pulling out a coin. Knowing Lance's habit of using a coin toss to make decisions, Pamela extended her hands, asking him to guess which hand held the coin. Lance was sweating profusely. This choice was a matter of life and death for him. Eventually, he nodded towards Pamela's left hand, exhaling a sigh of relief as he guessed correctly. The door to the room opened and a soldier pushed a zombie in. The dead Sebastian. Lance, bewildered, had no idea what was about to happen. Immediately, the soldiers locked the chain to the wall corner, intensifying Lance's nervousness. He wondered if this woman was going to go back on her word and kill him in this way. Then another soldier came in carrying the bodies of the 2 men Lance had sent to make the zombies. And now they were dead. The soldiers also untied the rope from Lance's hands. "What is this about?" Pamela turned to me and said, "Those 2 bodies are still warm. Feed them to my son. Didn't you say you wanted to serve the Milton family?" Early the next morning, Rosita, who had gone out to look for Maxine, return to the church. Eugene hears the commotion and comes out to ask expectantly how his girlfriend is doing. Daryl urges them to go. It's almost time for the soldiers to change the guard, and now is their only chance to leave the Commonwealth today. However, Eugene, despondent, sat on a chair. His companions were puzzled but quickly understood that Eugene couldn't let go of Maxine. This moment for Eugene is arguably the most shining moment throughout the Walking Dead series. The old Eugene would have agreed to anything to save his life, even betraying his friends to stay alive, whereas now he is completely fearless in the face of death. Some people and things had become more important to him than life itself. Subsequently, Eugene took off the necklace he wore, a gift intended for Coco, because after this parting, they may never see each other again, and he won't have the chance to wait until Coco's bar mitzvah to give it to her. If the former Eugene had possessed the courage and charm he exhibited now, perhaps Rosita would have chosen him. The current Eugene exuded a genuine masculinity. After bidding farewell to his old friend, Eugene calmly walked into the police station. When the soldiers noticed him, they hesitated for a moment before promptly apprehending him. Eugene then confessed that he had secretly recorded Sebastian and played it in the square in order to hurt the Milton family. He also got Sebastian killed, and the riots that followed were orchestrated by him alone. Michael nods. How can he not see that Eugene turned himself in to save Maxine? Michael looked at Eugene being taken in and felt very bad, so Eugene was sent to prison, where he would be used by Pamela to make an example of him. Meanwhile, Rosita went back to the house to pack up her things, and they will meet at the place where the wagons are. And today they will leave the Commonwealth before saying anything more. They respect Eugene's choice. Besides, they can't rescue Eugene until they're safe. Rosita just walked out of her room. She may be good, but she's outnumbered. The same thing is happening elsewhere. Carol was at the biscuit shop to get some food for the road, and she also said goodbye to Ezekiel and said some words of blessing. Suddenly, Carol sensed something was amiss and turned around, only to find Ezekiel gone. As she looked back, two burly men entered the shop. Eventually, Carol managed to escape through the back door. Unaware of what had transpired, she headed to the agreed-upon meeting point. Upon arriving, Carol found only the carriage, its contents spilled on the ground, indicating a struggle. Carol guessed that the companions must have been attacked because there were still bloodstains on the ground. Carol hears movement in the house, and inside is Daryl, who was also attacked by two men. Though Daryl had killed one, the other had a firm grip around his neck. Daryl tried to reach for the nearby dagger, but the man wouldn't allow Daryl an easy escape. The man intensified his efforts, preparing to finish off Daryl. Suddenly, the deceased attacker started moving, evidently turning into a zombie. Daryl continued to be ruthlessly pounded by the man. Just as Daryl was about to succumb, Carol arrived. The man was just about to get up and fight again when his companion jumped on top of him. Daryl stepped in and addressed the threat. If left unchecked, the zombies could pose a threat to the residents. It appeared that their group had indeed been attacked, and even the children were abducted. However, one person remained unharmed, and that was Yumiko. Filled with anger, Yumiko stormed into Pamela's office to settle scores. It was clear that Pamela was behind the attacks. It turns out that the biggest dude of all is not Sebastian, but Pamela. Within the Commonwealth, anyone who displeased Pamela vanished. Much like the soldier named Tyler, Pamela's capture of Rosita and others was a tactic to coerce Yumiko. Pamela wants Yumiko to represent the Commonwealth as a lawyer to sue Eugene. Now you're asking why they didn't just kill Eugene or find another lawyer. That's because the Commonwealth's laws are for ordinary people. Pamela aimed to use the legal process to eliminate Eugene, and having Eugene's old friend Yumiko prosecute him would further emphasize Eugene's supposed malevolence. It means Pamela's on the side of good. If Yumiko refused, everyone captured would die. Pamela even used Yumiko's brother, Tommy, as leverage. Yumiko is in a dilemma. She has no choice. A man pulled the reins, bringing the horse-drawn carriage to a stop. A horde of zombies was passing by in front of them, and attempting to cross would surely attract attention. Jerry suggested waiting until the zombies moved farther away before proceeding, but Aaron insisted on continuing forward, suggesting they take a detour. Their mission was to deliver supplies to Oceanside and ensure its safety, leaving no time to waste on the road. So they drove the wagon off the road to cut through the woods. What they didn't realize was that the zombies were far from simple. After a while, they had walked a considerable distance in the woods, but to their surprise, the carriage got stuck in a pit, and despite their best efforts, it wouldn't budge. Aaron encouraged them to try again and, if all else failed, to abandon the carriage. This time their efforts were more synchronized and the wagon was already showing signs of breaking loose. The wheels ran over Jerry's feet. Jerry took a moment to relax and then looked at his knee to see blood soaking through his trousers. Assisted by Lydia and others, Jerry tried to walk, but it was clear that it would be challenging to continue the journey. At that moment, Aaron surveyed the surroundings, seeking a place to rest. Fortunately, he noticed a building in the distance that seemed suitable. Additionally, there was even a surrounding wall. 10 minutes later, they entered the structure. It turned out to be an abandoned amusement park, seemingly untouched by human presence for a long time, and remarkably, there were no signs of zombies. Jerry chimed in that it was a great place. Not only was it big, but it was fenced and plowed, and next to the river it was a rare refuge. They made some simple adjustments as night fell. Resigned to spending the night there, Aaron and Lydia were on night watch. As they were chatting, it was slowly getting dark. They sat around the fire because of the cooler temperatures at night. Despite the seemingly secure environment with the surrounding wall, Lydia intermittently heard creaking noises that sounded like a door. Lydia felt a bit nervous, but Aaron reassured her, saying, "Don't worry, we've checked multiple times to ensure the main gate is securely locked. It could just be the wind making noises against the windows." However, the noises grew louder, and Lydia, certain it wasn't the wind, decided to investigate. With weapons in hand, Aaron and Lydia approached the source of the sound, only to encounter two zombies emerging from the entrance, followed by even more behind them. They were baffled. How did these zombies get in here, and there were so many of them? There must be at least 20 of them. Without hesitation, they confronted the zombies head-on. Lydia had just smashed a zombie with her stick and was confronted by a second zombie, but this zombie grabbed her stick, and it was so strong that Lydia couldn't break free. Without hesitation, Lydia swiftly retrieved a knife from her waist and plunged it into the zombie's chest.
We gotta get to Eli right now!
Lydia pushed the zombies away and they moved towards the house, calling out for their companions as they ran. Cole rushed out when he heard the commotion. He also froze. How could so many zombies come in? Jerry's leg was injured and he walked slower, but there were a few zombies around him.
Go now!
The number of zombies is really too much and are surrounded from all sides so that they have no way back. Now they can only hide inside the house.
Okay, there's 50 of them! How they get in the wall?
Just as they were puzzled, the doorknob began to turn. They couldn't believe their eyes as it indeed was turning.
The hell? When did it take this frickin' doorknob?
If zombies were capable of opening doors, it could only mean that the Whisperers were among them. With no time to ponder, the counter in front of them was already giving in to the force of the impact. Aaron urged them to climb up onto it. Lydia wasted no time. She stood on the table, removed the cover above her head, and flipped up. Soon, they reached the second floor, a small balcony. As they looked at the zombies, it was clear that their numbers exceeded 50, and more were constantly converging. Aaron, having switched with Jerry, urged him to go up first. Jerry, not only chubby but also injured, climbed the stairs panting heavily. Soon Aaron came up too, and they had a quick discussion about what to do. Leaving these zombies unattended might lead to the collapse of the entire building. Aaron made up his mind. He instructed the two young ones to jump down and attack the zombies from the side while he operated from the inside, coordinating inside and out to deal with the zombies, all the while being cautious of the Whisperers mixed among them. Without delay, Lydia and Cole leaped down. Jerry, in his current state, couldn't be relied upon. Suddenly, a hand reached up behind him, the same zombie that had attacked Lydia earlier. The zombie climbed up slowly. Luckily, Jerry noticed and turned around. Zombies not only climbed walls but also used tools. If not the Whisperers, then who could it be? Aaron rushed up, using his prosthetic limb to push the zombie away, but it quickly lunged back. Aaron punched and punched. He hated the Whisperers more than anything. Finally, he tore off the person's mask, only to be surprised that it was indeed a zombie. With no time to dwell on this discovery, Aaron pulled out Lydia's knife and plunged it into the zombie's head. Having done this, both stood in shock for a moment. As dawn broke, the zombies below had been cleared after a night of battle. Yet, they couldn't fathom how this particular zombie had achieved such feats. It defied logical explanation. Soon, they set off again, determined to reach Oceanside as soon as possible. This incident needed to be shared with their companions. Some zombies might have evolved a certain level of intelligence. Now to explain the timeline, they had left the Commonwealth a day earlier, unaware that Rosita and the others had been attacked, subdued, and taken away. Even the children weren't spared. Only Daryl and Carol managed to escape. Daryl and Carol, now lost and unsure of where to rescue their companions, were like headless flies. Initially, Daryl thought of seeking out Michael, but Carol suspected he might betray them. Carol then thought of someone else, Lance. Currently in prison, he was well acquainted with all things related to the Commonwealth. 2 soldiers were on duty at the prison. Suddenly, Daryl took action. The other soldier turned around, only to find his companion missing. He sensed something was wrong. Carol pulled her bowstring, readying herself. They didn't kill the soldiers, they merely tied them up. These guards were just following orders. With the keys in hand, they began searching cell by cell for Lance. After checking several rooms without finding Lance, Carol walked into the central cell. She hesitated on how to describe what she saw to Daryl. Daryl approached, took a look, and fell silent. They opened the door and walked in. The scene in front of them was a bit creepy. A normal person would have thrown up. Lance sat in the corner, muttering to himself. Surrounded by bits of flesh and bloodstains, he literally fed that body to Sebastian. Daryl pulled out a knife to give Sebastian his final journey. Following that, he pressed Lance against the wall, gripping his neck tightly.
Where'd they take him?
Seeing Lance remain silent, Daryl covered Lance's mouth and used his thumb to press on the wound on his face. Carol intervened, stopping Daryl. After all, Lance had once helped her, and he seemed visibly shaken and frightened. Shouting proved futile, prompting Carol to take out a knife and threaten, "We can't let you stay alive here. You need to tell me where Pamela sent our friend, or you'll die right here." Upon hearing this, Lance started to come to his senses, staring blankly at Carol and then shaking his head. As they were about to take action, Lance hurriedly spoke up.
I'll show you.
This guy changes his face real quick. Just as they prepared to leave the cell, Daryl noticed a tracker on Lance's foot. While Daryl initially considered cutting off Lance's foot, he decided against it. Realizing they would have to carry Lance, they opted to leave the Commonwealth first and figure out a plan later. When they reached the doorway,
I need to do something first. Wait.
When they're done, they walk out of the cell. Lance, familiar with the terrain, directed them towards the back door. Suddenly, soldiers outside started chasing them, firing shots. Daryl halted, facing them in a standoff.
Go! Get him out of here!
Not without you!
I'll figure it out! Go!
Carol, decisive as ever, took Lance and left. Half an hour later, Pamela got a call that Lance had been rescued. She arrived at the prison with a serious expression on her face. When she entered the cell, the sight in front of her made Pamela's anger soar, only to see Sebastian's head smashed to pieces. Sebastian was already dead, but after turning into a zombie, it was at least able to walk around. But now there's nothing left. Pamela suddenly noticed a coin in Sebastian's brain matter. Isn't this Lance's? And judging by the situation, it seemed like Lance deliberately left it there as a symbol of his dissatisfaction with her. Pamela's expression turned fierce. Lance had essentially killed her son twice, and she was determined to make him pay. In the evening, Carol and Lance finally escaped the Commonwealth. Lance, having narrowly escaped death, couldn't help but marvel at the value of freedom above all else. He also admired Carol, noting that in a situation like the one they had just faced, most people wouldn't abandon their companions. This woman was truly exceptional. Furthermore, he prayed for Daryl's safe return. Carol, unwilling to hear Lance's ramblings, pointed her gun at him and said, "Stop trying to sow discord. I've had enough of your manipulative language. Would someone like you be concerned about Daryl? Hurry up and tell us where our people were taken." Lance immediately responded, "I promised I would take you there. I'm saying these things because, back in the prison, I fed people piece by piece to Pamela's son. My mind isn't clear. If you want to kill me, go ahead." As they argued, the roar of an approaching car echoed nearby. They quickly crouched in the grass, suspecting that the Commonwealth was searching for them, likely due to the tracker on Lance's foot. Soon, a vehicle stopped at the foot of the mountain, and they could faintly hear soldiers preparing to search the grassy area. Lance, feeling anxious as discovery would mean a gruesome death, urged Carol to follow him to a place where they could evade the soldiers. Initially reluctant to comply, Carol hesitated, suspecting that Lance might set a trap for her. However, there was no choice as the soldiers were already searching with flashlights. Lance led her to an abandoned building, claiming it was a former project of the Commonwealth. The place was pitch black and in disrepair, but Carol had no other option but to enter. Lance, adept in navigating political landscapes, spoke flatteringly throughout the journey, praising both her and Daryl while condemning Pamela for ingratitude. Carol merely listened, well aware of the kind of person Lance was. After a while, they caught a whiff of a foul odor, indicating danger. Suddenly, a zombie grabbed Lance's leg. Carol stepped forward to pull Lance away, but whether out of fear or some other emotion, Lance forcefully knocked away Carol's flashlight and tugged at her arm. At that moment, zombies closed in behind Carol, forcing her to turn and face them. Because the flashlight was lost, the passage became pitch black, and nothing could be seen. Moreover, Lance had disappeared without a trace, as if he had vanished. At this point, Carol heard growls ahead, indicating that zombies were approaching, and the sounds were getting closer. She wasn't prepared to sit idly by. The firelight illuminated, and only then did Carol realize the multitude of zombies surrounding her. Just as Carol breathed a sigh of relief, another zombie lunged at her. She struggled to resist. The zombie seemed particularly slippery, likely soaked by the rain. Carol exerted considerable effort to push the zombie away and then proceeded to dispatch it with her handgun. A light also shone on Carol's body.
Sorry, the lights went out. I thought you were right behind me.
Carol said nothing, and Lance didn't help, probably hoping she'd die here. However, now wasn't the time for settling scores. The sound of gunfire would undoubtedly attract soldiers, so they needed to leave quickly. They ran for 10 minutes until they reached the roadside, finally stopping to catch their breaths. Just as they thought they could rest, Commonwealth soldiers, who had been waiting, appeared. Lance's tracker had given them away.
Radio back to command that we found him. But they put up a fight, so we had to put him down.
Yes, sir.
These men were ready to kill them immediately. Just as they were about to shoot, the arrival was none other than Daryl, who had also managed to escape the Commonwealth. He had been trailing the soldiers and happened to rescue them. Carol was relieved to see Daryl was okay. Afterwards, they turned their gaze towards Lance. Lance, no longer daring to play tricks, could only obediently lead them to find people. They arrived at a train station guarded by 2 soldiers. Daryl and Carol were surprised because, according to Lance, the Commonwealth had restored the trains and was trying to expand its influence to create a bigger country. They aimed to conquer more communities, and those people Pamela disliked were all sent to an unknown location to build railroad tracks. Lance said to Daryl and Caro, "I'll take you to your friends. There are still a lot of forks in the railway that you won't find on your own." However, Daryl refused Lance. Not only was he carrying a tracker, but he was also ready to harm them at any moment.
What? But you can't get there without me.
Yeah, we can.
How's that?
Just said. There's a train.
We wait for it to come and then we see where it goes.
Lance became anxious, thinking that these people would surely kill Pamela. At that time, the Commonwealth would be a leaderless period, and he could step in to seize power. Lance then tried to brainwash them, saying it was for the sake of 50,000 people, and so on. But Carol directly told Lance, "Originally, we were going to kill you. Now we're giving you a chance to escape anywhere you want. This is already a showing mercy."
But that's not who I am anymore. That guy is gone. He died back in that cell.
Seeing Daryl walking towards him, Lance was left with the shadow of Daryl stabbing his hand with a knife. Daryl was undoubtedly a ruthless character. Lance turned away and left, leaving behind words that might really lead to his death. Daryl and Carol silently watched him leave, observing how he would choose. If he made the wrong choice, they wouldn't mind sending him on his way. Lance's eyes glanced towards the car. Daryl and Carol had long anticipated that Lance would act this way. It was also a test for him. Thus, this high-ranking official met his end in the desolate wilderness. They tacitly didn't say much. After 15 years in the apocalypse, they were no longer willing to kill, but sometimes they had to. Now, they had to go near the tracks and follow the train to find Rosita and the others. In the last episode, Lance was killed by an arrow from Carol, and the big governor died in the middle of nowhere. Now Daryl and Carol are going to rescue their friend, because according to Lance, the Commonwealth is now in possession of a train. The companions were supposed to have been taken away and sent to an unknown place to work as laborers on the railway. Their suspicions prove correct when, tonight, a convoy departs from the Commonwealth. Within the white camper, Ezekiel, Negan, and others have been blindfolded. Periodically, soldiers inject them with a substance, inducing a deep sleep, leaving them unaware of their destination. In the last truck, due to the rough terrain, a bag falls off a person's head, revealing Maggie. Upon waking, she surveys her surroundings and notices the soldier guarding her is asleep. She recalled what happened before she was knocked out. They were supposed to leave the Commonwealth together during the day, but suddenly they were attacked, and Herschel was taken. Maggie tried to calm down. Her son was still waiting for her to rescue him. Now she had to get out while the soldiers slept. Regular efforts to loosen the ropes proved futile, requiring a sudden burst of strength to break free. After breaking free from the rope, Maggie looked at her unconscious companion, but she didn't know who it was. Taking off the headgear, she saw that it was Gabriel. Maggie whispered to wake up Gabriel, and then she pointed to the sleeping soldier and told Gabriel to keep quiet. With Maggie's assistance, Gabriel frees himself from the bonds. Following this, Gabriel walked to the other side to help Rosita break free. They planned to sneak away quietly, as engaging in a fight would surely alert the convoy ahead. Rosita was the first to leap off the vehicle, followed closely by Gabriel. Maggie finally poked her head out, feeling the rush of speed. Just as Maggie was staring, the car lurched and the soldier woke up. When he saw the people running away, the soldier was about to shoot them. Luckily, Maggie reacted quickly and the driver was shot dead before he knew what was happening. The vehicle lost control, crashing into a large tree and coming to a halt. 3 minutes later, Maggie emerged from the back, unharmed but feeling dazed from the impact to her head. The two men in the front were not so lucky. The soldier in the passenger side was thrown off the car and hung on a tree. Maggie cautiously approached the front of the vehicle. Upon seeing that the driver was already lifeless, she quickly climbed up with the intention of retrieving the weapons. Suddenly, the distant roar of engines echoed, indicating that the convoy ahead had realized there was an accident and was returning to investigate. Maggie, with no time to grab weapons, hastily headed into the woods, well aware that getting caught would lead to a grim fate. Early the next morning, Gabriel and Rosita, who jumped off first, were lying on the side of the road. Because the car was traveling too fast, they passed out at that time. Suddenly a dark figure approached Rosita. It was the soldier that Maggie had thrown out of the car, who had been killed by the fall and was now a zombie. Rosita backs away when she sees it, but Gabriel rushes over and pushes the zombie out of the way. They cooperated effortlessly to eliminate the soldier-turned-zombie. Afterward, they quickly took the soldier's walkie-talkie to eavesdrop on internal conversations. Coincidentally, the walkie-talkie buzzed, and a soldier was reporting to the commander. The gist was that they hadn't found Rosita and Gabriel at the accident site but had discovered some footprints, presumably Maggie's. They were planning to follow this lead. Rosita said that Maggie could be found at any moment, and they needed to hurry to help. On the other side, the convoy, after a night of travel, finally reached its destination. Ezekiel and the others, no longer injected, woke up one by one. They were anxious, unsure of what awaited them. Annie mentioned hearing about a car accident with the following vehicles. Negan, being astute, noted the absence of Gabriel, Rosita, and Maggie. They could be in the missing vehicle. Either they had successfully escaped, or their escape had failed, resulting in their deaths. Suddenly, a man walked to the doorway and said, "Welcome, this will be a new beginning. All you have to do is follow the rules, and you'll survive well." The man then divided the people in the car into two parts, and those who had been pointed out went down to wait first. Annie was among those selected. In the current situation, they had no choice but to comply. Negan reassured his wife, saying, "Don't worry, I'll find a way to get out of here and our family will be safe." Those who got off first were taken to another place for hard labor. Negan and the others stayed to build the railway track until it was finished before moving on to the next place. Meanwhile, in the Commonwealth, Pamela was holding a press conference. She walked up to Yumiko and said, "I'm glad you're here to help me prosecute Eugene. You better not play any tricks, or you'll never see your companions again, including your brother Tommy." Yumiko, furious, had no options. Afterward, Pamela returned to the stage, and the host immediately began the opening remarks. The gist was about Pamela's deep grief over losing her son and her determination to sue Eugene for his death. Their hushed conversation was also overheard by Yumiko. "Yumiko, reluctantly, walked onto the stage. As Yumiko passes the soldiers, a report comes over their walkie-talkies that not only did they fail to catch Daryl and the others, but Rosita and the others got away. Even though the sound was low, Yumiko heard it. Yumiko stood in the middle of the stage. Originally, Pamela had prepared a scripted speech for her to follow. However, given that Daryl and the others were not captured, she was confident they could rescue everyone. Yumiko had faith in her companions. Moreover, Pamela would never know what kind of people she had angered. Yumiko said to the crowd, "It's an honor to be a lawyer for the Commonwealth. I was once a member of a community, and I've known Eugene for a long time. Eugene is a good person. Without him, I wouldn't be here or reunited with my brother." When Yumiko said that, Pamela and her supporters turned pale. However, the audience erupted into applause for Yumiko's fearless stance against tyranny. On the other side, Maggie wandered aimlessly through the woods, unaware of her location or the whereabouts of her companions. She was deeply worried about her son. As Maggie pondered, she heard a commotion behind her. When she turned around, she was surprised to find a child zombie walking towards her. It seems like the child zombie has recently turned. Maggie froze. As a mother, witnessing such a situation was unbearable because it reminded her of her son. Quickly, Maggie shook her head, firming her resolve. This wasn't the time for sentimentality. Zombies were always zombies. She picked up a stone from the ground, preparing to deal with the zombie. However, when she looked at this child, who was about the same age as Herschel, she couldn't bring herself to imagine the scene of taking action. In the end, Maggie dropped the stone and walked away decisively. The small zombie followed Maggie, trailing behind her like a child chasing after its mother. On the other side, Daryl and Carol hid near the train station, observing the situation below. The train Lance mentioned finally appeared. However, at this moment, a vehicle also arrived at the station with someone sitting on top. Connie. Daryl was visibly disturbed. She was someone he cared about. The person escorting Connie talked to the soldiers coming down from the train. Then, he took out a walkie-talkie to request approval from their leader. These people were going to send Connie away on the train, and it seemed like she was categorized as some kind of second-class individual. It was speculated that those deemed less of a threat would be sent to do labor. Those with combat abilities like Maggie, Rosita, and Connie probably had different destinations. Then the train took off for parts unknown, with Daryl and Carol following them in their car. Meanwhile, in the vicinity, Rosita heard the sound of the train. She was surprised. How could such a thing exist in the post-apocalyptic world? Rosita immediately ran towards the direction of the noise to investigate. Half an hour later, Daryl left the train behind and arrived early at the intersection of the railroad, making some preparations. Then the train will stop here and they can rescue Connie and press for the location of the others. On the other side, Maggie continued to wander aimlessly. She had no idea where she was and could only roam around, hoping to find Gabriel and the others. Suddenly, the sound of a motorcycle approached. Maggie quickly found a place to hide. It was a soldier from the Commonwealth. Coincidentally, he parked his vehicle at the intersection, just a step away from Maggie. He was a patrol soldier dispatched to check various intersections. However, he had not found any traces of escapees throughout his journey. As the soldier prepared to move on to inspect another area, he suddenly noticed a small zombie walking towards him. Maggie noticed a rusty iron nail on the ground. She picked it up, preparing herself. The man's attention was entirely on the approaching zombie. Intending to deal with it using his handgun, the soldier was seriously traumatized. He tried to pick up the pistol to fight back. Fortunately, Maggie managed to subdue him without incident. However, at this moment, the small zombie had reached Maggie. Maggie rolled the child over and held the child so that the child could not move. Maggie's heart was torn. As a mother, it was really hard for her to do it. After much hesitation, Maggie picked up the long nail from the ground. Maggie looks at this kid and it always reminds her of her son. After killing the small zombie, Maggie's mood worsened. What if something happened to Herschel? Would he end up like this too? Countless thoughts flooded Maggie's mind. Lost in her thoughts, she didn't even notice the approaching sound of a car. A jeep arrived. And luckily, it was Daryl and Carol. They had been waiting near the train tracks, and upon hearing gunshots, they rushed to check. To their surprise, it was Maggie. Witnessing the scene before them, they didn't say a word. They took Maggie back to the railroad intersection to continue waiting. Maggie's emotions remained low, and she blamed herself for not protecting Herschel. Carol tried to console her, saying that in the world before, they would never have known each other. In this post-apocalyptic world, they became a family, and only they understood how strong they were. Pamela, that woman, wouldn't be able to tear them apart. She would pay for what she did. and they would find everyone. It was Gabriel and Rosita who heard the train and came this way just in time to see them. It was a relief that there were no casualties. Meanwhile, Daryl was interrogating a captured soldier. He brought the injured soldier back with him. Daryl peeled back Nelson's armor and looked at him. There was a bloody hole above the wound, indicating a serious injury. Despite being on opposite sides now, they were former colleagues. Daryl fell silent for a moment and then said, "I suggest you do something good with the little time you have left." He inquired about the destination of the train and mentioned that their friend was on that train. Daryl also asked about the meaning of the term second-class individuals. Nelson, coughing, remained silent. Betraying the Commonwealth would mean his family wouldn't survive. Carol and others entered, urging Daryl to prepare for the imminent arrival of the train. Growing impatient, Daryl drew his knife, preparing to use force on Nelson. At that moment, Gabriel looked at Nelson and said, "I know you. You come to the church every week, always sitting in the back. It seems like you have something you want to tell me." It turned out that Nelson had a family, and to ensure their well-being, he had done many undisclosed and shameful things for the Commonwealth. Guilt and shame haunted him, and today's outcome might be karma. As a priest, Gabriel comforted Nelson, advising him not to carry too much psychological burden and to persist in doing the right thing. God would see it. Nelson, speaking for the first time, said their friend was likely doing hard labor, specifically building railways for the Federation. He didn't know the exact location since they would immediately move to the next site after completing one. He was sent here when they escaped, so he doesn't know exactly where they are. Follow the train and you'll find your friends. Regarding second-class individuals, he had no idea what it meant, only that they were people Pamela hated the most, and they would be sent to extremely distant places from which they could never return. Daryl was anxious. He didn't want to lose Connie. When Nelson was done, he asked the priest to pray for him when he died. Gabriel didn't say no to Nelson. He sat down with him and Gabriel opened the Bible. After 10 minutes, Gabriel walked out holding a knife. They discussed their strategy together. They had tampered with the railroad tracks at the intersection, so when the train stopped, they could easily deal with the situation. 10 minutes later, the train arrived at the intersection where a soldier got off to switch the tracks. He took care of the zombie easily. The yellow item was a valve, and turning it over would change the tracks. However, when the soldier tried to turn it, he couldn't, no matter how hard he tried. It was clear something was wrong. He started inspecting and found some dried branches stuck in the tracks, signaling to the driver that there was an issue. The driver understood, but soon, the driver realized there was no signal, and attempts to call failed. This was part of Carol's plan to disable their communication systems. Then Maggie would take control of the driver and the rest of them would take out the soldiers. That way they could rescue Connie and still get the pilot to take them to their destination. In the previous episode, in their attempt to intercept the Commonwealth's train, Daryl and the team tampered with the track switch. No matter how hard the soldiers tried, they couldn't move it. Upon inspection, he discovered that the tracks were obstructed by some trees. He waved his hand towards the cab to indicate that there was a problem. The driver, understanding the situation, prepared to report it to the next station. However, he quickly realized that the radio had no signal. He fiddled with it for a moment, attempting to make contact once again. This was Carol's plan. First, sabotage their radio system, then take control of the driver to prevent the disclosure of their whereabouts. Then she and Daryl would take care of the soldiers, which would save Connie and allow the pilot to take them to their destination. Moving along the train, they soon heard voices. A soldier, seemingly on patrol, noticed a group of zombies approaching the back of the train. He ordered two others to handle them while he checked the front. Daryl quickly ducked under the train because the soldiers were about to descend from their side, and they couldn't act until they knew the exact number of soldiers. Fortunately, the patrol didn't notice them. The soldier drew his long knife and cut down the nearest zombie. Then he put his weapon away and continued towards the front of the car. 5 minutes later, one of the soldiers sent to kill the zombies was very efficient and the only female among them. Just as she finished her report, the sound of a rifle being loaded sounded behind her. Instantly tense, she dared not move. It's Rosita and Gabriel. They took the woman's weapon and walkie-talkie. The patrolling soldier also arrived at the front of the vehicle and tried to lift the switch, but the situation was exactly the same as before and it was impossible to turn it. The situation was perplexing. Despite clearing the tracks of tree branches, the switch still wouldn't budge. After peeling away the dried grass on top of the switch, the soldier looked down and discovered the deliberate sabotage. Realizing the danger, the soldier called for others to gather. At the rear of the train, the soldiers were about to inquire about the situation when Daryl opened fire. They immediately went on high alert as it became apparent that the enemy had infiltrated. Without hesitation, they charged forward. Daryl attempted to open the train door but quickly faced heavy gunfire, forcing him to take cover. 2 soldiers, one in front and one behind, surrounded Daryl and Carol, trapped in the middle. They knew this couldn't continue. Fortunately, Maggie intervened, taking out one of the soldiers and relieving the pressure. Seizing the opportunity, Daryl charged forward. The remaining soldier, realizing the odds were against him, grabbed Connie as a hostage. He flung Connie aside and sprinted towards the train. Daryl didn't chase the soldiers, but went up to check Connie's condition, and only followed after seeing that she was fine. The soldier had already left on his motorbike. Carol fired a few shots but missed. They couldn't let him escape. If he relayed the message, rescuing others would become much more difficult. Daryl, on a motorcycle, quickly caught up. As the soldier saw he approaching, he veered into a thicket. Daryl immediately drifted to a stop and kicked on the gas to catch up. It wasn't long before he saw the motorbike hit a tree. Through the thick smoke, Daryl spotted the soldier attempting to flee. Accelerating, Daryl chased after him, heedless of the tree trunks in his way. Knowing the consequences if the soldier escaped, Daryl wasn't one to show mercy. Initially resistant, Wilson changed his tune upon seeing the lifeless Nelson, and then he squatted down honestly. Wilson pleaded, saying, "My family is near the 22nd station up ahead. If the soldiers find out I've helped you, my fate will be the same as your friends." Rosita said sadly, "They took my children. You said you had a family, you should know how we feel." Wilson fell silent. In truth, he was a kind-hearted person who had only taken this job because he knew how to operate trains. After a moment of contemplation, he informed them that there was a map on the train, located in the control room. Maggie wasted no time and, with Wilson in tow, set off to find the map. When Daryl returned, Connie greeted him with a smile, relieved to see him unharmed. While Daryl was talking to Connie, Maggie had planned to take Wilson to find the map, but to her surprise, Wilson secretly untied the rope and found an iron rod. Wilson didn't intend to harm anyone. He wanted to commit suicide because he was afraid that helping them would put his family in danger. His earlier statement that there was a map on the train was a lie. Carol quickly comforted Wilson, saying that he only needed to reveal the whereabouts of their people, and they would make sure he suffered minor injuries to make it look like a lucky escape. They never expected Wilson to be so determined. In order to protect his family from the Commonwealth's investigation, he resolutely chose to end his life. They weren't in the best of moods anymore. Although Wilson's death was not directly caused by them, it was still a consequence of their actions. Moreover, the worst part was that they had no idea where to go next to rescue their companions. The delayed arrival of the train at Station 22 would surely raise suspicions, leaving them directionless. Rosita proposed a solution: to repair the train's radio and impersonate soldiers to establish contact with Station 22. This might be their only chance to obtain useful information. Negan and the others were taken to a remote location to perform hard labor. The cold and hunger made it unbearable.
There's 3 guards.
Ezekiel looked up and indeed, there were only 3 soldiers guarding them. Kelly's message was clear. Ezekiel, being composed, knew that there was a high probability of being shot if they attempted to escape. Negan, preoccupied with the whereabouts of his wife, had no interest in working. He was constantly worried. Negan tries to find out where his wife is, but the soldier hits him in the face before he can finish his sentence. Everyone's attention turned towards the commotion. 3 workers saw an opportunity and dropped their tools to flee. Seeing others running, Kelly was tempted to join them, but Ezekiel firmly held her back, advising her not to act impulsively. No sooner had he spoken, the 3 workers were gunned down. It was fortunate they didn't follow, or they would have met the same fate. Everyone present realized that escaping was not as easy as it seemed. They had no choice but to work obediently and wait for the right moment. And so, they toiled until evening. Finally, it was time to eat, but all they received was a meager bowl of soup. The conditions were too harsh, and many had lost their spirit. Kelly, for instance, merely sniffed at the food and set it aside. Ezekiel could see that she was reaching her breaking point. At that moment, Negan approached Ezekiel. He proposed working together to gather information and escape from this place. However, Ezekiel sighed and said, "There's a reason I've avoided you all these years. You know what you are, ironing people's faces, threatening women to marry you, and slaughtering my people. I'll never forget these damn things." Negan didn't evade the issue and solemnly replied, You're right about everything you said. I want to tell you that I haven't forgotten. Being stuck in a place like this is a fitting punishment for me, but this place isn't suitable for you or anyone else, including my wife and my unborn child. Hearing this, Ezekiel's heart softened slightly. Negan continued, "Listen, old friend, I'm here as someone about to become a father and as someone who has been a leader. We must set aside our past grievances and cooperate. For the sake of everyone." They eventually reached an agreement to gather information and escape together. Before they could exchange more words, the soldiers urged them to resume working. 3 hours later, the sky had turned completely dark. The men ordered everyone to load up their stuff and get ready to head to Campsite 22. As for where this Camp 22 is, no one cares. They just want to get a good night's sleep. Meanwhile, Daryl and the others had successfully repaired the radio. One of the soldiers they killed was a woman, so Rosita posed as her to contact Site 22. After waiting for a few seconds without a response, it became clear that this plan was not going to work. They're finally getting some hope. However, the person on the other end of the radio didn't suspect Rosita's identity and patiently spoke. "From your current location, go through the woods and then follow a rugged mountain trail. You'll come across a highway heading east. Keep going until you find a community called Banana Settlement. That's our rest stop 22. Once you're there, you'll see our comrades on patrol. I apologize for not sending anyone to pick you up right now. We have a convoy coming to our location for rest and recovery, and we can't afford to be complacent. It's the governor's orders," the person on the radio explained. The convoy the guy on the radio was talking about was the car that was transporting Ezekiel and the others. And they're even more shocked that this is the Alexandria safe zone with 22 written on the door. It turned out that this had been Pamela's plan all along. She had instructed Lance to find communities along the railway and develop them into rest stops for the Commonwealth. This way, wherever the railway reached, it would become the Commonwealth's territory. Daryl and the others were infuriated upon hearing this. It turned out that the place they had been searching for was their own home. The next day, Negan and the rest were promptly taken out to work. Today's workplace is by the railway near the Alexandria safe zone, where all the workers are located. The guards are also much tighter. Yesterday, Negan and Ezekiel had made an agreement to gather information and escape. Kelly looked around, realizing no one was paying attention to her, and immediately started using sign language to communicate. Princess and Ezekiel are bulldozing, and they're looking around. That's when they noticed a familiar figure. Wasn't that man Tyler? The one who had caused trouble at the party. It seemed that anyone who offended Pamela either ended up dead or brought here. Princess believed that Tyler must be courageous to have done what he did. They could try to persuade him to join forces and escape together. Ezekiel thinks about it and thinks it makes perfect sense. After a while, Negan arrived at the water supply area, where they had agreed to gather the collected information and report it to him. Having learned about the guard situation and combining it with his own observations, Negan quickly took out a piece of paper from his pocket and drew an escape route based on the gathered intelligence. If the timing was right, there was a good chance they could escape. Ezekiel also pretended to come for a drink and followed the plan to receive the map from Negan and pass it on to the others for examination. But then Negan saw his wife being scolded and doing manual labor. Negan could not hear Ezekiel's shouts. The soldier didn't say anything else. He understood that Negan was a responsible man, but the other soldier came up to him and was not so polite. Negan was also angry and started to fight, but was immediately slapped to the ground by the soldier. Annie couldn't bear to watch and rushed to help but was pushed down by the soldier. Annie, being fierce, threw a punch back, but in the end, she was dragged away by the soldier. Negan was pinned down and unable to move. Daryl and Carol witnessed everything through their binoculars. After a night of rushing, they had also arrived at Alexandria's safe zone and witnessed the scene. They quickly informed Maggie about what they had seen. All their missing comrades were accounted for except for the children. It was likely that they were being hidden within the Alexandria safe zone community. Pamela, this cunning woman, had never intended to fulfill her promise of helping them rebuild their community and return it to them. With numerous guards in Alexandria's safe zone now, forcing their way in was not feasible. They quickly thought of using the sewer system as an entry point and divided into two groups. Daryl and Connie would enter from the windmill side, while Carol and Maggie's group would enter from the dungeon side. Rosita wanted to join them, concerned about the children. However, Carol rejected her offer, stating that she and Gabriel had the most accurate marksmanship and could provide cover from the outside. Reluctantly, Rosita agreed, but she made it clear that if they didn't come out by the end of the night, she would go into search for them. They set off, hoping to find the children successfully. During lunchtime, Negan and Ezekiel sat in front of Tyler, preparing to persuade him to collaborate. With both groups joining forces, they would have a significant advantage, but Tyler responded by saying that they talked as if they hadn't tried before. Everyone who attempted to escape had died, so they should take action on their own. While Ezekiel is still trying to talk him down, two soldiers walk up behind Negan.
Get out.
Nope. Not until you tell me where my wife is.
Negan was taken away by soldiers, leaving Ezekiel feeling concerned. He wondered if their plan to escape had been exposed. Negan was then taken to an office where the warden was sitting. As Roberts was about to leave, the warden called him back, indicating a strained relationship between Roberts and the leader. After Roberts left, the warden approached Negan with a piece of cloth and handed the same escape map Negan had drawn. Apparently, it had ended up in the warden's possession after being shown to others. The warden tossed the cloth towards Negan and said, "This is something I found at the construction site. You should know what it is." Negan remained composed and casually glanced at it, suggesting that it could be the work of someone bored. Playing around, the warden was silent. He was just testing Negan, and it didn't look like Negan was lying. Continuing the conversation, the warden said, "The route on this map conveniently avoids the soldiers, indicating that someone among the workers is secretly plotting an escape. When I first saw you, I sensed leadership qualities in you. Now, someone is causing trouble behind the scenes, and I believe it's someone associated with you." When the warden saw that Negan wouldn't cooperate, he threatened that if he didn't find him, you wouldn't be able to see your pregnant wife again. Negan's expression changed, realizing that this bastard had found his weak spot. Furthermore, the warden made Negan a promise: if Negan identified the troublemaker, he could live comfortably with his wife in this place. Negan didn't immediately agree to the warden's demand. He needed to ensure his wife's safety first. Fortunately, Annie was arranged in a clean room, sleeping peacefully. The couple comforted each other, with Annie joking that their unborn child was just as tough as his father. Negan looked at his wife with a smile on his face and felt very uncomfortable. He promised Annie that he would get them out of there as soon as possible. However, Annie wasn't naive and understood the dangers involved. She urged Negan to be cautious, as their child needed a father. Negan reassured her not to worry, stating that he wouldn't put himself in harm's way. As for the warden's threat and conditions, he didn't mention them to Annie, wanting to spare her from worry. But how would Negan choose? Would he resist to the end, disregarding his wife and child? Or would he betray others to protect himself and his family? It was truly a difficult choice. In the afternoon, it was time for work again. The two men are shoveling together when they see the soldier walking away, and Ezekiel asks Negan what the warden wants with him. Negan is vague and evasive and won't say what it is. Ezekiel is angry that Negan is obviously hiding something from him. Ezekiel dropped his shovel and confronted Negan, saying, "Do you think we're friends? We never were. I haven't forgotten what you made me lose. Not even for a second. I can see in your eyes that you're still the same person. Killing my family and people, apologizing and changing won't make a difference. Even if we successfully escape from here through our cooperation, you don't deserve a new life, let alone being a father." Did Ezekiel's attitude give Negan any idea what he should do next? So, Negan sought out the warden. Meanwhile, in the underground basement of the Alexandria safe zone, Maggie and Carol had successfully made their way through the sewers. However, they had no knowledge of where the children were being held, so they had to search through each house one by one. This was already the third location they had checked. Just up the stairs, there are footsteps in the corridor and soldiers patrolling, which means this is an important place. Carol seized the opportunity and walked to the opposite side, while Maggie prepared to follow suit. The man quickly reached for his weapon. On guard, there were other people inside the house, so they had to remove he first to avoid being discovered. Eventually, they hid in a nearby compartment, waiting for the right moment, because there were people walking around outside, and the building seemed to be their office. However, Daryl and Connie's progress wasn't as smooth. The sewer they had entered led to the windmill, but they hadn't anticipated the numerous obstacles and zombies they would encounter inside. They had to simultaneously kill the zombies and push forward. At night, while the workers were asleep, soldiers suddenly burst into their bedroom, escorting everyone towards the windmill. Two soldiers were holding Ezekiel and Annie, who had no idea what was happening. Upon reaching the base of the windmill, the floodlights suddenly switched on, blinding them. A sense of unease filled their hearts. It turned out that Negan had gone to find the warden and admitted to being the one behind the escape plan. Ezekiel's words, although hurtful to Negan, were indeed the truth. No matter what he did, he couldn't undo his past mistakes. Therefore, Negan decided to take this burden upon himself. Annie couldn't bear to watch her husband die like this, so she broke free from her restraints and rushed forward. The soldiers then forced Negan to kneel, preparing to administer punishment. Annie pleaded desperately from behind, but her cries fell on deaf ears. The others stood by, unable to bear the sight but unwilling to risk their own lives. Ezekiel couldn't be happy that his enemy was about to die. In that moment, Negan didn't show fear. Instead, he looked at Ezekiel and smiled. It was a smile of acceptance, as if he was repaying his past debts with his life. To the warden, Negan's smile was a mockery. The warden wants to make an example out of him, not make a show out of him. Ezekiel realized that Negan was trying to save them by sacrificing himself. The warden didn't care about Negan's ranting. The more Negan did it, the more he liked it, and the more he could plant fear in the hearts of the others. Once upon a time, this tyrant's favorite method of enslaving other communities was to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys and create fear, preventing people from daring to resist him. Later on, he was defeated by Rick and imprisoned in the Alexandria safe zone for a staggering 7 years. Despite this, Negan never felt remorse for his past actions and instead believed he was saving the world. It was only when he met Annie and had a child with her that Negan realized the immense harm he had caused to Maggie and her unborn baby by killing Glenn in such a way. Negan's greatest fear now is leaving his wife without anyone to care for her and his child growing up without a father. Thus, he embarked on a path of redemption. He tried to genuinely connect with everyone, but the wounds he had inflicted in the past were not easily healed. Ezekiel, in particular, held onto his grudge and refused to forgive him. But tonight, just like Rick and his group back then, Negan knelt on the ground, pleading for his wife and unborn child to be spared from harm. History is always strikingly similar. Roberts is shaken, and he's not actually willing to do something like this. Indiscriminate killing was never his intention as a soldier. However, military orders are hard to defy. Ezekiel could no longer stand by and watch. Negan had sacrificed himself to protect them all. The moment Ezekiel stepped forward, it signified his forgiveness towards Negan. Negan proved through his actions that he had changed. Negan didn't expect someone like him, Ezekiel, to come out and help him, and Magna and Kelly, even the unfamiliar princess and Tyler came out. More and more people gathered around Ezekiel in silent protest. The soldiers were at a loss, believing that the warden would back down, but they were wrong. Roberts wore a look of disbelief. Was it really necessary to kill so many innocent people? Everyone present found it hard to comprehend. Seeing that the soldiers were about to open fire, Ezekiel stepped back with them and said,
You don't have to do this! This world is broken, but we don't have to be.
Roberts realized that if he killed all these people, the Commonwealth would bring him nothing but confusion between right and wrong. You have to do the right thing in life. And the warden is not a good man. His brother is dying of a serious illness and the warden won't even let him go back to visit his family. The warden also noticed Roberts' abnormality at that moment, and it seemed that Roberts wanted to attack him. In this critical moment, the warden resorted to taking Kelly hostage at gunpoint. Just as they were in a tense standoff, the sound of a knife piercing flesh rang out. It was Daryl and Connie, having just emerged from the sewer. They encountered this situation. The warden was left on the floor like a dead dog, but he was still breathing. Most of the soldiers were outside the building. Maggie and Carol, while searching the house, unexpectedly heard Herschel's cries for help, along with someone berating him loudly. Luckily, Herschel was unharmed, just a bit startled. At this moment, Rosita arrived, and upon seeing the room devoid of her daughter, she had already checked the other houses. Herschel indicated that Judith and the others were in another room, but Coco was nowhere to be found. Rosita's gaze gradually turned fierce. Downstairs, the warden was left lying on the ground, and Negan was about to finish him off with a stone when a voice halted him. Rosita, holding a gun, walked over angrily. The warden smirked and mockingly looked at the woman. Just then, one of the deceased soldiers turned into a zombie. Rosita quickly ran over and dragged the zombie to the warden's side. Although the scene was gruesome, no one stepped in to stop it. After all, this guy deserved what he got. The next morning, most of the group chose to stay in the Alexandria safe zone. Rosita and the others were going back to the Commonwealth to settle the score with that Pamela woman. One of the soldiers mentioned that Rosita's baby, being an infant, could potentially be in one of the welfare institutions in the city, which specifically took in children without parents. Negan knew Maggie too well. Maggie wasn't going to the Commonwealth to settle a score. She was going to kill Pamela. As long as that wicked woman was alive, they would still be in danger. A few children were left behind because the journey might be dangerous, but Judith insisted on going along. They set off, driving a train directly since the journey was long. This time, their return to the Commonwealth was to expose all of Pamela's misdeeds and get her completely ousted. Meanwhile, at the Commonwealth, Eugene's trial was taking place, with Yumiko serving as his defense lawyer. Pamela sat in the plaintiff's position, her voice trembling as she spoke of the pain of losing her son. She became choked up and couldn't find the words, but not a single tear fell. After a heated exchange, Eugene felt that the judge was an impenetrable wall, seemingly biased towards Pamela, but Yumiko said, "We don't need to convince her, we need to speak to the citizens of the Commonwealth behind us." Eugene turned to look, and Yumiko was right. The people were the ultimate direction of public opinion. Yumiko then questioned Pamela from the perspective of the crowd, bringing up the recorded evidence from the square. "We all heard the recording of the plaza. The so-called lottery was fixed by you. And what is your explanation for your son's disparagement of the Commonwealth's name?" Pamela's answer was met with an outcry from the crowd. Had she no shame to stoop this low? Yet, no one dared to speak out against her. In the end, under Pamela's influence and power, the judge announced the verdict. Yumiko closed her eyes. They had lost the case. This was the so-called free and just Commonwealth. Truly laughable. The watching citizens began to voice their opposition. But what good would it do? The woman they despised walked out of the courtroom with a smile on her face. Eugene looked back at Maxine, feeling regretful. He had no regrets about voluntarily surrendering. He had no complaints for sacrificing himself for his lifelong love. Maxine looked at her brother helplessly, but his response was cold. Soon, Eugene had a hood placed over his head, ready to be taken to the execution site. He knew there was no turning back now, only awaiting his death. At that moment, 3 figures approached him, Michael and 2 of his subordinates. Eugene's hood was removed and he had 2 tears on his face. Confused, Eugene looked at Michael in front of him, while the soldiers behind him unlocked his handcuffs, which left him even more bewildered. Michael was always a just person. He had only swallowed his pride for the sake of his sister. Meanwhile, Yumiko and Maxine were feeling distraught when they heard a knock on the door. How could they not have guessed that Michael was there to help? Next, Michael planned to gather a group of soldiers who were willing to resist. He instructed Eugene and Maxine to lay low and secretly rally the masses to put pressure on Pamela. It was time for the Commonwealth to undergo a change. Because of his encounters with intelligent zombies, the man had become extremely cautious. They're the same Aaron and his team that went to Oceanside to deliver the supplies. Just as they were about to continue their journey, Aaron sensed a noise coming from the jungle. Aaron looked inside, but there was nothing there. Lydia heard it too, and with her experience as the Whisperers, she decided it was people and not zombies. Aaron unsheathed his sword. In the apocalypse, strangers were often more terrifying than zombies, and they could be coming to steal their supplies. Just as Aaron spoke, 2 figures emerged from the woods, and to their relief, it was Luke and his wife. Both sides breathed a sigh of relief, as seeing an old friend in times like these instantly lifted their spirits. Their bond was like that of family. After some small talk, Jerry suggested they all go back to Oceanside since they were headed there anyway. However, Luke and his wife's expressions turned grim. Luke explained that Oceanside was no more. It had been occupied by a group of soldiers in white armor. We hid behind the house and wanted to stay and fight back. But Rachel told us to run away and tell you the news. We didn't expect to run into you here. And now the soldiers are still chasing us. So, the farther away from Oceanside, the better. Aaron felt a sense of confusion. Carol had made an agreement with Pamela, so something must have gone wrong. He suggested they go to the Alexandria safe zone first because Daryl and the others should have returned as agreed. They could then plan a rescue mission for Oceanside together. Suddenly, they heard the sound of a car coming from downhill. Feeling the urgency, Lydia looked back and saw a small group of zombies appearing behind them. Lydia came up with an idea. They would disguise themselves as the Whisperers and blend in with the zombie group to make their way to the Alexandria safe zone, where they would be much safer. And so, they covered themselves in zombie blood and joined the group of zombies. Lydia navigated their way, leading the zombie horde toward the Alexandria safe zone. However, their plan was completely disrupted by what happened next. 2 beams of light shone into the zombie group. To their surprise, it was soldiers from the Commonwealth driving cars, using headlights to scan through the zombie group. This was strange. Normally, soldiers would avoid large zombie groups to conserve ammunition, but these 2 vehicles seemed to have halted, and when the light shone on them, they tried to lower their heads as much as possible. Although no one expected them to be hiding within, there was still a sense of fear. Slowly, they realized that the 2 vehicles were forcibly redirecting the zombies away from the path towards the Alexandria safe zone. They can't show anything unusual now. They can only follow the zombies. The knife in Lydia's hand accidentally fell to the ground on impact. It was just a minor incident, but one of the zombies behind her picked it up. This was terrifying because it indicated that the intelligent zombies they had encountered before were not a coincidence but rather a result of evolution within this group. The soldiers were guiding the zombies because they had received orders to do so. It all started in the last episode. Eugene was sentenced to death in a court of law, which caused a lot of discontent among the citizens, who gathered in front of the office building and shouted. Pamela is very cranky right now. That's not the only thing that bothers her, because Michael comes to tell her that Eugene has escaped. Michael says many people are unhappy with the verdict and they need more time to identify the suspect, and people have been disappearing from within the Commonwealth, all of which needs to be explained. Pamela knew Michael was talking about her, and that Eugene's escape had to be connected to him somehow. Pamela sent Michael out and left Vickers behind.
Keep an eye on him. I want a door-to-door search for Porter. If he's found, shoot him on sight.
Yes, ma'am.
If things escalate, options are in place to do.
After Vickers left, Pamela stood still, growing angrier as she thought about her current situation. As a respected leader, how did she end up in this position again? She picked up the radio on the table, preparing to execute her previous plan. The operation's codename was for her subordinates to lure a zombie horde to surround the Commonwealth. At that time, the foolish citizens would remember her. Aaron and the others were thus trapped in the midst of a zombie horde. They were unaware of the soldiers' intentions, and their priority was to escape the horde as quickly as possible. At that moment, only one vehicle was leading the way, and the soldiers didn't look back. This was their opportunity. Once the message was relayed, they subtly moved towards the direction of the trees. However, just when they were about to succeed, another soldier on a motorcycle rushed out, followed by a large horde of zombies. The two groups of zombies were merging and it was very difficult for them to get out. They could only be pushed by the zombies. But it didn't end there. More soldiers arrived with their respective zombie hordes, forming a massive army of zombies. After completing these actions, the soldiers accelerated their advance because the Commonwealth was just ahead, and they couldn't risk being seen by others. However, with such a huge number of zombies, the proportion of zombies that have developed intelligence has increased greatly. Can the walls of the Commonwealth really be defended? It was clear that Pamela was playing with fire, risking her own destruction. In that moment, Aaron looked into the distance and started contemplating. He came up with a plan to break free from the zombie horde. Not far from them, there was an abandoned RV. If they could reach it while passing by, they could shake off the zombies by climbing aboard. Aaron swiftly opened the door, with the others following closely behind. However, Jules got pushed forward by the zombies, and Luke desperately tried to pull his wife back. Nevertheless, Luke didn't abandon his wife. He continued moving with the zombie horde. As Cole tried to get on the RV, he too got pushed away by the zombies. Lydia rushed out to help her boyfriend, and in the struggle, they made a noise that attracted a nearby zombie. The zombie immediately bit Lydia's arm. They couldn't have been more anxious. The screams attracted the zombies and Aaron and Jerry pulled Lydia back as soon as they could, then quickly closed the car door. Lydia, still irrational, didn't pay attention to her injured arm and cried, insisting on going outside to save Cole. They tried to persuade Lydia, assuring her that Cole was still alive and that her reckless actions could cause her to lose him. After listening, Lydia finally calmed down and agreed to tend to her wound first. Jerry wasted no time and took out a long knife, preparing to amputate Lydia's arm. It was their only chance to prevent her from turning into a zombie. Meanwhile, Daryl and the others were on a train heading towards the Commonwealth to confront Pamela. Princess instructed Tyler to set up the antenna as she prepared to contact her boyfriend, Michael, for assistance. Entering the Commonwealth smoothly would be challenging without an insider to guide them. Soon, Michael received their radio transmission. After getting a positive response from Michael, Princess felt relieved. Knowing she had chosen a reliable man, Michael also informed her that Eugene had been rescued, easing their worries. Once the workers returned safely, they would become witnesses, making it easier to bring down Pamela. Vickers entered the room and reported that there was a large horde of zombies approaching outside the city walls. Michael had no choice but to gather his subordinates, arm themselves, and prepare to clear out the zombies. The civilians who were initially protesting on the streets were ordered to return home due to the zombie threat. Maxine came to discuss their plan to take down Pamela with her brother, but Michael emphasized the importance of clearing the zombies and protecting the citizens first. And Vickers is watching. However, Michael shared the impending arrival of Daryl and the others with his sister, instructing them to go to the exit at the government building to receive them. Half an hour later, Maggie and the others were at the entrance to the passageway Michael had mentioned. There were several soldiers guarding the entrance, but there was no sign of Michael coming to meet them. They're all getting a little antsy. Sitting on their hands is not an option. Just as they were discussing whether they should eliminate the guards, Judith reminded them to keep their voices down. 2 soldiers were slowly approaching, seemingly having heard voices in the area. Maggie and the others held their breath, ready to kill the soldiers if they were discovered. Suddenly the walkie-talkies of the 2 soldiers rang and Michael's voice came from inside, ordered everyone to go to the wall to support, including the personnel guarding the passage. The soldiers were puzzled. They wondered if they should leave this area unguarded. Maggie and the others instantly grasped the situation. It was clear that Michael had been delayed by something, prompting him to divert the guards in this manner. As the soldiers left, Gabriel broke the lock on the door, and they entered one by one. Meanwhile, on Pamela's side, she contacted Vickers through the walkie-talkie to inquire about Michael's situation. Pamela pondered why Michael suddenly moved the guards from the passage. She suspected that there was something significant happening. At that moment, Maggie and the others navigated through the long corridor without encountering any obstacles. After climbing up a ladder, Tyler took the lead and stepped outside. This happens to be the town hall, which is empty and very quiet at the moment. Daryl sensed that something was off. It was too quiet, and all the doors were chained shut, which didn't make sense. Ezekiel and the others, experienced in combat, skillfully evaded attacks and fought back. The firepower from above was fierce, forcing them to flee in all directions. Apart from the residents of Alexandria's safe zone with combat experience, the rest were almost massacred. These men are Pamela's private soldiers, and she guesses that Michael has other plans for transferring the soldiers. But she's right. Pamela stared angrily at Maggie below. Everyone stopped and Rosita and the others looked over in shock. If something were to happen to Judith, they would feel an immense sense of guilt and remorse. They would also feel that they had failed Rick, who sacrificed his life to protect them. Pamela was surprised too. She'd never thought of hurting a child, no matter where they were. It was a serious offense. Carol's gunfire signaled the start of the battle. The injury to Judith fueled the anger in Alexandria's safe zone, and they fought back fiercely. The people upstairs started to flee. Daryl felt completely helpless. They had to leave this place quickly to save Judith. Then, Daryl noticed a fire extinguisher behind Ezekiel. Ezekiel knew what to do and threw the extinguisher, taking advantage of the smoke. They began to break the iron chains on the door. Outside the door, there are also soldiers guarding the door. It was at this moment that Eugene quietly made his way there. Earlier, Michael gave Maxine the information that Daryl and the others were coming out of here to meet them. However, they didn't anticipate that Pamela had set up an ambush ahead of time. Meanwhile, outside the Commonwealth, a massive horde of zombies approached the city walls, shocking everyone with their overwhelming numbers. Pamela's actions were truly playing with fire. Michael's face is serious on the wall, but he's not panicking. This isn't the first time this has happened. He directs his men to drive close to the zombies and lure them to the west, the way they've done it before. The soldiers carried out their orders skillfully. As long as they kept a safe distance from the zombies, there was no danger, so the soldiers just drove and didn't even have to look behind them. After all, it was unthinkable for the zombies to climb onto the vehicles. However, what they hadn't anticipated was that some of the zombies in the horde had evolved intelligence. Soon Michael's walkie-talkie heard gunshots and the screams of his men, and then he lost contact with them. No matter how much he shouted, there was no response. Things looked grim. Michael picked up binoculars and looked into the distance. He saw 2 thick plumes of smoke rising from the middle of the zombie horde. He realized that the number of zombies this time was greater than before and they needed to change their strategy. Shortly after, Michael gathered his soldiers and began to deploy tactics. Michael thought about it and told his men to put down their weapons, because if they resisted, they would die in vain. Michael told Vickers, "I will go with you, but you must listen to me. We need to reinforce the defenses around the city walls." Half an hour later, the zombie horde had arrived, but the city walls held strong, stopping the zombies. But one of the zombies was climbing the railing. The soldier froze in his tracks. He couldn't believe his eyes. How could this be possible? On the open plain, thousands of zombies were advancing towards the human community. However, the station soldiers were confident due to their trust in the sturdy walls of the Commonwealth. They had withstood numerous attacks from zombie hordes over the past 16 years, but they never expected the unexpected to happen this time. Some of the zombies had evolved and learned to climb over the railings, leaving the soldiers in disbelief. In one of the guard towers, a soldier, unaware of the approaching danger, was reporting the situation and requesting support through the walkie-talkie. Suddenly, the two soldiers below didn't dare to shoot for fear of hurting their fellow soldiers. Unfortunately, the soldier's face was bitten by the zombie and he let out a scream of pain. In his struggle, his arm accidentally hit the switch for the main gate. Suddenly, an alarm blared, and 2 seconds later, the gate swung open, allowing the swarm of zombies to flood in like a tidal wave. The soldier fired a few shots before fleeing, realizing that this was a battle they couldn't win. At the same time, Governor Pamela, still in shock from shooting Judith, was looking at herself in the mirror. Vickers pushed open the door and came in to report that the Commonwealth's walls had been breached. The F-zone was now overrun by zombies, and many soldiers and civilians had died. Pamela couldn't believe it. Every time she attracted zombies, it was just to scare those stupid civilians. How come this time it was breached? She's a little confused right now. Vickers once again reminded Pamela, saying that the walls had indeed been breached and the zombies had learned to climb over them. However, there was still a way to remedy the situation. If they could surround and contain the zombie horde in the F district, they could save most of the Commonwealth's territory. Though the chances were slim, it was worth a try. But before Vickers could finish, Pamela interrupted her. Pamela, now composed and serious, instructed Vickers to immediately gather all the soldiers and protect her personal villa. Then, she ordered them to lure the zombie horde into the residential area, using the civilians as a means to slow down the zombies and buy time to gather reinforcements. Vickers was also taken aback by this order. Such action would result in the deaths of thousands of citizens. On the other side, Daryl was carrying the injured Judith in his arms. The most important thing now was to get to the hospital where the medical supplies were. However, their path was blocked by a military truck, manned by the Commonwealth soldiers. Ezekiel leads them to change direction. This is not the time to fight, but they hadn't gone far when two vehicles sped past them, followed by another one entering a nearby alley. Everyone prepared for a battle, convinced that Pamela was sending her soldiers to eliminate them. To make matters worse, they found themselves surrounded by military trucks from all directions. However, Carol noticed that these soldiers didn't seem to be specifically targeting them. Instead, they were setting up roadblocks at the intersection. Everyone was puzzled about their intentions. As they all wondered, they saw the soldiers walking and shooting, leading the zombies forward. The group was shocked. They had no idea where this massive zombie horde had come from, but these soldiers were crazily leading them towards the residential area. Megan also noticed one zombie behaving strangely, climbing over the railing, with zombies closing in from all sides. They were at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, two figures emerged from the swarm of zombies. Kelly is about to shoot, but Connie stops her because it's Luke and his wife. Luke and Jules were pushed by the zombies and didn't expect to see them. Daryl, anxious and aware that every minute counted for Judith's safety, looked for an escape route. Carol ran into the alley and saw that there was a way out in front of the zombies. Carol directed everyone to block the zombies to buy time. Despite the danger, the group acted in perfect harmony, having faced countless life or death situations before. Some fought off the zombies, clearing a path, while others held back the advancing horde. Daryl finally rushed into the alley under their cover. He prayed Judith would hold out. Her cry of "Daddy" melted his heart, as he had long since considered Judith his own child. 5 minutes later, they reached the hospital. Judith weakly opened her eyes, only to find no doctors around. It seemed they had fled for their lives, leaving only soldiers scavenging for medical supplies. Shortly after, she saw Uncle Daryl collapse to the ground, likely attacked by soldiers in the struggle for resources. Judith wanted to help, but then she noticed the zombies already reaching the hospital's entrance. If the zombies came in, they would all die. Struggling, she crawled off the cart and used all her strength to close the room's door. But on closing the second door, a zombie had jumped at the door. In a last-ditch effort, Judith pushed a cabinet to block the entrance. With sheer willpower, she fought to stay conscious, thinking only of protecting her uncle. After completing her task, Judith could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Maggie and the others were still outside, fending off the zombies. Unfortunately, Jules was caught and bitten on the arm by a zombie. Luke rushed to her rescue, but she was dragged into the mass of corpses. Luke's leg was also bitten before the others could react, and it was too late to save Jules. They saved Luke, but Jules is already being eaten by the zombies. Half an hour later, Daryl abruptly woke up from his bed, finding Carol by his side. Connie and the others stood there, grief-stricken. They had amputated Luke's left leg, but the situation was dire without anything to stop the bleeding. Carol explained that they had arrived to find Daryl and Judith lying on the ground, but all the supplies had been taken by Pamela. That wicked woman ordered her soldiers to protect her own estate, leaving the civilian areas to fend for themselves. The others had gone to find a solution. Rosita and Eugene have gone to look for the children. We'll wait for them here. By this time Connie and the others were crying louder and louder. The kind music teacher was dying and couldn't speak at all. They gathered round and sobbed uncontrollably. They supported each other all the way through the apocalypse and never thought they'd have to watch a friend die now. Magna took the knife and sent Luke on his last journey with shaking hands. Daryl refused to sit idly, finding the last remaining 4 tube to give Judith a blood transfusion since he had type O blood. But at that moment, they heard commotion outside, indicating that the zombies were about to break in. Carol and Connie grabbed their weapons and rushed outside. The others were not idle either. They went straight to the prison and blasted open the doors to rescue Michael, with Michael leading the way. Their subsequent actions would go much more smoothly. After exchanging pleasantries, Michael led Ezekiel and the others to the armory, where they loaded up the weapons and prepared to go to the hospital to pick up Daryl and the others. Maggie, on the other hand, calmly prepared a sniper rifle, her determination to kill Pamela unwavering. Just then, the horde of zombies reached their location. Michael pulled out his handgun, ready to shoot the nearest zombie, but Ezekiel stopped him. It turned out to be Aaron and Lydia, who had arrived. With the urgent situation at hand, they couldn't spare a moment to inquire about Lydia's ordeal. Getting to the hospital was their top priority. On the other side, Eugene and the group arrived at the orphanage, hoping to find Rosita's daughter there. However, upon entering, they discovered a scene of devastation, with staff lying dead in pools of blood. Rosita felt her world crumbling, realizing they had arrived too late. But suddenly, faint cries of a child echoed from a distance. Rosita swiftly ran towards the sound. In a room, a baby was crying, frightened by the presence of zombies. Thankfully, the overturned crib had protected the child from harm. After dealing with the zombies, Rosita lifted the crib with all her strength and then embraced Coco, soothing her. Holding the child in her arms brought Rosita a sense of reassurance. Eugene rushed over. He was relieved to see the room at first. Then he quickly lowered his weapon to hug the other children. Gabriel's face also lit up with a smile. He understood what Rosita had been going through recently, and he was glad the child was safe. Back at the hospital, after Daryl gave Judith a blood transfusion, the little girl slowly opened her eyes. Judith, usually brave, was scared. She was afraid that if she died, she wouldn't see her mom and dad return, nor would she meet her little brother. Overwhelmed by emotions, Judith fainted once again. At that moment, Carol entered the room and informed Daryl that the zombies were about to break in, urging them to leave quickly. Just then, Carol's walkie-talkie crackled to life. It was Rosita. They had come out of the orphanage and found a car to pick up Daryl and the others. However, their car broke down right at the back entrance of the hospital, with zombies surrounding them and the situation becoming increasingly dire. Daryl wasted no time. He pulled the cart and was ready to leave, but as they reached the doorway, he stopped. Outside, a large horde of zombies had gathered. Daryl pushed the cart back and closed the door, using another cart to block the entrance. Doesn't this scene look familiar? Isn't that what Shane did back in the day? Hence Rick waking up in the hospital later on. It's like a cycle. The number of zombies exceeded his expectations, and people had already died. Yumiko and the others had no choice but to close the door once again. One of the zombies was holding a rock and smashing the glass, and the zombies had already breached the side entrance. If they continued like this, they would soon be surrounded. While they were contemplating their options, the zombie managed to break through the glass door. They have no choice but to fight. In a decisive moment, Daryl shouted for them to escape through the back door, realizing that holding on any longer would lead to certain death. Daryl moves the barrier again and pulls Judith out. As they moved, they used the radio to contact Michael and Rosita, informing them that the hospital had been overrun and they were heading towards the back door. Rosita and the others also didn't plan on waiting around but chose to make a break for it. Although each of them was carrying a child, it didn't hinder their ability to fight. However, the number of zombies was simply too overwhelming, and once they ran out of ammunition, they wouldn't survive. Rosita pointed to a water pipe and urged Eugene and Gabriel to climb up quickly while she stayed behind as the rear guard. This method proved effective, although it was challenging for Eugene due to his weight. After 3 minutes, Eugene was the first to climb inside. followed by Gabriel. In the end, Rosita struggled as her foot was firmly held by a zombie, making it difficult for her to move even an inch. Gabriel reaches out and tries to pull Rosita in, but he misses by just a little bit. The surrounding sounds seem to disappear all at once, and they couldn't believe what had just happened. Rosita fights incredibly well, and even in such a critical situation, she can turn things around. After clearing out a few zombies around them, Rosita climbed onto the vehicle, but before Rosita could catch her breath, she saw some zombies climbing on as well. Rosita gathered her strength and made a leap, knowing that one wrong move would mean being overwhelmed by the zombies. Luckily, she grabbed the hose and eventually climbed up to the window as well. It wasn't until evening that Michael, armed with weapons, found them and led them to the armory. He also contacted his subordinates to bring a truck. They'll sneak into Pamela's private estate in a car. Michael didn't go in to escape the zombies. It's just that Judith is in desperate need of medical attention. Additionally, there were numerous civilians trapped at the gates of the estate, and Michael intended to find a way to get Pamela to open the doors. Half an hour later, they arrived at the estate, and Daryl immediately carried Judith to a bed. Tommy quickly approached to examine her, stating that the child was weak but would have never made it this far if Daryl hadn't given her the blood transfusion. Tommy assured Daryl that he would do everything he could to save Judith. Tommy immediately started to save Judith. Daryl could only wait anxiously by the side. The operation lasted about 10 minutes. Maggie emerged and asked if they had seen Negan, as she had prepared a sniper rifle to assassinate Pamela, but it was missing. Maggie suspected Negan had taken it. In fact, Maggie's suspicion was correct. Negan was currently making his way upstairs with a bag on his back, knowing that Maggie planned to assassinate Pamela. But after that,
I am doing this for you.
In the previous episode, it was mentioned that Maggie had prepared a sniper rifle to assassinate Pamela. However, during the night, Negan took the weapon without her noticing. Negan wants to help her to finish the job, but Negan seems strange to Maggie. She doesn't understand why Negan is interfering with her business, and what is his purpose. Then, Negan spoke words that touched the hearts of countless viewers.
You take Pammy out with this thing, hell is gonna rain down on you. And you ain't gonna come back. And you have to come back. So I'm gonna do it. Last night, when I was down on my knees, about to lose my wife, I was about to lose everything. And I finally understood what you must have felt. Look, I know that I probably owe you more than this, but I am so sorry.
It was the first time he formally apologized.
For what I took from you. And what I took from your son.
Negan recalled the previous night when he knelt before the soldiers, watching his wife about to be killed, feeling utterly powerless and terrified. Thinking back to what he did to Glenn in the old days, how painful and torturous it was for Maggie. These 10 years have gone by in a flash. Although he had tried to apologize and atone for his actions through his behavior, time could never erase his mistakes. Maggie listened to Negan's words in silence, unsure of how to respond.
You coming?
Negan had tears in his eyes. He thought Maggie had accepted him for real. Meanwhile, upstairs, Eugene was resting, exhausted from the day's battle. However, he noticed that Rosita couldn't seem to get enough of holding Coco since they reached safety. Eugene understood the pain Rosita had endured for days, losing her child, but he also knew she needed rest. Eugene approached Rosita, offering to help take care of Coco. However, Rosita declined, expressing her desire to spend more time with her child. Eugene sat down, changing the subject to discuss the future development of the children, his words becoming somewhat incoherent. Deep down, Eugene had a sense that something was wrong with Rosita, and he had an ominous suspicion. The look in Rosita's eyes told him the answer. Eugene's heart was in his throat and he couldn't speak. Rosita lifted her shirt and above her shoulder was a bite mark. He almost broke down in tears upon seeing the bite mark on Rosita's shoulder. Sometimes, despite enduring storms and witnessing rainbows hanging in the sky, there are individuals who, despite their efforts, can no longer see them. That's the helplessness of life. All we can do is cherish those around us while we can. Downstairs, Daryl and Carol stood guard, watching over Judith after her surgery. They saw Judith move, and a wave of relief washed over them.
Hey, big ass kicker.
Hey, the last kicker. Damn straight.
Their conversations are always touching. Judith hadn't told anyone that Rick might still be alive. Previously, when Judith mentioned Michonne going to find Rick, Daryl assumed it was a hallucination caused by her injury. Little did he know that it was true. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from outside. Michael glanced through the window and saw that the citizens outside the estate were being shot by soldiers if they attempted to climb over the walls. Michael's anger flared up. As the commander of the Commonwealth, he couldn't stand idly by. Michael picked up a gun from the table and informed them that the truck was filled with enough fuel for them to return to Alexandria's safe zone. I will do everything in my power to help you leave. This is not your fight. Outside, the crowd gathered at the iron gate, shouting for it to be opened, but the soldiers coldly aimed their guns at them. Pamela, too, looked on indifferently. Maggie found a chance to aim at Pamela, and as she was about to shoot, they noticed that something was going on. Michael and a few soldiers emerged, all of them disapproving of Pamela's actions. Soon after, Daryl and the others appeared, armed as well. This time, they would bring about a complete upheaval in the Commonwealth. Daryl and the others and Michael surrounded the manor. They were going to finish off Pamela for good today. At this point, the people outside are even more terrified, because the zombies are already behind them, and if they don't open the door, they'll be eaten alive by the zombies. Having lived a comfortable life for too long, they no longer possess the ability to protect themselves. Gabriel couldn't bear to watch any longer and walked straight towards the front gate. Gabriel resolutely continued on his way. If there truly was a God in this world, Gabriel would be the angel for these people outside.
What the hell you doing? You got one enemy. We ain't the Walking Dead.
These words struck a chord in Vickers' heart. They, too, didn't want to do this. They were simply following orders.
Lower your weapons. Lower your weapons! He's right! Give the priest the key. On your command, General Mercer.
It's a happy ending. Eventually the gates opened and people swarmed in for fear of being swallowed up by the zombies if they were slow. Once all the citizens were inside, they united and closed the gate together, keeping the horde of zombies outside. One piece of good news was that Cole, who had been scattered by the zombie horde, was among the survivors and was currently embracing Lydia. Pamela's mind went blank at this point. She couldn't believe she had fallen to this extent. She heads for the front door because there's an old acquaintance, the dead Lance, whose arrow Carol shot through his neck is still there. Pamela stared at Lance in silence. She seemed to remember the beginning of the Commonwealth, when it was founded, when they were so innocent, and how they were blinded by their power. Pamela approached Lance, preparing to end her own life. But it was Maggie who intervened. Letting Pamela die like that would be too merciful. Afterward, things became simpler. As long as everyone worked together, nothing was impossible to achieve. They charged into the zombie horde with shields, creating a path, and a truck drove out. The destination of the truck was the Commonwealth's gasoline storage warehouse. They were planning something big. Later, the gasoline was transported to the center of the garden. They also brought several large speakers and connected them to a power source. DJ music was playing in the garden. Upon hearing the sound, all the zombies headed in that direction. They spread the gasoline on the ground and set up explosives. After half an hour, all the preparations were complete. They opened the gates and let the zombies inside. In just a moment, the zombie horde surrounded the central garden. The explosion had a wide range, almost covering Pamela's entire private estate. Thus, the matter came to a satisfactory conclusion, and Pamela would be permanently imprisoned. On the other side, Maggie found Negan and sat down in front of him. She had thought about it all night and realized that she needed to express some things. She said, "I've been thinking about what you said last night. Thank you for your apology, which has brought me some relief. But I still can't forgive you, I really can't. Glenn was wonderful and I'll never love anyone else in my life. I remember his smile, his kindness, and the way he made me feel. No one can replace that. So every time I see you, all I can think of is your bat smashing into his head, blood streaming down his face. He had something to say to me, but he couldn't get the words out. I can still hear you mocking him as he died. That's why I can't forgive you, even if you saved my son. Even if I know you're trying to change and make amends. I no longer hate you, but I can't pretend like nothing happened. You have earned the acceptance of others, and you can stay and live with Annie. But sometimes, I can't work with you. It's not hatred. It's just that I can't forget because all I have left are memories." After finishing her words, Maggie got up and left. Negan remained silent throughout the entire process, hating himself for his past actions. At noon, everyone gathered together for a meal. creating a beautiful and warm scene. Rick had also fantasized countless times about a future where they would all gather together for a celebration. What a wonderful thing that would be. But now, many people were no longer there, including Andrea, Glenn, Abraham, and others. Even Rick himself was gone. Of course, Negan was also absent from this heartwarming scene. He knew that his presence would only affect the majority's mood, so he chose to leave completely and live elsewhere. Rosita braced herself to stay with them. She was already feeling weak, and she really couldn't bear to leave when she saw them so happy. Gabriel sensed something unusual and felt that Rosita seemed to be cherishing these last moments of joy. Rosita leaned close to Gabriel's ear and told him about being bitten by zombies. After hearing her words, Gabriel froze in place, having thought that a good life was about to begin, but he didn't expect it to end like this. Judith from afar also put away her smile. She seems to have guessed it too. Eventually, they helped Rosita onto the bed and bid her farewell one by one. The woman who was once hailed as the most beautiful and sexy among the walkers ultimately couldn't survive. Eugene let out a sigh as he set down the flowers and looked at the gravestone in front of him. It had been a year since Rosita's passing, but Eugene still often thought about his old friend. Time had flown by, and he and Maxine had a daughter together. Life was progressing towards a brighter direction. Meanwhile, the Commonwealth had undergone a dramatic transformation. The days of inequality and hidden rules were gone, with Ezekiel elected as the governor and Michael as his deputy. Their leadership was recognized and appreciated by the citizens. The Commonwealth thrived with firepower and vitality. At that moment, Connie stood up excitedly from the crowd and ran towards someone across the way. It was Daryl, who had returned after spending a year searching for Rick. He had scoured almost the entire state of Virginia. Connie and Daryl both had feelings for each other, but they had never confessed. Lydia and Cole had also arrived, representing Maggie from the hilltop, to visit their old friends. After a brief exchange of greetings, Lydia handed a gift box to Judith, saying it was brought on behalf of someone else. Judith unwrapped it, and inside was the compass that Negan had taken, alongside a letter. She instantly recognized who it was from. Judith looked around but couldn't spot the man. Shortly after, Daryl and the others arrived at Alexandria's safe zone. After a year, the place had fully recovered and returned to its former state. The Commonwealth, Alexandria's safe zone, the hilltop, and Oceanside had become an inseparable whole. Carol had taken over Lance's role and was responsible for connecting the 4 major communities. Everything is looking up. The hilltop had also regained its former glory. Daryl finished visiting his old friends and then he said goodbye to Carol and got ready to leave. He was headed to farther places to continue searching for Rick. Knowing that Rick might still be alive, Daryl was determined to bring him back. However, nobody knew when Daryl would return. A few minutes later, Daryl was ready to depart. Judith and RJ ran towards him, reluctant to let him go. In the absence of their mother, Daryl had taken on the responsibility of being a parent. Daryl was a man who deserved a happy ending, looking at the wrinkles at the corners of his white beard and eyes. Come to think of it, although he was running around as much as Rick, he never fought for others without a moment's thought for himself. He was a respected tough guy. After a heartfelt farewell, he rode off on his motorcycle. There were 2 eggs at the end of the film which are now presented in their original form.
I think of the dead all the time. And about the living, who I lost.
I tried to get to you and your brother again and again. It's too far for the radio now, I know that. But I still got you, and you got me. We're connected. We're still connected.
I think about them all every day.
Everybody we ever loved.
Their faces, what I learned from them, how they made me who I am. So much more than all this made me who I am.
We'll always be together, even when we're apart. We, together, are the strongest thing. We're love, and love is endless. So we, those gone,
all of our lives,
those away,
become in one life.
We are endless.
We're together, pieces of a whole that just keep going for what we gave each other. One unstoppable life. You showed me that. You gave me that.
That's right, they're both still alive. Michonne, dressed in a peculiar combat outfit, wrote words of longing for her children and Rick. The film didn't provide information about her whereabouts, but based on her final departure scene, she had likely joined an organization even larger than the Commonwealth. This group was constantly on the move, making it easier for her to search for Rick. As for Rick, his whereabouts remained a mystery. Based on the storyline, it was speculated that he had been severely injured when he blew up the bridge. Jadis happened to see Rick, so she traded him to the mysterious man as a Class B. Rick received treatment and recovered but was forbidden from leaving. In his quest to see his family, he managed to escape, but the organization relentlessly pursued him, making it highly probable that he would be captured again. As a result, Rick packed his personal belongings into a backpack, including his shoes and a cell phone. He also crafted a message in a bottle, hoping to use this unlikely method to let his family know that he was still alive. Just as Rick threw the bottle into the sky, the sound of a helicopter resonated. In the next moment, Rick forcefully threw his backpack into an abandoned ship nearby. At this point, many viewers had likely guessed the cause and effect. The ship was later washed ashore near a small island. Michonne, having been deceived by Virgil, coincidentally stumbled upon Rick's shoes and the cell phone. It seemed that fate had intervened. It was with these discoveries that Michonne went on the road alone in search of Rick and encountered the huge party. The sound of someone talking came from the sky after Rick threw the stuff out.